At Milford, we understand it takes dedication, teamwork and commitment to the long term to achieve outstanding results. We are proud to say our Milford KiwiSaver Plan conservative, balanced and active growth funds have all been the #1 performers in their respective KiwiSaver fund categories over the last 10 years, according to Morningstar's latest independent survey. And now, we are proud to be investing in the rowing champions of tomorrow in their pursuits of outstanding results. Find out more at milfordasset.com. Milford, invested in you.
Yeah, well, very good morning. Welcome into Karapiro for finals day of the 2024 New Zealand Rowing Championships powered by Milford. Looking forward to having your company. Some of the best rowers in the world, Olympic champions, Olympic medalists and the rising stars of the sport in action over the next 2 days. Well, conditions absolutely idyllic. First up this morning, it will be the Women's Intermediate Cox 4B final, and then the first of our A finals set to go at 8:30, the Women's Intermediate Cox 4 final. We will have 2 channels running today. If you wish to watch the B finals, they will be on Channel 2, all A finals on this particular channel. 2,000 metres is the distance, as I affectionately like to call it. 2,000 metres, 1,500 metres of hope and 500 metres of truth. That is a tough sport, a sport that requires, well, a high degree of mental fortitude, incredible physical duress, but there is also a real technical component to it. Of course, pressure also falls on the coaching staff. Coaches here today wanting to hope that their athletes have peaked and they can create a little bit of history. More than 60 clubs represented from right around the country and their famous colours. Absolutely just idyllic conditions, and these crews in the morning will get the best of those conditions, and it will be an opportunity for crews later in the morning to sit back and watch these early races, get an understanding of perhaps some of the environmental factors that might play out. Opportunity for
at Milford, we understand it.
Ask their crews anything noticeable out there that they need to be aware of, any particular benefits, and of course a large contingent of officials and volunteers making these New Zealand Championships particularly special. And so there is the runway, there is Broadway. That is where there will be an awful lot of pain dished out over the next 48 hours. Of course, big year for New Zealand rowing, Olympic Games in Paris, Olympic trials to be staged next week. I understand selectors are running their eye over these crews and individuals today as well over the next 48 hours. So a lot of pressure on those elite rowers at that pointy end in terms of selection for those Olympic Games. So there will just be the 2 crews in this Women's Intermediate Cox 4B final. Hamilton and Hawke's Bay. Hamilton there in the famous colours of white and red, and Hawke's Bay, well, the colours of New Zealand really. Black with a white sash, very much capturing the wonderful nostalgia that goes with the sport of rowing. So there will be a bit of nerves. These athletes will have gone through their pre-race protocols that at this level are fairly well established. Each athlete individually will need to get their nervous system up and get themselves in the right space, but also collectively, and that is one of the challenges for the coaches. So Hamilton in the red and white, Eve Singleton, Renee Simon, Olivia Church and Brenna Salmons. Sarah Morris is the Cox. And for Hawke's Bay, That is that Waikato crew. Just steadying the ship, steadying the boat, forgive the pun. And then we'll have a look at the Hawke's Bay crew of Danica Grant, Charlotte Oliver, Keely Ramsey, Helena Carney and Molly Young the Cox. And so it'll be lane 4 for the Hamilton Rowing Club. Hawke's Bay, lane 5. We will run a meter, a little tracking meter at the bottom of the graphic to give you an idea of where they are on the course in regards to the 500 metre mark, the 1000 metre mark, the 1500 metre mark, and of course through to the finish line. And so that is the Hawke's Bay crew. Hawke's Bay 1. As mentioned, the coxswain there of Molly Young. They'll all have their own styles. They would have worked on what type of communication, what type of language is best suited to her crew. What's going to allow them to get the best out of themselves. You'll often see, just see there, might be Charlotte Oliver just yawning a little bit, but that's more a case of nerves. You'll often see athletes prior to races yawning a little bit, and that is just a sign of nerves as much as anything. So first race of the day, the first final on finals day here of the 2024 New Zealand Rowing Championships, powered by Milford. And we are not too far away from a start. We will bring you some absolutely spectacular footage today. We've got drones up in the air. We've got cameras out on barges. We've even got some of the coxswains wired up. And hopefully you can hear plenty of the noise coming off the water, bring you a real insight into one of the toughest sports in the sport of rowing. So just waiting for everything on course, getting the official word that we are set to go. Referees, officials, making sure that the course is clear. Timing systems are working, starting mechanisms are all go. One thing with rowing, they are very precise with their starting times. So we will bring you the start of the speed final. And then if you wish to watch the continuation of it, you can switch to channel 2 as we do get underway. And like all start of rowing races, you expect a very high strike rate early, try to get our way quickly, and then they'll look to lengthen out as they make their way down this 2,000 metre journey. So immediately it is the Hamilton crew of Eve Singleton, Renee Simon, Olivia Church and Brenna Salmons, who have half a canvas lead through this first 150 metres. Of course, these crews will have their own strategies. You can't train one way and then turn up and race a different way, so they'll understand the physiology and what's best suited to them, whether it be about being aggressive early or trying to maybe be a little bit more even throughout the 2,000 metres. So through the 250 metre mark, it is the Hamilton 22 crew. Still a reasonably high stroke rate at the moment. Of course, they will look to just lengthen that out as they start to get through that 500 metre mark. Absolutely idyllic conditions. Warm water Boats do move faster through the water, in warmer water. No real breeze. It's expected to get very warm later on, so hydration will be a big factor throughout the day. A number of these athletes will be in multiple crews, and we'll have a busy schedule over the next 48 hours. And so through 500, it is Hamilton, 22, Eve Singleton, Renee Simon, Olivia Church, Brenna Salmons, Zara Morris. Their coaching staff is Tony Burns and Rachel Brown. Yeah, about a boat length clear. So we will be leaving this B final shortly to pick up the Women's Intermediate Cox 4A final. If you do wish to watch the continuation of this, it will be on Channel 2. So we're going to break out now. So again, you can go to Channel 2 to watch the remainder of this B final. And next up, it will be the Women's Intermediate Cox 4A final. Looking forward to this one because all the big crews are represented. And let's have a look at that draw for this. So it'll be North Shore Rowing Club in 1, Petone Rowing Club in 2, Hamilton Rowing Club in 3, Waikato Rowing Club in 4. So a lovely little local derby there between the two famous Hamilton clubs. Avon out of Christchurch in 5, third of the Hamilton clubs in 6, Hamilton Rowing Club. And then Starboating Club in 7, Petone Rowing Club in lane 8. So keep an eye on lanes 3, 4, 5. With the 3 clubs out of the Waikato region taking up those 4 middle lanes. Boy, wonderful colours, aren't they? Some of the great traditions of New Zealand rowing represented. Great thing with rowing, they haven't necessarily gone out and modernised their race uniforms. They've stuck with the nostalgia, they've stuck with the tradition and the history. You'll see often a lot of the sashes running diagonally across the traditional colours and sometimes the checkers. And there is that crew out of Hamilton of Anna, Anaya Bansell, Morgan Kaywood, Ella Cloak and Corbin Radford, Bride Duncan the Cox. This crew incredibly well coached by Georgia Allen. Of course, they will set their boat up. And we do get underway. So the first of the A finals here at the 2024 New Zealand Rowing Championships powered by Milford is underway. It's a good, clean, even start as well. Across the far side there in lane 2, Petone got away quickly. Grace Broom, Josie Proctor, Lucy Harrison, Annabelle D and Miller Sowerby the Cox. Also lane 4, good start as well. That is the Waikato crew. So it is the Waikato crew at the moment, who have probably about a half a canvas lead over the rest of this field. Across there in lane 6, Hamilton 21 of Nadia Turner, Lily Johnson, Eva McGirvin, Taya Mace and Isla Tony the Cox. So Waikato at the moment have decided to take this out quickly, trying to put a little bit of pressure on the rest of the crews here. Maybe just put a little bit of doubt in their head, but you've got to make sure that you don't confuse ability with ambition early. This is a tough sport. As I say, 2,000 metres, 1,750 metres of hope, 250 metres of truth, and it can come apart very quickly. And some of these crews will be quite strategic in the way they approach it. They'll look to negative split that second 1,000 metres. But really good race beginning to develop, certainly for second, third and fourth at the moment. Across there in lane 3 is the Hamilton 1 crew. Lane 5, it is the Avon crew out of Christchurch. Here in 6, Hamilton 21 crew. But in control, it is the Waikato. It is the Waikato crew. And so through 500 metres they go. And now half a boat length clear, starting to look to extend that lead. Stroke rates have just started to settle down a little bit now, so in a really high aerobic state at the moment. The hurt won't be completely on just yet. And it is the Waikato crew. A crew of Ellie Dean, Pippa Dixon, Francis Casey, Caitlin Berquist, Ella Hansen, the Cox, and they are in control. Starting to approach that 1500 metre mark, and then it is well and truly game on. So big move now, starting to cross here in lane 6. So Hamilton 21 crew, Turner, Johnson, McGurvin, Taya Mason, Isla, Tony, and Tony the Cox now starting to bark the orders out. Now we start to see an increase in the stroke rating coming from this Hamilton 21 crew, looking to try and run down this very, very impressive Waikato 1 crew. Cross there in lane 3 as well. We talked about the depth of the Waikato region. It's the Hamilton 1 crew now beginning to make their move as well. So the two Hamilton crews looking to chase down the Waikato crew. In fact, that is the 1,000 metre mark there. And just have a look at the form there. Nice and even, nicely balanced. Difficult, like a lot of endurance-based sports, when the hurt is on. The best sign of fatigue is not necessarily looking at facial expressions. We know that sometimes you'll see athletes with their war face on, or sometimes with the guys, I like to affectionately say their ugly faces on. But always look at the form, look at the head position, look at the shoulders, look at the distance per stroke. There are a lot of little indicators physically that you can pick up to determine whether a crew's struggling or not, or whether an individual's struggling. But certainly at the moment, this Waikato crew looking pretty comfortable. Now, the big challenge comes here in lane 6. Turner, Johnson, McGurvin, Mason, Isla Tony looking to take it up another gear shortly, looking for a big strong finish. Lane 5, Avon beginning to also up their tempo, up their rating, but it is still all Waikato at the moment. This women's intermediate coxed for a final. So race starting to now just begin to close up a little bit. Could be in for a fascinating finish, because the Hamilton 21 crew of Nadia Turner, Lily Johnson, Eva McGurvin, Taya Mason, Isla Tony beginning to make their move. And now you just sense maybe just a little bit of fatigue starting to kick into this Waikato crew, folks. And we just now see the bell ball of Hamilton 21 just starting to creep into shot here. What was a boat length is now down to half a boat length. And this is that threshold point in the race where there is absolutely no comeback now. You are locked well and truly in the hurt box. And this is where it just comes down to pure and sheer mental fortitude. But this Waikato crew still in control. It's been a good dominant display from them. Can they hang on? Because here come Hamilton 21, really now just starting to take it up another gear. You can see the increase in stroke rates. Now they'll come down, 250 metres left. And that angle there maybe shows it to be a little bit closer than perhaps it is, but what a dominant performance. Really, really well controlled. Great performance also coming from Ella Hansen, the Cox. Has done a really nice job in terms of just controlling this race, controlling the tempo, talking to her athletes. And they'll come down by the looks of it, Waikato, and win this national title, win this A final. And so it is the Waikato crew who will come down and take this national championship. It'll be Hamilton 21 who will finish in second, and then it will be the Avon crew of Alexandra Hopper Park, Courtney Preble, Francesca Armstrong. Their Cox, Annabelle Wynne-Williams. And just see the flags there fluttering in the background, so the wind very much favouring the rowers. Just see those flags fluttering, so good fast conditions for our rowers today. It'll be coming a little bit across the shoulder, the right to the left, but predominantly behind the crews. Be interesting to talk to some of the rowers later on with the environmental factors, if there is in fact, with the wind, any particular lane that might be slightly more favourable. So it's a small crowd, but it's starting to build. So just confirming that winner of the Women's Intermediate Cox 4A final. And so congratulations to the Waikato crew, Hamilton 21 in second, and the Avon crew pricking up the bronze medal. Next A final of the day is the Women's Novice Double Scull, so the rising stars, the emerging talent in action here. And there it is, the Star Boating Club will start in 1, Clifton Rowing Club in 2, Twizel Rowing Club in 3, Clifton Rowing Club, second of their crews in 4, Waikato in 5, third of the Clifton Rowing crews will start in 6, and then Aramoho Wanganui Rowing Club will feature in lanes 7 and 8. And we are underway in this Women's Novice Double Sculls final. And again, when you hear the word novice, that suggests that perhaps a little bit of inexperience, and therefore pace judgment will be absolutely imperative for these crews. Who goes out too quickly? Who can maintain it? Who can be patient? And sometimes at this level it's all about patience. Backing your plan, listening to what your coaches have told you. And so lovely shot there again. Like all these races through that first 150 metres, a really high stroke rate. As we come back, and I'm not sure that really gives you a genuine sense of just how idyllic and what a lovely day it is here in Karapiro. That looks a little bit dark and overcast, but I can tell you folks it is very, very warm indeed as we now come across with the drone and pick up what is really just one of the most artistic sports. It is just such a beautiful sport to watch when you've got access to this level of coverage. So looking at those images, hard to pick up, but it certainly does look like it is lane 4 at the moment. Clifton Rowing Club, who might just have the lead early on. Again, you can just see some of these crews maybe just struggling a little bit with their steering, just struggling a little bit to stay straight, particularly out here in lane 8. But it is all lane 4 at the moment. It is Clifton 1. Bella Neal, Isla Robinson, coaches Gus Bergen and Jody Haskell. They have a commanding lead through that first 250 metres, or through that 500 metre mark, I should say. So a quarter way through their journey. And it is the Clifton 1 crew. Second place, lane 5, Waikato 1, of Helena White, Savannah Bork, coached by Angela Bork. And now good move starting to come here from Aramoho Wanganui 2, of Ruby Bullock and Edith Franks. Lane 6 is the Clifton 3 crew of Kate Pease, Hannah Honeyfield. Their coaches are Ghost Bergen and Jody Haskell. But at the moment it is a one-way demolition for Clifton. Looking really good, really comfortable. So the emerging talent, the youngsters, the novices, for a lot of these crews it'll be about gaining experience. It'll be getting used to the peripheral, going to these big championships and having to deal with expectation, having to deal with the size of the regatta, taking that on board. You know, a number of them will have heart rate monitors, and coaches will download that information and look at what peak power is perhaps, or heart rates, and then set their training up accordingly. A lot of these athletes will be simply benchmarking against other crews. So every crew at a novice level will be taking something slightly different out of it. And clearly some novice crews just simply here to win and pick up the medals. And some of these crews might be just a little bit further ahead in regards to their progression as athletes. And so through the 1,000 metre mark we come. And now this is the tough part of the sport. That next 500 metres, this is where concentration becomes imperative. Lose your concentration, you can lose your form, and you can lose a second very quickly. So through the 1,000 metre mark, it is Clifton who lead, Waikato 1 in second place, in a really good battle for third at the moment, but it is lane 6, the second of the Clifton crews, Clifton 3 of Kate Pease and Hannah Honeyfield. So Clifton first and third at the moment. Clifton have the famous Cambridge blue with the white band. Just starting to close it down as the Waikato crew. A little bit more urgency just now starting to come in here. I say this is that threshold where it's all about mental fortitude now. Which team, which pair, which group of athletes is prepared to suffer the most. So certainly the gap is starting to close. So race on a hand here, folks. Don't go away, because it is Waikato now who start to apply the pressure here on Clifton. Lanes 4 and 5. Coming up to that 1,500 metre mark. There is no coming back from this. If you've gone out too hard, you will suffer like you cannot believe. It is an absolutely barbaric sport. But ironically, with a high degree of satisfaction, it actually appeals to a large group of athletes in this country. And I guess the best example of that is the more than 3,000 athletes that take part in the secondary schools Māori Cup, or the Māori Regatta. But Clifton of Bella Neal and Isla Robinson still maintaining that lead. I thought there for a moment that the Waikato crew of Helena White, Savannah Bork might just be closing it down, but they did take it up another gear, but they've sort of had to just pull it back a little bit. Now it's just a case of hanging on. The real race probably for third place at the moment. And that's a very, very good race that is developing. But Twizel across there in lane 3. And then here we've got the Clifton 3 crew in lane 6. Outside there in lane 7, Aramoha Wanganui of Agatha Doggett and Ruby Hoekstra. But Clifton now coming down to less than 100 metres, around the 100 metres to go. And they will come down and they will take this national title in this women's novice double sculls. They've been brilliant all day. The Waikato 1 crew will have to settle for silver. And now really starting to increase their stroke rating across there in lane 3. And that is the Twizel crew of Taylor Marsh and Hazel Mason. Really good fast finish from them. They're looking very comfortable. And they will, by the looks of it, pick up the bronze medal. But it is victory the way of Clifton. Congratulations to that crew of Bella Neal, Isla Robinson. Well done to their coaching staff, Gus Bergen and Jodie Haskell. Waikato the silver, Helena White, Savannah Bork. And then the bronze medal will go the way of the Twizel crew of Taylor Marsh, Hazel Mason. You are watching the 2024 New Zealand Rowing Championships, the Club Rowing Championships, powered by Milford. And this A final is the men's club double sculls. Should be an absolute beauty with Aramoha Wanganui represented, Nelson, Wairau, Clifton, Waikato, another of the Clifton crews, Bay of Plenty Coast and St George's. And there is the lineup. So the famous yellow and red of Aramoa Wanganui in 1, Nelson in 2, Wairau in 3, Clifton in 4. They're also represented in lane 6. Sitting between both of those crews in lane 5 will be the Waikato Rowing Club, Bay of Plenty Coast Rowing Club in 7. The St George's Rowing Club will round out our field of 8. Absolutely stunning. What a beautiful part of the world Karapiro is. The home of New Zealand rowing, and really over the last 2 decades, along with Great Britain, arguably the greatest rowing nation on earth. Fantastic Tokyo Olympics, London Olympics, as we get set for a start in this men's club double sculls. So that is the Clifton Rowing Club in lane 4 here as we do get underway. Those wonderful sky blue and white stripes. And look at those images. Wow. Doesn't that just inspire you? And so really good start coming in lane 5 here from the Waikato crew of Jack Henry, Seamus Foley. Across here in lane 8, the St George's Rowing Club of Logan Turrell, James Dimmick. Also getting away to a very good start, lane 4 as well. Clifton, as we showed at the start, of Luke Brock, Liam Cox. It's a really nice even start through that first 250 metres. And boy, I tell you what, all the crews really applying the pressure, really high stroke rating coming, particularly in lanes 4 and 5. So Clifton and Waikato looking at each other, saying anything you can do, I can do. Let's lock ourselves into this battle. Good start too from Nelson of Jackson Taylor, Sam Johnston in lane 2. Just starting to pull back that stroke rate, the Nelson crew. Lane 4 of Clifton though, continue to put the heat on as they come up to the 500 metre mark, folks. Really good start down here in lane 8 from the St George's crew as mentioned. So Waikato Rowing Club are the defending champions in this event. And these athletes, they might be talking to each other. They'll know each other pretty well. It's about combinations. And the great thing about the doubles or the team crews is that you've got always someone else to lean on. You've got someone else to share that anxiety with, to maybe just give you that little bit of encouragement. I always think in individual boats or in individual events, it's easy to let yourself down, but in any team event, you never want to let your fellow teammate down. And when everybody's collectively working off that same song sheet, well, then you get excellence, and that's what we are seeing here. So, Luke Brock, Liam Cox, lane 4. The Clifton Rowing Club, it's been a good start to the day for them. Still got half a boat length lead over this very good Waikato crew. Let's just see if we can go in close and just have a wee look at the contrasting stroke rates, the contrasting form. And you just look across there, Clifton. Look like they've got this sort of slightly slighter looking crew, but clearly have their boat well set up. And just have a look at the stroke rates there, fairly even, aren't they? You'd probably have to say that Clifton are rating slightly higher in lane 4 there. But sometimes that can come down to also the height of individual rowers. It can come down to taller. You tend to probably get a slightly lower stroke rate. Smaller, well, you generally tend to get a slightly higher turnover. As we just have a look at the tracker down there at the bottom of the screen. And so around that 1250 metre mark. Really good race for third, and across the far side at the moment it looks like it is the Aramoho Wanganui crew of Lawrence Harkin and Jake Newton, who might just currently be in third place. But who blinks first here? Who's going to have it over the back end? Who's going to have it through that last 500 metres? Great race beginning to develop in this men's club double sculls A final. Now the hurt starts to go on. Boy, nothing in it regards to stroke rates at the moment. Clifton looking to try and just take it up another gear. 1500 metre mark approaches. Settle back, last 500 metres. And now the race for third. It might be there in lane 3. The Wairau crew of Liam Collins, Liam Kirkland. Lane 1. Aramoho Wanganui of Lawrence Harkin, Jake Newton hanging tough. Big now challenge coming here in lane 7. And so the Bay of Plenty Coast crew beginning to make their move. Henry Gavin, Luca Ramersa. But still lane 4. They led from the start. They still continue to lead. Clifton looking for national club glory. But here come the Mulu men in lane 5. They look to try and take it up another gear. Settle back, folks. Here we go. We're in the business end. 250 metres. The moment of truth. It is Clifton who continue to apply the pressure. Half a boat length lead over Waikato, but here come the Mulu men now. Waikato begin to increase their stroke rate. Clifton hanging tough. Luke Brock, Liam Cox. And now what a wonderful battle for third place. Lane 7 here. The Bay of Plenty Coast crew of Henry Gavin, Luca Ramersa make their move. Across there in lane 3, it is the Wairal crew of Liam Collins, Liam Kirkland. But it will be a wonderful performance from the Clifton crew of Luke Brock, Liam Cox. They will take out this national title narrowly over the Waikato crew of Jack Henry and Seamus Foley. Really good race here on finals day of the 2024 New Zealand Rowing Championships, powered by Milford. Well, if that is a demonstration and display of what is to come, settle back, folks. It's going to be an exciting 2 days of racing, but what a really good start to the regatta here for the Clifton crews. The sky blue with the white hoop. Congratulations to them. Absolutely dictated terms early, stuck to their game plan. I can tell you, folks, over the last 6 months, they've never ever pushed that snooze button. 10 minutes a day, 70 minutes a week. That's the difference between first and second sometimes. We are dealing with such small percentages. And coming up next, the next of our A finals will be the Women's Club Double Sculls. And I tell you what, the rock stars of New Zealand rowing feature in this, and some of the most famous clubs in the sport. Their colours will be well represented. We will be set for a start in this. So the title holder is the Waikato Rowing Club. And just have a look at the starting line up here. So lane 1, Cambridge Rowing Club. Number 1 crew, Mercer Rowing Club. Number 1 crew in lane 2. Lane 3, it'll be the Twizel Rowing Club. Lane 4, the Auckland Rowing Club. Lane 5, now boy, an emerging power. I've had a wonderful regatta so far. The Dunstan Arm Rowing Club, lane 5. Nelson Rowing Club in 6. Ashburton Rowing Club in 7. And the Might of the Waikato in lane 8. This is the Auckland crew, lane 4. That is Annie Williamson, Rebecca McLaren, their coach, of course, Peter Mills. So that Auckland crew will start in 4. They'll have Twizel on their inside, Dunstan Arm on their outside. And we do get underway. Another of our A finals, Women's Club Double Sculls. Cambridge in 1, Mercer in 2, Twizel in 3, Auckland in 4, Dunstan Arm in 5, Nelson in 6, Ashburton in 7, Waikato in 8. And that is, well, the rowers don't get to see it. They've got their back to it, and it's probably fortunate. It's a tough enough game psychologically as it is to sort of then have to look at the sheer distance they do have to cover. They'll be breaking this down in 500 metre increments. Might be counting their strokes, but it will become a head game at some point. As I like to say, you can't eat an elephant whole, but you can eat it in small pieces, and that's sometimes the mental fortitude in the game that they do have to play to be able to endure and suffer and hold it together over the back half. It's a nice even start. Lane 6 maybe just struggling a little bit with their line. That is the Nelson crew of Naomi Robertson, Madeline Collis. And then across there in lane 5, the Dunstan Arm Rowing Club of Ruby Smith, Paige Fury. Really good even start as they come up to it. through that 300 to 400 metre mark now, and it's lane 2, so it's the Mercer Rowing Club of Megan Van Leeuwen and Sasha Robinson who have the early lead. You can throw a blanket over them as they come up to the 500 metre mark. Nothing in this one. Lanes 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, maybe half a canvas in it. So what is the strategy here? How does this play out? Who backs themselves over the back end? Who has the ability to negative split? Which one of these crews has possibly gone out too quickly? As I like to say, maybe confusing ability with ambition. That might be a bit tough at this level because they're all such experienced rowers. They will know exactly the strategy. But folks, settle back. This is going to be an absolute cracker. We have nothing in it. We've got lanes 2, 3, 4 and 5 within a bow ball of each other. Lane 2 is Mercer. Lane 3 is Twizel. Lane 4 is Auckland. Dunstan Arm in lane 5. Out here in lane 6 in the blue boat, it's the Nelson crew. Lane 7 in the yellow boat, it is Ashburton. And in lane 8, it is Waikato. Across the far side in the green boat is the Cambridge crew of Tegan O'Dwyer, Peyton Barnard. Now we just start to see Mercer just starting to drop off. So after a very aggressive start, it doesn't look like they can just quite hang with the pace at the moment. And the big move is now coming in lane 5, and that is the Dunstan Arm crew of Ruby Smith, Paige Fury. But just as they begin to increase their stroke rating, a big challenge now comes from Auckland in 4. Twizel respond as well, so it's Twizel, Auckland and Dunstan Arm. Through the 1,000 metres they come. Still nothing in it. Now it's about being controlled. It's about being steady. For a lot of this race, they'll be in what they call a high aerobic state. And now they start to get into absolute threshold where the lactic acid starts to kick in. The heart rate starts to go up through the roof a little bit. And the mental fortitude is required. Starting to edge away now. Lane 3, good performance here coming from Twizel of Sadie Mason. Kiara Tyne, the coach of Kevin Maker and Sarah Henderson, will be sitting back nervously watching this one. So it's Twizel now, out by half a canvas. And then it is the Auckland crew of Annie Williamson, Rebecca McLaren in 4. And then the Dunstan Arm crew of Ruby Smith and Paige Fury in 5. But also hanging tough across there in 2 is the Mercer crew. Across here too in lane 6, Nelson, certainly not out of it, only half a boat length down. Certainly is just a wonderful sound that comes off the water sitting here in the commentary position as the boats start to come down. You just hear those blades just hitting the water, in some cases slapping the water. Not just a wonderful sport visually, but also from an audio point of view, and particularly later on. And we'll try and get some audio later on when we get some of the Cox races going and we get down to the last 500 metres and to hear the urgency and maybe at times some of the colourful language. But certainly this is developing into a very good women's club double sculls A final. And it is lane 3 at the moment, Twizel, who are half a boat length clear of Auckland, and then Dunstan Arm across there in 5. Coming up to the 1,500 metre mark. As we say, that threshold, 1,500 metres of hope, 500 metres of truth. We are there, folks. Now, who has the ability to increase that stroke rate now? A number of these other crews in the outside lane starting to show some urgency. So a lot of really good patience being shown by Waikato here in lane 8, who for much of this race, in fact lane 7, my apologies, the Ashburton Rowing Club, we haven't really talked too much about them in the yellow boat here, but they are now just starting to increase their rating. Also on their inside, the Nelson crew in the blue boat beginning to make their move. It's still across there though in lane 3. It is the Twizel crew. So Mason and Tyne having to hang tough because big challenge now comes from Auckland in lane 4. So Twizel, Auckland, Dunstan just starting to struggle. Mercer across there in 2 starting for a little bit of resurgence as well, looking to try and just get their bow ball up in line with perhaps the stern there of the Auckland crew. Good race for third at the moment. Now the big challenge comes from Auckland. They look to take it up another gear. 250 metres of racing remains. It is still Twizel. Here come Auckland though. Oh, I cannot imagine what they are going through at the moment. There are bonfires in the legs, and folks, they are literally breathing razor blades at this point. That is just how tough the sport can be. But it is still a Twizel crew in three. Sadie Mason, Kiara Tyne hanging tough. Annie Williamson, Rebecca McLaren from Auckland though. Big push, big surge, as is the surge coming from Ashburton. Ashburton of Rosa Armstrong, Sophie Gibson beginning to make their move here in the yellow boat. But settle back, folks. It'll be a very good victory here for the Twizel crew in lane 3. They've gone out aggressively and they look to have done enough to hang on and win this national title. Good race for second. Auckland just starting to struggle. Here come the might of Ashburton. Ashburton, can they cause somewhat of an upset here? They might just have moved into second place. We'll go to the line, folks, but it will be the Twizel crew of Sadie Mason, Kiara Tyne, who take out this women's club double sculls A final in a very, very good controlled performance. So now it is the men's senior Coxless 4. North Shore Rowing Club will start in 1. Rich history. The Cure Boating Club in 2. Avon, well, they'll have 3 crews. They will dominate lanes 3, 4 and 5. The might of the Canterbury Christchurch region, well represented. Waikato, the Home Rowing Club in 6. And North Shore in lanes 7 and 8. So just 4 clubs represented in this final. But it will be very much the Battle of Avon in lanes 3, 4 and 5. So lane 5, this is the Avon 1 crew. Josh Syme, Matthew Glenn, Sam Woodgate, Fergus Johnston. Incredibly well coached by David Lindstrom and Sophie Strachan. They have the responsibility of coaching all 3 Avon crews. So I imagine that gets tough when you've got vested interest in 3 crews. So wonderful angle coming off our barge here. I hope you are enjoying coverage here of the 2024 New Zealand Club Rowing Championships, powered by Avon. Powered by Milford, I should say. My apologies. Getting confused with the power of the Avon rowing clubs there in lanes 3, 4 and 5. So that is the Coxless 4. And they do get underway. Good start there from the Avon number 1 crew in lane 5. And they have taken it out very quickly, haven't they? Boy, they've been aggressive at the start. And they'll just want to try and get clear. They want to dictate terms to the other crews. Just put a little bit of doubt in their head early and then see if they can hold it. But you've got to control the emotions. You've got to control the adrenaline early. Adrenaline will pick you up, but it'll also bring you down. Great start across the far side, though, here from the North Shore number 2 crew of Daniel Tomlinson, Elliot Rhodes, Simon Gertzema and Max Brown. Well coached by Lewis Morrell. It is expected. It is the Avon rowing crews in lanes 3 and 4. Just have a look at the stroke rating here. Those ratings slightly higher. Very much looks like lane 4 at the moment. Just have a slightly higher cadence. And so coming up to that 500 metre mark, these crews. So that'll be the first part they'll want to knock out. They know that it's going to get tough when they get through to the 1,000 metres. To be just wanting to get form. They'll all be knowing at the moment how they're feeling, how they're going. they'll get a sense of how their fellow teammates are going. They are so in tune with their boat. So it is Avon at the moment, first, second, fourth, broken up by the North Shore number 2 crew across there in lane 1. Green boat down here in lane 6 is the Waikato crew. Lane 7 is the North Shore 1 crew. But lanes 4 and 5, the Battle of Avon, well and truly underway. The Avon 2 crew of Sam Wilson, Cody Johnston, Henry Kirk, Fred Vavasour. The Avon 1 crew, Josh Syme, Matthew Glenn, Sam Woodgate, Fergus Johnston. At the moment it's the Avon 2 crew who narrowly have it up over the Avon 1 crew. Now I'm not sure whether they're numbered based on who in fact is the best crew in the Avon club, or whether they've just appointed numbers and said, look, 1, 2, 3, we think you guys are all fairly even, let's see what you can do out there. But clearly I'd imagine when you've got such depth as the Avon crew have, that there would have been a lot of trials, a lot of trial and error in terms of trying to set these boats up to have a number 1 crew, to have a number 2 crew. So coming up to that 1,000 metre mark, and it is lane 4, Avon number 2 crew, narrowly over the Avon number 1 crew, and then in lane 3, Avon 3. So it's Avon 1, 2 and 3 at the moment. Good technique, good form being shown by all of these crews. Getting that bow nice and high out of the water. Good waterline length being shown. Looking comfortable, the Avon number 1 crew here in lane 5. They certainly look like they're keeping maybe their powder dry, not burning too many matches too early. Wonderful shot. So still in 4th place across there on the far side is the North Shore number 2 crew. And then we've got the North Shore number 1 crew starting to make their move too down here in the white boat, just narrowly moving ahead of the Waikato crew. So that North Shore number 1 crew here in lane 7 is Samuel Shotter, Alex Logan, Callum Booth, Tarag Farak. But it's still Avon 2, lane 3. In control. Coming up to that 1,500 metre mark though. Now, does Avon 1 begin to make their move? Do they look to power up? Do they look to take it up another level? Try and squeeze their fellow club mates? It's still Avon 2. Sam Wilson, Cody Johnson, Henry Kirk, Fred Vavasour. And they are just starting to power away, almost a boat length clear now. So I'm not sure if this would be considered an upset within the Avon club setup or not. So now 250 metres left to race. It is all or nothing. But the Avon number 2 crew, Avon 3 crew, my apologies. Avon 2 crew, in fact, in lane 4 in control. On their outside, it is the Avon 1 crew. On their inside, it's the Avon 3 crew. Very good performance from the QABC team of Lewis Meats, George Johnson, Will Rattray, William McIntosh there in the blue boat in lane 2. But it is Avon 2 who are just going away with this men's senior Coxless 4 final. Absolute demolition really in the finish. Comfortable performance, great performance from them. It's been a busy week, clearly have done the work, have recovered nicely, have put it together when it counts, and look at what it means to them. Is that an upset within the Avon crews? Well, I'll have to go inside the club and find that out, but I can tell you it's Avon 1, 2 and 3, because the Avon number 1 crew picks up the silver, the Avon number 3 crew picks up the bronze, but congratulations goes the way of Sam Wilson, Cody Johnson, Henry Kirk, Fred Vasseur, in what has been simply a dominant performance, maybe the best display of the morning so far. North Shore crew just coming down to finish. So I hope you're enjoying coverage of the 2024 New Zealand Rowing Championships, the Club Championships, powered by Milford. Another one of our A finals set to go. And that is the Women's Senior Coxless 4. Just the 3 clubs will be represented in this. 3 clubs that clearly have a lot of depth in their program. Not sure that we've seen any advantage with any particular lane at the moment. Idyllic conditions, not a lot of wind. Wind, if anything, is probably coming slightly over their right shoulders. So it's probably coming on the diagonal a little bit from right to left. So there it is. The North Shore Rowing Club will have 2 representatives. They'll start in lane 1 and 2. So 2 crews. Waikato will be represented in lanes 3, 7 and 8. And then the Avon Rowing Club, lanes 4, 5 and 6. So you look at this, well, it's the North Shore of Auckland. It's the might of the Waikato. And then it is the might of Canterbury with the Avon Rowing Club. Of course, Avon and the Canterbury Rowing Club, 2 separate clubs, but in regards to a region. So we'll go and have a look, go inside the lane 4, and this is the Avon crew, the Avon 2 crew of Holly Lill, Claudia Kinder, Katie Bell, Alia O'Sullivan, well coached crew by Tim Hopkins and Leon Barrowcliffe. Boy, tough when you're racing 2 of your fellow club crews, wanting to win the battle within the battle, but then also making sure that you keep Waikato 1, 2 and 3 out of it, as well as the North Shore crews, lanes 1 and 2. So great to see so much depth within the Avon Rowing Club. The North Shore Rowing Club when it comes to the women's side of the sport. So there is lane 6, that's the Avon 3 crew of Eliza Roxburgh Judd, Tyler Stewart, Jessica Tavendale and Hannah Wiley, and they are off. And now 2,000 metres. This, you are watching the 2024 New Zealand Rowing Championships, the Women's Senior Coxless 4. Just 3 clubs taking up the 8 final positions. Waikato, Avon and North Shore. Waikato crew closest to picture, lane 8, lane 7, the second of the Waikato crews, and it's the Avon crews dominating the middle 3 lanes, and then across the far side the 2 North Shore crews. Waikato in lane 3 as well. So lane 2, North Shore crew of Megan Farquhar, Fenella Hemi, Annabelle Knowles, Sky Lang. Lane 5, it is the Avon 1 crew of Mania Butler, Hannah Matare, Phoebe Collier, Gemma Burrows. Lane 4, Avon 2. Lane 6, Avon 3. Waikato crew here. You can see the bow of the yellow boat. across there also in lane 3, the other of the Waikato crews. But it's Avon, and we saw it previously in the men's, looking to try and just dominate, going gold and silver in the previous race. In the men's Coxless 4. And through that 500 metre mark, and already we're starting to see a level of ascendancy from the Avon crew. Absolutely beautiful images. Just a stunning day here in the Waikato, Lake Karapiro. If you are watching this overseas, we do welcome you in. So now just looking to try and just lengthen out, just get into that good controlled steady state. Lactate threshold, just trying to hold this now. If you want to sort of gain some sort of understanding of just how much hurt goes on, I encourage you to maybe go out and do 200 explosive burpees. So it's all lane 5 at the moment. The Avon 1 crew, Avon 2 in lane 4, and then Avon 3 in lane 6. So there it is, lane 5, Mania Butler, Hannah Materi, Phoebe Collier and Gemma Burrows. Some crews will like to go out fast, they will like to dictate terms, get an idea on where the rest of the field is, maybe play a bit of psychological games. But as we say, you've got to train one way. You can't train one way and then turn up and race a different way. If your strategy is about trying to be even, then you need to make sure that you are even, that you keep those 500 metres relatively consistent. Some crews will look to negative split and have a very strong last 1,000 metres. Some crews, well, it'll all be about the last 500 metres, and that'll sometimes be based on, well, individual coaches' strategies, but also based on the individual physiology of some of the athletes, and also the collectiveness, the collective physiology of them, what works best for the individual athlete. Yeah, some of the steering's got a bit to be desired. The Waikato crew really struggling down here in lane 8 at the moment. At points have been having to go through the lane ropes. And so that's another thing, when you are fatigued too, just those levels of concentration just required to tweak those pedals a little bit just to make sure that the boat is going in a straight line. But, well, really absolutely dominant display coming from the Avon 1 crew in lane 5, Avon 2 in lane 4. And at the moment it's a clean sweep with Avon 3 in 3rd place. Challenge now starting to come from the Waikato 1 crew across there. I'm not sure they're going to have enough to maybe necessarily close down 1st and 2nd, but certainly looking to try and prevent Avon from having a clean sweep. So 500 metres left to go of this journey. Yeah, good controlled race, good form being shown, and Avon here in complete control of this race, 1st and 2nd. It's a matter really now of whether they get the clean sweep, and they probably have a boat length lead over that Waikato crew. Does the 3rd of the Avon crews sitting here in lane 6. Small but vocal crowd gathering. Still a Friday, of course, here in New Zealand if you are watching internationally, so people still are working, expecting a good crowd in tomorrow on the final day of the regatta. But it is Avon at the moment looking to come down and have the clean sweep, and they look like they'll do it comfortably. Boy, wonderful depth, great program they've got going. You can go 1, 2 and 3 in this women's senior coxless 4. Really, really good performance. Congratulations goes to Mania Butler, Hannah Matari, Phoebe Collier and Gemma Burrows. It'll be Avon 2 of Holly Lil, Claudia Kinder, Katie Bell and Alia O'Sullivan who will pick up silver, and the bronze will go the way of Avon 3, Eliza Roxburgh-Judd, Tyler Stewart, Jessica Tavendale and Hannah Wiley. Congratulations to the coaching staff of Tim Hopkins and Leon Barrowcliffe. What a wonderful job they've done. Clean sweep for the Might of Avon here on the first day of finals at the 2024 New Zealand Club Championships. And you got to love this. This is the 8s. You got to love this. This is just one of the most spectacular sports you can watch visually, particularly when the drones are in action. This is brought to you by Milford. And of course, the 2024 New Zealand Rowing Championships are powered by Milford. Do check them out when it comes to investments, when it comes to looking after your money. But this is the men's novice coxed 8. So inexperienced rowers, and when I say inexperienced, only comparative to clearly the elite, but also an opportunity. Stars of the future. Key thing here is getting the balance of the boat right, getting the setup right, getting 8 guys together who can work collectively and cohesively. So Hawke's Bay Rowing Club will start in 3, Auckland Rowing Club in 4, Oamaru Rowing Club in 5, and the Waikato Rowing Club in 6. So lane 6. So this is basically Hamilton boys rowing as a Waikato crew. So clearly looking to try and continue to develop what has been at a secondary school level a very dominant program in recent times. 11 times Māori Cup winners, looking to try and make it 12 in Twizel. Lost last year's Māori Cup by 0.05 of a second to St Bede's and won arguably the greatest race in the 76 years of the Māori Cup. So wearing the colours of Waikato, but very much a Hamilton Boys High School representative 8. And here in lane 5 is the Oamaru composite team. And that is also concludes Batoni. So you've got Lewis Belt, Blake Taylor, Lachlan Barry, Kaitaro Walker, Benna Webster, Jacob Robach, Ned Newlands Carter, Cooper Lynch, and their Cox is Greer Dixon. So great to have this ability to have these composite teams come together so that crews can gain that experience. Clearly some clubs or potentially schools don't quite have that depth, but it allows these athletes to experience the 8s. So getting away to the best start is the Waikato crew in the big red sled. Across the far side there in lane 3 is the Hawke's Bay crew of Jack Williams, William West, Ashton Clark, Jack Litherland, Reuben Pope, Riley Russell, Kobe Holton, Josh Massingham, Finn Ballantyne Woolley, who is the Cox. Yeah, I like this from Hamilton boys. I think it's smart. Get as much racing as they can in the lead up to Twizel and the lead up to the Māori North Island Championships in a couple of weeks. Have to take on the might of the Auckland schools, and clearly schools out of the Wanganui region, out of the Manawatu region as well. But the Waikato crew already half a boat length clear. Again, this is about experience as much as anything for these novice crews, and also clearly for the coaching staff and those monitoring the future of their programs, determining which seat they do sit in based on their individual physiology, again based on their power or the type of rower that they are. The cocks, well, they'll have their own language, they'll have their own methodology in terms of getting the best out of their crews. I'd imagine they will get feedback from their crews in regards to the type of language they do want to hear. I know some cocks will simply count 1 through 10. But certainly you need to get the message right when these crews are in the box, when they're in the hurt box, when they're all suffering. Certainly when you talk to a lot of endurance-based athletes, when the real hurt is on, sometimes they just want quiet. Well, that's not the case in rowing. It's not the job of the cocks to sit there and say nothing. So it's Hamilton, and then across there in, well, I should say the Waikato crew, but Hamilton Boys High School basically. Across there in lane 4, it is the Auckland crew, in very much Canterbury colours. I've got to admit that I was somewhat surprised when I saw the Auckland colours some years back and thought, why are we not in the blue and white? Why do we look more like a Canterbury crew? But again, it's the history and the traditions, it's the origins of the club. It's one thing great about rowing. It is very nostalgic in the way the uniforms are designed and the way they've kept with tradition. So a good hit out here for this Waikato crew, this young schoolboy crew. How many of those names in the future will we see at the higher level? Scott Brownlee, Robin Clark, the coaches of this Waikato crew. And they are now a boat length clear. Good race for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. The Oamaru composite team, which also includes rowers out of Petone, currently sitting in 3rd place, and it's the Auckland crew there in lane 4, who currently sit in 2nd. And this Waikato crew looking pretty comfortable at the moment. Nice steady rhythm. Looks like they've got really good cohesion. That bow lifting nice and high out of the water. Cox is not too animated. But what the coaches will be wanting to see out of this Waikato crew or this Hamilton Boys High crew is really just that strength and ability over the last 1,000 metres. Certainly from the commentary box you can just hear now the cocks really starting to start to bark the orders out. Starting to just ask the crew to lift it, maintain that concentration as we come through that 1,500 metre mark. Got to say it's been a good performance coming here from Oamaru and Auckland, because the Hamilton crew established that lead really around about that 500 metre mark. It hasn't really opened up since then, so it's been a good consistent performance over the back end for the two crews mentioned. But really good performance here from Waikato, aka Hamilton Boys High School. Of course, this is their backyard, looking to try and dominate the Māori Regatta again, looking to try and win their 12th Māori Cup. And they will come down comfortably by the looks of it and take out this men's novice cock stake final. Now a good race for 2nd. Oamaru composite, including Petone and then Auckland. It's a great thing about the composite teams, isn't it? Here you are, you're in the hunt, you're in the chase, you get an opportunity to race at the highest level in the sport. It is Auckland now just starting to edge though. Photo finish coming possibly for second and third, but nobody's going to deny this Waikato crew. Really good performance in this novice eights. So that is the Hamilton Boys High School team, maybe sending a message to the other schools around the country watching this. Look out. And it will be the Oamaru crew who will pick up silver by the looks of it, and then the Auckland will pick up bronze, and then across the far side it will be Hawke's Bay who will finish in fourth, and then across here in lane 6 was the Waikato crew who took out the gold medal. And again, we acknowledge Milford for their sponsorship and support of this live stream, and also sponsors of that particular men's novice cock state race. And we do encourage you, and you see any of the commercial partners up there in flags and banners, that if rowing's your sport, if any of those particular commercial partners of New Zealand Rowing are part of any future purchasing decision, then we do ask you and encourage you to go with those particular brands that sponsor the sport we all love. So now the men's intermediate Cox quadruple sculls A final. So idyllic conditions, no real environmental factors. The crews though would, be getting information fed back to them from club mates who have been in previous races in terms of anything they have noticed out there. Is there a bit of a particular breeze that's coming from right to left, left to right, or head on, or directly behind them? And so we will look at the start list here for this men's intermediate Cox quadruple sculls. And we've got Hamilton Rowing Club in 1, Wellington in 2, Waikato Rowing Club in 3, the Might of Avon in 4, North Shore in 5, West End in 6. What a rich history they have. Waikato in 7, Bay of Plenty in 8. This should be an absolute cracker. And we will go inside lane 5 and have a look at this impressive North Shore composite team, made up of the West End Rowing Club as well. So Joel Mullum from West End, Daniel Song from North Shore, Sam Jamison from North Shore, and William Klingen from the North Shore Club. Tessa Guthrie is the Cox. So responsibility for Tessa. On their outside they'll have the West End Rowing Club. So a number of their teammates will be in that crew of Jamie Vukovic, Rui Kerr, Ravi Kerr, Harrison Backus, Samara O'Hagan the Cox. Lane 4 of Jamie Soper. And this is Avon of Sam McPhee, Harry Black, Will Coughlin, Isabella Hope Murray is the Cox. And they are away. And another one of our A finals here on finals day of the 2024 New Zealand Club Rowing Championships, powered by Milford. And the drone takes us above and shows us just what a wonderfully idyllic location Lake Karapiro is, and what a spectacular sport the sport of rowing is. And it is lane 6 at the moment, the West End Rowing Club, and the famous black and white, or white with the black sash. Cross there in lane 1. Good start too from the Hamilton crew of Merlot Moons, Johnny Butler, Blake Buxton, Alex Lord, Hayley Cutler. Cutler, the Cox, West End Rowing Club. Such a rich history. You go back to the Ashby brothers back in the early 1950s. Heavily involved with Mount Albert Grammar School, the first ever winners of the Māori Cup as well. And so the Waikato 11 crew of James Davies, Cameron Williams, Arden Moranga, Kenai Tony, the Cox Caleb Morris in lane 7 here. So it's lane 7, lane 6. Across there also lane 3, the Waikato 1 crew of Richard Fulton, Lockie Balker, Alex Pollock, Caleb Blind, Cameron Natter the Cox, coached by Ben Tyson in lane 3. So the Waikato number 1 crew. The North Shore composite team is there. West End Rowing Club. And now, possibly with the narrowest of leads, across here in lane 7 is the Waikato 11 crew, or the Waikato 2 crew, of James Davies, Cameron Williams, Arden Moranga and Kenai Tony, Caleb Morris. So really good race again, beginning to develop. Haven't seen absolutely any photo finishes just yet, but you do sense they are coming, such as the depth of New Zealand rowing. More than 60 clubs represented at these championships. But it is the Waikato crew to Waikato number 2 crew who continue to lead, half a canvas lead over the North Shore composite team in lane 5. And across there in lane 3, the Waikato number 1 crew. Now we just start to see the West End Rowing Club here in lane 6 beginning to make their move as well. Can often be tough for these crews too, having to run through heats, sometimes repecharges, semi-finals. Some crews, maybe through the lack of depth or number of entries, it might just be a straight final, but you've got to have that ability to recover, not just individually but also collectively. And so they'll have protocols in place for that, but that often just comes down to the amount of endurance work you do, the level of fitness. Talk to a number of high performance coaches, they'll tell you that it's not necessarily how well you do a session, it's how well you recover from that session. And that is the key here, being able to back it up, being able to flush the lactic acid, go through those warm down protocols, make sure you're hydrated, make sure you get your nutrition right. And everyone has to live to the highest standards. Otherwise, collectively, you're going to come undone. But it is the Waikato crew who continue to lead this race on their inside. In lane 6 is the West End Rowing Club, Vukovic, Kerr, the brothers Rui and Ravi, Harrison Backus, and Samara A. Hagen is the Cox. Lane 3, the Waikato number 1 crew, having a very good performance as well. So Waikato 1, Waikato 2, first and second, or first and fourth maybe, because it is the North Shore Composite and the West End Rowing Club who split the 2 Waikato crews in lanes 6 and 5. Now, who's got that strategy? Who's got that ability over the second 1,000, that third 500 to really pick up their rating, to really put the power on and see if they can just crack their opponents? Try and live rent-free inside their heads. Don't underestimate the psychology that does go on at this level. Get out in front. Try and disguise the pain, maintain good form. So through the 1,500 metre mark, it is Waikato. It is the North Shore West End composite team. It is then the West End Rowing Club, and then across the far side, the Waikato number 1 crew in lane 3. Lane 4 in red is the Avon Rowing Club. We just saw a dominant display in the women's equivalent race with Avon going 1, 2 and 3. But it is still this Waikato crew, again filled with a lot of Hamilton Boys High School students who continue to lead. 250 metres of their journey remains. Half a boat length lead. Challenge is now starting to come. North Shore Composite team. Here come the West End Rowing Club. They begin to increase their stroke rating now. So West End on a charge. Can the young Waikato crew hang tough here? Small crowd, but a vocal crowd. Begin to lift, begin to make plenty of noise. North Shore Composite. Here come the might of West End. Good finish, beginning to develop here. You just sort of sense the Waikato crew, it must feel like they're almost rowing through quicksand at this point. Just starting to tie up. Can they hang on? Here come West End, the North Shore Composite West End crew in lane 5 though. Might just have the momentum. Oh, they've caught a crab, I think, the Waikato crew. They're in difficulty, they've lost it, so they've caught a crab. They're in a bit of difficulty, so now it is the West End Rowing Club who will come down and take this. That is disaster for the Waikato crew, and it will be West End, will it? North Shore Composite, and West End will take this final after a dramatic, well, somewhat of a disaster for the Waikato crew, catching a crab, and that is fatigue. That is what happens when you are suffering. Just don't quite get that blade entry right, and suddenly you slam the handbrake on, and the door is opened, and it'll be West End who grab it over the North Shore West End Composite crew. So disaster for Waikato. Wonderful moment for West End, one of the great clubs. Now, this, ladies and gentlemen, is one of the blue ribbon events. This is to determine who's the best female paddler at the moment, female rower in the country, because it features the Olympic champion Emma Twigg. But the challenges will come from the likes of Jackie Kittle, Lucy Spores. Well, you've got Katie Lush, Laura Glenn, Charlotte Spence, Veronica Wall, Sarah Wooten. The who's who of women's sculling, the who's who of international sculling, about to go toe-to-toe over 2,000 metres. There's been a lot of talk, a lot of discussion around this one. Can the likes of Jackie Kittle take down Emma Twigg? Let's have a look. So it will be the Avon Rowing Club of Laura Glenn who will start in 1. Katie Lush from Waikato will start in 2. Charlotte Spence of Auckland will start in 3. The great Emma Twigg from Hawke's Bay will start in 4. Jackie Kittle from Star BC in 5. Lucy Spores of Canterbury in 6. Veronica Wall of Ashburton in 7, and Sarah Wooten of Waikato in lane 8. Settle back, folks. This should be a beauty. The Olympic champion from Tokyo, what an athlete. The pinnacle of rowing perfection. The veteran. Kittle in 5 will be outside of her. Spores will be in 6. Spence of Auckland will be in lane 3. And there she is, Jackie Kittle, possibly the heir to the throne. Let's to determine right here, right now, who the best female sculler in New Zealand is. Of course, the likes of Emma Twigg will defend that title in Tokyo, and some athletes clearly at that level might be in a slightly different phase of their build-up, knowing that they need to get it right in late July, early August. And so we are underway in this single sculls race brought to you by the Jones family. We acknowledge their wonderful support. So immediately we see these athletes get out to a very good, very quick start. It is Emma Twigg who immediately looks to try and establish an early lead there in lane 4. Across the far side, Avon, representative Laura Glenn. And so it is Emma Twigg. Kittle, though, just been a little bit more conservative there in lane 5. Charlotte Spence been very aggressive out of Auckland there in lane 3. So coming up to that 500 metre mark. And there you go, race pace of 1:46 per 500. I encourage people to get on a rowing erg, have a bit of a crack at that, give you an idea of just how quick these girls or these ladies are going, these remarkable athletes. Lane 2, good performance now starting to come from Katie Lush, coached by the great Richard Tonks. So incredibly well coached. You know that if Tonks is coaching you, you know how to suffer. But it is Emma Twigg in control. And this is a good performance from her, looking to take it out, looking to be strong, looking to just maybe put a bit of doubt into the likes of Jackie Kittle's head. Just saying, hey, I am the Olympic champion. I'm not going to give this up. It's still important to me. And you just go in and you cross the far side there. You know, Katie Lush having a very good performance in the green boat there of the Waikato. Lane 6. Closest to the bottom of the screen. A real ding-dong battle is Lucy Spooner out of Canterbury. And through that 500 metre mark, they do approach. They do go through. So Emma Twigg comfortably leads. Such experience, such a seasoned campaigner. Knows how to deal with the pressure, knows how to suffer. Really good battle for second. You could throw a blanket over lanes 2, 5 and 6. What's the strategy here? Individual racing tends to probably be a little bit more, don't burn too many matches too early, be a little bit more measured, a little bit more balanced across the 2,000 metres. But it's Emma Twigg, what an athlete. Look at the form, look at the composure, really nice body position, no head movement, shoulders are not dropping. Really good distance per stroke. And now another good effort now coming here from Lucy Spores in lane 6. So Lucy Spores, of course, a member of the New Zealand Women's 8 that won silver at the Tokyo Olympics. So we know that, and boy, they only just lost that, didn't they, to the mighty Canada. Men's, of course, winning the 8, replicating what we did in Munich in 1972. But Emma Twigg just got layers and layers and years of training. And that's the benefit sometimes when you've got that much experience. Even when you go into those bad patches, you have that ability to come out of it. But you also have that experience to believe when maybe you do just feel like you're fading a little bit, knowing that if you just make the subtle little adjustments, you can come back. So Jackie Kittle, originally out of Wellington Girls College, the Star Boating Club. Now, big challenge comes from Lucy Spores. Now begins to make her move, Spores. So Olympic silver medalist chasing an Olympic champion. Women's single sculls. New Zealand Rowing Championships for 2024. Powered by Milford, but it's still Emma Twigg. Well, almost certainly a boat length and a half perhaps. It's dominated from start and looks like she's going to continue to dominate. Form hasn't really changed. Looks very composed. Coming up to that 1,500 metre mark now. And so, Emma Twigg, how many times has she been in this position here? Where she just knows, and she'll have a strategy mentally to be able to break this last 250, 300 metres down in her head, to be able to play that game, to be able to deal with the suffering and the hurt that is going on. And often when you get to a situation like this, you know, one of these athletes will say, you know what, second is good enough today. And that's very much looking like the case. So Emma Twigg in control of this race over Lucy Spores of Canterbury and Jackie Kittle from the Star BC Club, or Boating Club. So 250 metres now remain. Emma Twigg looking to come down and win another national club title. Remarkable athlete. She won gold in Tokyo. She won a World Championship single sculls title in Amsterdam back in 2014. She's been a four-time silver medalist at the World Championships. She won bronze here at Karapiro at the World Championships back in 2010. 1m81. And what an absolute demolition of what is considered to be one of the best fields assembled for a women's single sculls national championship in a long time. But she came here as the favourite. She's lived up to the billing and she will comfortably win this single sculls title. So Emma Twigg of Hawke's Bay, another national title for her, and then it will be Lucy Spores of Canterbury who will pick up the silver, and there from the Star Boating Club it'll be Jackie Kittle who will win the bronze. So the big three go 1, 2 and 3. And again, I just want to acknowledge the Jones family for their sponsorship and support of this women's premier single sculls race.
Battery level is low. Aircraft will return to the home point in 10 seconds. Return to home.
So now the second of the blue ribbon events. It is the final of the men's premier single sculls, again brought to you by the Jones family. And what a wonderful representation we have across the 8 lanes, featuring of course the man who was the fastest in the history over 2,000 metres, Robbie Manson, that time of 6:29 that he set in Poznan in Poland, I think back in 2017, still stands as the world's fastest time. So it will be Jamie Hindle Daniels of Wellington will start in 1. Jordan Perry of Tauranga will start in 2. Matthew Dunham of Cambridge will start in 3. Robbie Manson of Waikato will start in 4. Tom McIntosh of Hawke's Bay in 5. Ben Mason of Avon will start in 6. James Scott of Tauranga will start in 7. And Jack Reddy of Auckland Grammar will start in lane 8. And there he is, fastest man in history in Robbie Manson. Yeah, 2017 he won that men's single sculls at the Rowing World Cup in Poznan. New world's best time of 6:30.74, beat Mahe Drysdale record by 3 seconds. And as of this day, that record still stands. Won a gold medal back in 2009 at the Under-23 World Championships in the double sculls. Won bronze at the 2015 World Rowing Championships. As we go across here, and we do get underway. So Hawke's Bay, the famous colours there of the black with the white sash. And that is Tom McIntosh. You sort of sense with Robbie Manson that really over the years it's probably just been belief. He's certainly shown what he's capable of when it's... I understand he might move into the doubles or a 2-man crew possibly for the Olympic Games in Paris. But taking it out very aggressively indeed. It's Tom McIntosh. So McIntosh of Hawke's Bay wanting to get out and establish that early lead, put pressure on the rest of this field. So McIntosh out of Lindisfarne's College in the Hawke's Bay. Made the New Zealand Junior Men's Cox 4 team back in 2014. Member of that New Zealand 8 that won gold medal. So Olympic champion. So Tom McIntosh has gone clear in the single sculls premier final. Question is, where is Robbie Manson? I will suggest again that a number of rowers will be in slightly different build-up phases. Some will still be saying, you know what, I only want to peak once this year and I want to do that at the Olympic level. However, there are Olympic trials. There are also selectors looking at these results today, so it's a fine balance. A number of World Cup regattas to come, a lot of experience. So Ben Mason of Avon there in lane 6 as well. Famous colours of red and white. And now just starting to get that bow ball. Just trying to move up alongside that of Robbie Manson in the Waikato colours there in lane 4. But at the moment, Tom McIntosh has just gone clear. Well and truly a boat length clear, possibly a boat length and a half. Can he maintain this over the second 1,000 metres? So Ben Mason, Avon Rowing Club, started rowing for the Wakatipu Rowing Club back in 2015. So off the water, he's studying a Bachelor of Commerce degree at Otago University. As we go back and look at our leader, and they do come through that 1,000 metres. And so Tom McIntosh at the moment over the world's fastest man and Robbie Manson. And then Ben Mason beginning to make his move from the Avon Rowing Club out there in lane 6. But boy, just such wonderful rich history, haven't we? When you go back and look at the likes of Eric Verdonk and Rob Waddell, Mahe Drysdale. Then you do look at the likes of Robbie Manson. Are we looking at the next in Tom McIntosh? Because this is a very good controlled display at the moment. He's a big man. Look at the form there. Beautifully composed. Bow getting nice and high out of the water in complete control. Manson now starting to turn it up though. As we said, the single scullers tend to maybe be just a little bit more strategic in the way they do approach races. Some will certainly look to turn it up over the back end, over the last 250, over the last 500. And so Manson now really starting to get into his work. Mason starting to just struggle a little bit. Good challenge again coming there in lane 2 as well from Matthew, in lane 3 in fact, Matthew Dunham. But it is still a commanding lead for Tom McIntosh. Boy, what a wonderful display this is. If he does hang on and does have this, maintain this lead, that is a very, very good performance. Robbie Manson, well, if he can win it, what will that do for his confidence? What will that do for his belief? And so, as they come up to the 1750 metre mark, it is Tom McIntosh, Robbie Manson, Ben Mason, first, second and third. Mason here in lane 6. Across the far side though, Matthew Dunham of Cambridge beginning to try and challenge for that 3rd place position. Now, here it's about concentration, it's about form, it's about belief, and it's about who is prepared to suffer and hurt the most. History beckons, opportunity to write their little chapter in the rich history of New Zealand rowing. McIntosh, what a performance from him. Good battle for third place. Just crossed there though in lane 3. Matthew Dunham. Lane 6 here, just starting to struggle a little bit now is Ben Mason. So just starting to pop. So Tom McIntosh, a member of that famous win at the Tokyo Olympics in the 8, will come down now, beat the great Robbie Manson to win this Premier Single Sculls, brought to you by the Jones family. What a display from him. What a class act. Are we looking at the future, folks? Are we looking at the next generation? Are we looking at the man who will carry on from the likes of Drysdale, and what a performance from him. He is absolutely delighted, and so he should be. Rob Waddell back in 2000, Drysdale 2012, 2016. What can this man do in 2024? Robbie Manson will have to settle for second. Really good finish from Matthew Dunham, picking up the bronze medal out of the Cambridge crew, out of the Cambridge Rowing Club. Idyllic conditions at Lake Karapiro on this Friday, the first day of finals of the 2024 New Zealand Rowing Championships, powered by Milford. Hope you are enjoying the coverage. If you're wanting to watch the B finals, of course they are on Channel 2. Number of medal presentations going underway. We honour and recognise sporting excellence. There we go, just confirming the results there of that men's Premier Single Sculls final. Time is 6:49.39. Remember that world's fastest time set by Robbie Manson, 6:30, there or thereabouts. And so, again, congratulations goes the way of the Hawke's Bay Rowing Club in the form of Tom McIntosh. Robbie Manson picks up the silver and Matthew Dunham the bronze medal. Yeah, wonderful coverage. The drone footage just simply magnificent. Boy, I tell you what, I've got to say the production crew is world class. I'm even getting catered for here. Brilliant. Hope you are enjoying coverage. It's been certainly a wonderful morning so far, and plenty of live racing to come, plenty of wonderful finals to look forward to. Might be just a slight delay in proceedings. You've got a couple of interesting events coming, what they call the Mixed Love Double Sculls. Now, I'm not sure quite how the Mixed Love Double Sculls goes. I was told that it might be husband and wife crews, or it might just simply be guy and girls, but we were joking too that I'm not sure if you're a partners, if it's husband, wife, boyfriend, girlfriend, that you necessarily when you're rowing together. It's a tough sport. We all know what it's like, don't we? Where we can sort of, you tend to, when you're a bit tired and fatigued, you tend to take things out on those closest to you because you can get away with it. I'm not sure that would necessarily be a great thing for a relationship, would it? Can we joke about that? Of course we can. But anyway, it's called the Mixed Love Double Sculls. I'm not sure whether they're bringing you coverage of it. No, it's only over 500 metres. Slight delay, I think, in proceedings at the moment, so we might just take a wee break. Hope you are enjoying coverage here of finals day of the 2024 New Zealand Rowing Championships, powered by Milford.
At Milford, we understand it takes dedication, teamwork, and commitment to the long term to achieve outstanding results. And we are proud to be investing in the rowing champions of tomorrow. Official live stream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
Well, welcome back to live coverage of the 2024 New Zealand Rowing Championships powered by Milford. Hope you are enjoying coverage as it's finals day here. And already we've seen the great Emma Twigg take out the Premier Women's Single Sculls. And on the men's side, what a performance coming from Olympic champion in the men's 8 in Tom McIntosh. Are we seeing the future with this young man? As we now bring you the mixed love doubles. St Andrews College in 1, Waikato Rowing Club in 2, Aramoho Wanganui Rowing Club in 1 and North Shore Rowing Club in 17. Now, it's over 500 metres. Now, this is a new event. I would be lying if I said I understood the makeup of these crews. We've had mixed messages. We've been told that it's boyfriend, girlfriend, it's husband, wife. I've been told it's just simply a mixed crew. But it's a new initiative, guys and the girls. Perhaps should have staged this on Valentine's Day. But from my own experience in endurance sport, I'm not sure that I'd be wanting to endure and suffer with my partner. I don't think it would end well. I said this earlier, when you're tired, you tend to take it out on those closest to you. I mean, if you end up finishing second, who do you blame? We've got a false start. Are we coming back? No. Was that a handicap? Bit of a handicap start. There you go. So just as a bit of a new fun type event, just to break things up. And again, just encourage a little bit more of that participation. And I certainly know at the Olympic Games level, one thing they are looking to do long term is have sort of a bit more sort of gender equity type events where you get the guys and the girls racing together a little bit. So just 500 metres. Might just see if we can zoom in here and have a look at some of these crews. So in lane 4. This is the Masters, in fact. Okay, so this is not the mixed love double scull, so I apologise for that. This is, in fact, the Masters men's double sculls. And thus we have the handicap starts. So no need to sing love songs to midnight, folks. These are the veterans. These are those that just, I don't know, long and later in life still want to suffer, still want to hurt. And so lane 4, it is the Cambridge crew of Peter Fraser and Gershinen. And Simon Parnham, Carrigan Trower of the Waikato crew. So Gershinen coming down along with Peter Fraser to win the Masters race. And then across the far side, that is Simon Parnham and Carrigan Trower. Okay, folks, so we are going to take a little bit of a break here from our live feed, our live coverage, our stream. Hope you are enjoying coverage of the 2024 New Zealand Rowing Championships, powered by Milford. We will be back with our next final around about 11 o'clock. The next final is set to go at 10 past 11. It will be the Women's Novice Cox 4 final. And I tell you what, it's got representation from clubs right around the country. More than 60 clubs in action on an absolutely idyllic day on the first day of finals here at Lake Karapiro.
dedication, teamwork, and commitment to the long term to achieve outstanding results. We are proud to say our Milford KiwiSaver Plan conservative, balanced, and active growth funds have all been the #1 performers in their respective KiwiSaver fund categories over the last 10 years, according to Morningstar's latest independent survey. And now, we are proud to be investing in the rowing champions of tomorrow in their pursuits of outstanding results. Find out more at milfordasset.com. Milford, invested in you. At Milford, we understand it takes dedication, teamwork, and commitment to the long term to achieve outstanding results. And we are proud to be investing in the rowing champions of tomorrow. Official live stream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
Welcome back to finals day here at the 2024 New Zealand Rowing Championships powered by Milford. It is a B final to get things underway. We'll bring you half of this and then we'll break out and start bringing you the A finals. You can watch the remainder of this B final on Channel 2. This is the Women's Novice Cox 4, as I said, a B final. We'll have Hamilton in lane 1. Whangarei Rowing Club in 2, Petone Rowing Club in 3, Hawke's Bay, the famous colours of the black with this white across it, Hawke's Bay in 4, North Shore Rowing Club in 5, Porirua in 6, Whangarei Rowing Club, their second crew, in lane 7, and the Star Boating Club in lane 8. It's an opportunity for some of the youngsters, the inexperienced, the emerging stars to experience national championships, to gain valuable experience and gain greater understanding of racing and performing at this level. In lane 6 here, Porirua, featuring Mia Bevan, Emily Flowers, Jessica Kay, Zoe Collins, and their cox, Hamish Brown. The coaches, Nick Tier, Jonathan Debbage. So just a couple of minutes away from start. Our first A final of the second session here on the first day of finals will be the Women's Novice Coxed 4A final. That is set to go in around about 5 or 6 minutes time from now. Conditions absolutely idyllic, so we've seen a number of races this morning, a number of our Olympians, Olympic champions in action, and I think the general consensus coming off the water is conditions are perfect. And there it is, the white slash across the black singlet, the might of the Hawke's Bay, Tilly Roderick, Tasha Hudson, Lani Daly, Rosa Griffith, Madison Bartlett is their cox, and well coached by Heidi Oliver, and Jeremy Steam came up. So you can just see very young, some of these rowers. Some will still be at school, some would have just come out of school. We've already seen Hamilton Boys High School racing in the Novice 8s under the banners of the Waikato as they get their preparations ready for the 77th edition of the Māori Regatta. And so we do get underway. 2,000 metres is the journey. That is the runway. That is Broadway. And one common trait you will always see with the rowers is the high stroke rate early on. No different than a car where you start out in first gear and your revs are high and you don't keep it in that gear for too long, and then the revs tend to lengthen out a little bit as you go through the gears, and it's not dissimilar here in the sport of rowing. But each of these crews will have their own strategy and how they want to break this 2,000 metres down. And so very good start there coming in lane 4 from the Hawke's Bay crew. Also across here in lane 6, Porirua in the French colours. Across here in lane 8 too, Star Boating Club of Pyrenees Snelling, Michaela Williams, Octavia Snelling and Isabel Diggle. Their coxswain is Selma Smith. Wonderful, wonderful images. It is just such a beautiful part of the world here at Karapiro, one of the great rowing venues. Hosting the World Championships back in 2010, and then what was it, 1977 I think it was it? 78 maybe. So if you are wanting to watch the remainder of this B final, we understand there are parents and family and friends watching these rowers in action. You can pick that up on our second channel, because very shortly we'll cut away to our first A final of the second session, the Women's Novice Cox 4. So coming up to the 500 metre mark. That'll be the first milestone for these crews, and coxswain will just be monitoring things at the moment. Won't be a lot of urgency, just plenty of encouragement. Maybe asking for some technical adjustments possibly. So it is Hawke's Bay who do lead this B final. Again, switch to Channel 2 if you want to watch the remainder of that race as we bring you our first A final here on the second session of day one of the finals of the 2024 New Zealand Rowing Championships, powered by Milford. In fact, we are going to go back to that B final. So there we go. It is Hawke. So it's still Hawke's Bay leading that. Okay, back to this A final for the women's novice coxed 4. Let's just run through the different clubs and crews. Oamaru 2 will start in lane 1. Aramoho Wanganui Rowing Club in 2. Oamaru Rowing Club number 1 crew in 3. Cambridge Rowing Club, their number 1 crew in 4. Their number 2 club, number 2 boat in lane 5. Avon Rowing Club in lane 6. Nelson Rowing Club in 7, and lane 8 it will be the Waikato crew. So as we head into this final, have a look here in lane 4, and this is the crew out of Cambridge of Sienna Ropia, Oliver McDonald, Felicity George, Stella Honeck, and Jack Charlton is their cox. So the local club, very familiar with conditions here in Lake Karapiro. Outside of them they will have their fellow club mates, their fellow teammates, the Cambridge number 2 crew. Here are the famous colours there of the Waikato crew. If you have just joined us, I can tell you earlier today that Emma Twigg won the Women's Premier Singles Sculls. Looked incredible. The defending Olympic champion on the men's side, Tom McIntosh, who was a member of the 8 that won gold, won the Single Sculls Premier event, getting up over the great Robbie Manson, the man who still holds the world's fastest time over 2,000 metres. So really good start coming here in lane 4 from the Cambridge number 1 crew. Got out quickly with maybe half a canvas lead, possibly over Oamaru crew in lane 3, and also the second Cambridge crew in lane 5. So good aggressive start here. Good high stroke rating initially. They would have trained to handle this early level of fatigue. Want to get out quickly, want to set things up, want to try and get that nervous system up. All these crews would have gone through well-established pre-race protocols. Individual athletes would have gone through their own little warm-ups. That is the challenge for the coaches, bringing it all together individually and collectively. So, Oamaru, lane 3 of Marie Grebe, Hannah Strachan, Bridget Spittle, Hannah Burke, their cox, Henry Robinson, deciding that they want to go toe-to-toe with the number 1 Cambridge crew. Let's put the pressure on, let's challenge them, let's see if we can just sow a seed of doubt in their heads. Sometimes when you do get a crew, and I'm not saying that's the case in this particular race, that are so dominant, that crews are not often used to adversity, not often used to losing, and what you've got to try and do is get up on them early, put a little bit of doubt in their head and see how they do respond. And it's easy to do at a novice level as well because they don't quite have the experience. So through 500 they go, and it's already a 2-horse race. Oamaru and Cambridge, a really good race for third at the moment in lanes 5, 6 and 7. Lane 5 is the second of the Cambridge crews. Avon in lane 6, Nelson in lane 7. Looking very much like it is the Avon crew there in the red boat of Rachel Budgett, Izzy Brooks, Madison Broughton-Savage, Bridget Petrie, Annabelle Wynne-Williams is the cox, and the coach, of course, Sophie Jackson. But it is still the Cambridge #1 crew who continue to lead this race. So they start to get through that 750 metre mark, starting to approach the 1,000 metre mark. Absolutely idyllic conditions, glass-like on the water. Starting to get to that point of no return, that third 500 metres, it's no man's land. It's a dark place. It's a place where there is a lot of suffering done, but it's also an opportunity strategically to make your move. And now we start to see the Avon crew beginning to just get that bow nice and high out of the water, starting to look and see if they can get their bow ball in line with the stern of the Oamaru crew in lane 3. And so it's Avon who start to now really put the work and increase their rating through this third 500 metres. So it is very much game on, but it is still Cambridge 1 who lead this Women's Novice Cox 4A final. Now this is where the athletes need to concentrate. This is where they need to maintain that form through the 1,000 metre mark. So don't look at facial expressions, look at the form, look at maybe head movement, just starting to drop a little bit. Just a little bit shorter with the strokes perhaps, always a sign of fatigue. And saying that now, just starting to sense that Avon might be just in a little bit of difficulty, really big second 500, but are they starting to pay for it now as we get into the back half of this race? Because there was a moment there where the bow ball of this red boat was in line with the stern of the Oamaru crew across there in lane 3. But that gap is just starting to open up a little bit now. So an opportunity for some of these outside crews to move into third place. Because Aramohu Whanganui across there in lane 2, beginning to make their move, as is the Nelson crew here in lane 7. So good performance here coming from Rachel Budgett, Izzy Brooks, Madison Broughton-Savage, Bridget Petrie, Annabelle Wynne-Williams. The Avon crew, boy, they've got so much depth in their women's program. And so about to approach that 1,500 metre mark. And then there is a real shift in terms of the physiology of our athletes. They go from probably what has been a lactate threshold to almost what we call a VO2 max, where they have to go deep into the hurt box and stay there. You've got to have a head like granite, folks. It is a tough sport. I can tell you it's like you've got bonfires in the legs. It does burn. I remember the great New Zealand road cyclist Graham Miller said to me, I asked Graham once, I said, how much are you hurting? And he says, well, I'm literally breathing through my eyelids. It's the only way I can get the oxygen in. And I think it's a great analogy for a lot of endurance sports. The great thing about the team boat is you do not want to let your fellow teammates down. And then if all of them have collectively bought into that, you're going to get great cohesion. Reassuring each other. And that is now the role of the cox. Trying to break it down, trying to reassure these athletes, get that form right, allow them to maintain that concentration. Big push coming across the far side from Aramoho Whanganui there in the red and the yellow. Just start to sense the fatigue now starting to kick in here on the Avon crew. Oh, really good race for third place. And who's got the momentum? Aramoho Whanganui. 250 metres left to race. This is the race for third you're watching. Out in front. And they've led from the start. It's the Cambridge #1 crew. Oamaru number 1 crew in lane 3 currently sit in second. But it is going to be the local club, Cambridge, who will come down and win this first A final on the second session here of the first day of finals at the 2024 New Zealand Rowing Championships. Powered by Milford. Dominant display. Brilliantly controlled. Gold medal to them. National title to them. Silver will go the way of Oamaru. And bronze by the looks of it. Aramoho Wanganui, who have been very measured in their performance, will come down and win the bronze medal. Really good race to kick the second session off here. And they're absolutely thrilled. They're absolutely delighted to get themselves on the podium. Look what it means to them. And how much motivation will that give this group of young women to continue in this sport, to aspire to take things to the next level. Novice rowers winning medals at a national level. And you can just see the level of fatigue. But what a performance from the Cambridge number 1 crew. Congratulations to Sienna Ropia, Olivia McDonald, Felicity George, Stella Honeck, and their cocks, Jack Charlton. Their coaches, Carl Manson and Alyssa George. And now one of the real blue ribbon events of any rowing regatta, the Women's Intermediate Double Sculls A Final. We've got Hamilton will start in lane 1, the West End Rowing Club in 2, Tauranga Rowing Club in 3, Cambridge in 4. Now the real surprise in a club that's really beginning to emerge and make their mark, the Dunstan Arm Rowing Club in lane 5, Avon Rowing Club in 6. Great to see Te Awamutu represented in lane 7 and also Rotorua Rowing Club in lane 8. So Rotorua we haven't seen this morning in the finals, nor have we seen Te Awamutu, so great to have representation. 2 of the 66 clubs here at this year's Nationals. So we do get underway in this Women's Intermediate Double Sculls final. Just making sure they do take the straight line down too. Just see a number of the rowers there. Might be in lane 4 or lane 5 that are just struggling a little bit with their line. So lane 5 is in fact the Dunstan Arm Rowing Club of Kate Spriggs and Bella Breen. They have made that little correction now and are finding themselves in the middle of their lane. Making sure they do stay out of the way of the lane ropes. And there we go, look at this, wonderful images, absolutely stunning. We welcome you wherever you are watching this around the world. This is Lake Karapiro, one of the great rowing destinations, the home of New Zealand rowing, who along with perhaps Great Britain have been the dominant force in the sport over the last decade or so, possibly going back to 2008, 2006 even, some might say from the 2000s onwards. So looking very much like lane 4 at the moment. And that is the Cambridge crew of Bryony Fraser, Ashley Quirk. Lane 3 also putting the pressure on the Tauranga crew of Ruby Church and Sarah Laban 10. So it is Tauranga versus Cambridge. Then the Dunstan Arm Rowing Club in lane 5. The yellow boat is that of Te Awamutu in lane 7. Avon, the red boat, lane 6. Across the far side, the Hamilton crew of Ella Cloak, Mahairi Raidmaker in lane 1. West End Rowing Club of Isabel Lloyd, Milan Taina Korat in lane 2. So really nicely balanced, beautifully poised, all of these crews, showing good form. You do just sense that Crews may be taking a slightly more conservative approach through this first 1,000 metres. Lane 3 just starting to increase their stroke rate, the Tauranga crew. Sometimes individual physiology will determine stroke rate as much as anything. Shorter statured rowers might have a slightly higher turnover. Those that are taller tend to lengthen it out a little bit more, so a lower rating, but often more distance per stroke. But they would have spent a lot of time together working out what their strengths and weaknesses are, where they position themselves in the boat, what their strategy is, the best way to approach these finals. Oh, isn't that just absolutely idyllic? Wow, what a magnificent sport it is when you get the drones up and you get to see some of the best rowers in the world go to work. So it is still Bryony Fraser, Ashley Quirk, who continue to lead over Ruby Church and Sarah Laban Tendam of the Tauranga Club in lane 3. But still hanging tough at the Dunstan crew of Kate Spriggs, Bella Breen in lane 5. But the Cambridge crew looking pretty strong at the moment, still maintaining that good form. Bow is nice and high out of the water, got good boat speed. Now just looking to lengthen out, good rhythm. Just focusing on form, focusing on good technique, trying to keep soft hands. They will be just talking to each other, reassuring each other. Good race for second, third, fourth and fifth, and you imagine at some point one of these crews will say, you know what, second is good enough today, third is good enough today. Such will be the hurt, such will be the mental fortitude. Comfortable at the moment. Boy, this is a very good performance from Bryony Fraser, Ashley Quirk. Coach Phil Petch and Peter Fraser will be delighted with what they're seeing from their young chargers. Now, big move coming here from Dunstan Arm. Increasing their rating, perhaps sensing Tauranga across there in 3 might just be starting to find themselves in a little bit of difficulty. You get to that point in the race where every time you put your blades in the water, you feel a little bit like you're rowing in quicksand, like somebody's just grabbing your shirt and preventing you from running at full speed, or you're running with your shoes full of mud. And so that gap is now just starting to close between second and third, but out in control, Fraser and Quirk putting on an exhibition of double sculls rowing. Really good performance from them. Around about 300 metres of their journey remains. The real race is for second and third. Cambridge in control, but here comes Dunstan in lane 5 looking to challenge Tauranga across there in lane 3. Tauranga having to dig deep now, but the momentum is very much with the Dunstan Arm crew of Kate Spriggs and Bella Breen. They've got the momentum. They've got their rating up. Now we, for the first time, about to see a change in second place. In saying that, Tauranga start to fight back, digging deep themselves. Cambridge have gone clear, but here comes Dunstan Arm. Superb performance from them. Wonderfully measured race. So there's a photo finishing it at the moment for second and third. 150 metres left to go. And it is the Cambridge rowing crew of Bryony Fraser, Ashley Quirk who will come down and win the national title. Who will pick up the silver though, folks? Dominant display by Cambridge. Really good performance. And I think maybe just across there on the other side, it's still Tauranga who have fought back. And it will be Tauranga who will pick up silver, Cambridge the gold, and it'll be Dunstan Arm who will pick up the bronze medal. Really good race between the top three crews. Great race between second and third. So congratulations goes to Bryony Fraser, Ashley Quirk, their coaches Phil Petch and Peter Fraser, gold medal in that women's intermediate double sculls. We now bring you the men's club coxless for the A final. Hamilton will start in 1, Kiowa Boating Club in 2, Auckland Rowing Club in 3, the Might of Avon in 4, the Wellington Rowing Club in 5, North Shore in 6, and then the 2 Waikato Rowing Crews in lanes 7 and 8. And here is the Avon Rowing Crew of Jacob Lorcan, Will Sampson, Lawrence Birch, Charles Beale, their coaches David Lindstrom and Sophie Strachan. They are just like coiled springs at the moment, just waiting to explode out of the blocks, out of the starting gates. Waikato with 2 crews represented, showing the depth they have. Can crews in these outlier lanes cause the upsets? Can they genuinely challenge the likes of Avon, Wellington and Auckland? Gone through their warm-up protocols, which are well established, well hydrated. They would have spoken to some of their fellow club mates who have raced previously this morning in regards to conditions. Anything they do need to factor in. Really good start here coming in lane 6. And that is the North Shore Club of Thomas Klingent, James Blake, James Mitchell, Jaden Tabani, Ivy. So North Shore deciding to be aggressive in 6. Lane 4 also getting away to a very good start, which is the Avon Rowing Club. Lane 3 deciding to try and put the herd on as well. And lane 3 is the Auckland Club of Freddie Eadie, Nathan Keeney, Thaddeus Cryer, Callan Ogilvie. Oh, good start from all of these crews. I tell you what, this might be the race. It doesn't necessarily go to the form guide, but it's still lane 3. So Auckland with the early lead, narrowly over lane 6, North Shore Rowing Club. You sense Avon are poised though, maybe just been a little bit more measured in their approach. The Kiowa Boating Club, they're in lane 2. Of Flynn Dykstra, Ethan Bailu, Charlie McIntosh, Sam Barnett, their coach Alex Kennedy. Of course, I've worked with Alex previously in an expert role on the Māori Cup last year, so in that coaching capacity now. So a lot of pressure on all the coaches too. They want to make their mark. Tough job coaching. I mean, you don't always get it right. It takes time to understand your athletes, to understand the crew, getting the setup right. But as I say, coaches never get you to do a training session without with the intention of not trying to win or not being the best session. It just doesn't mean you always get it right, but they certainly don't give you training sessions because they want you to fail. And so sometimes it does take time. You start out with some basic training principles and fundamentals, and then you start to tweak those as you gain greater understanding of your crews and the individuals. And we now just start to see a really good even race. Lane 7, the Waikato crew of Gain Harbert, Seamus Foley, Matthew Poulton, Charlie Moon. And just look at that. Wow, that is just wonderful images. It's just such a stunning sport, isn't it? You're basically watching just an art piece. So lane 7, the Waikato crew, certainly in the mix. Lane 5 still leading this race at the moment. It is the Wellington crew of Tom Bone, Lachlan Rose, Max Newton, Finn Pethersbolk, coached by Matthew Hall. Lane 3, Auckland. Got some work to do. Plenty of power now coming on from Wellington. Lane 7, Waikato 1. Almost at no man's land, that 1200, 1300 metre mark. There is no comeback here. You are locked in. You are dialed in. You are starting to suffer. Starting to ask questions. Can I do this? Can I handle this? Why am I doing this? Why do I put myself through this? That is the questions they ask themselves. If for some reason they turn up every day, do the hard work and keep coming back. Lane 4. Lane 3. Lane 5. Auckland, Wellington, Waikato are your top 3 boats as we approach that 1500 metre mark. So the Wellington crew of Bone, Rose, Newton, Pethersbolk, coached by Matthew Hall. He'll be on the edges of his seat. He'd love his crew to get up and win this one. You don't tend to necessarily associate rowing so much with Wellington. But Auckland now starting to apply pressure again. Both crews just having a wee look across at each other. And there is that 1500 metre mark. Good race for 3rd and 4th. Nothing in it. You can throw a blanket over all 4 crews at the moment. We find out shortly who's prepared to suffer the most. Who wants to go to that dark place, not just individually but collectively. Just have a look at the form of these different crews too. Just start to notice any just shift in technique. Who's coming up slightly short. A little bit of head movement perhaps. Oh, it's a tough sport. It's brutal, isn't it? But it's also what it makes it unique. So 250 metres left to go. It is the Wellington crew. It is the Auckland crew. And here come the Cure Boat Club crew as well. Haven't seen a lot of them. That would be one of the big upsets. So it's Auckland versus Wellington. Settle back. The largest city in New Zealand up against the capital city. It is still the Wellington crew though. Here come Auckland. They've taken it up another gear. The blue and Auckland, Wellington, Auckland maybe just have a bow ball in front again. So here we go, maybe the closest race of the day. It is Auckland who have just got in front of Wellington. Settle back, folks, here we go. Wellington now look to come back nice and hard. Who's going to win this one on the line? We might need to go to the photo finish. Great performance. It might be Wellington again who have stolen it. Well, folks, I'm not sure who's picked up that one. Nothing in it. One of the great performances. It was Wellington, then it was Auckland, and I just wonder whether on the line Wellington may have taken it. We will need to go to the photo. We'll need to get confirmation. I'm not sure either of the crews really understand or realise who has won it. But that is just great for the sport. That's great for the rivalry. 2 wonderful clubs, 2 wonderful crews going toe-to-toe. We'll go back, have a look at the replay and see if we can pick this one up. So just having a look here. Boy, nothing in it, and I'm not sure we're directly in line either, and I don't think either of the crews know. So we will bring you that result when we know, folks. I don't want to call it. I don't want to get it wrong. I pretty much made that mistake at the Māori Cup last year when 1/500th of a second separated Hamilton from down there in Hamilton from St Bede's College, and I think initially Hamilton thought they'd got it and St Bede's looked like their heads were down, and then when the official results came up, it went the way of St Bede's. It was dramatic, and I think that's another one of those great finishes as we get set to bring you the next of our A finals, and this is the men's senior double sculls. So this is just a tier below the Premier final. So Aramoho Whanganui Rowing Club in 1, Canterbury Rowing Club in 2, Tauranga in 3, Dunstan Arm in 4, Auckland Rowing Club in 5, Hamilton in 6, the Wairau Rowing Club in 7, Dunstan Arm, their second crew in 8. Dunstan have been the emerging club. They've been the big surprise package. Is this their time? Is this their moment? Of course, the challenges will come from Auckland in 5, Tauranga in 3, just a slight delay in the start. I'm going to have a look at some of the crews here, and I'll tell you what, it's a final that is stacked full of some of the great traditional starts, clubs I should say. And there is the crew out of Auckland in lane 5. For non-rowing aficionados, I guess looking at an Auckland crew wearing the colours of Canterbury must sort of almost feel a bit counterintuitive, but it's all based on history and tradition, and that Auckland crew there of Jack McDonald and Ryan Gass, and really well coached by Peter Mills. They'll have Dunstan Arm on their inside of Marley King-Smith and Henry Clatworthy, and then Hamilton on their outside and Jack Clark and Justin Smythe. So Marley King-Smith, last year's New Zealand Secondary Schools champion, racing for the Dunstan Arm Club in lane 4. It's an opportunity for some of these schoolboy rowers or just first year out of school to take their first step into the senior ranks and measure themselves and gain further competition. And sometimes for the younger athletes, these regattas are difficult because of the peripheral things that surround it, the size of it, maybe the media coverage, the fact you've got Olympians in and around you, and it's just that next step up. And to be a successful rower at the international level, you've got to be comfortable with those peripheral things. You've got to be able to handle the off-field stimulation, or as we say, some sports are just greater than the sum of their parts. So it's all lane 4 at the moment, doing a really good job. Dunstan Arm of Marley King-Smith, Henry Clatworthy. So dominant last year at the New Zealand Secondary School Championships at the Māori Regatta. And they've taken this out nice and quickly and look very comfortable. Down here in lane 7 as well, the Wairau Rowing Club. And then Dunstan Arm, the second crew in lane 8. Cross there in lane 2, looking pretty comfortably. It's the Canterbury crew of James Martin, Angus Cool. And of course, they're coached by Josh Schmidt. I tell you what, New Zealand selectors and New Zealand administrators must be delighted by what they're seeing in terms of some of the young talent that's starting to come through. Names that you won't see at the Olympic Games necessarily in Paris, might not necessarily them in LA, but certainly destined, hopefully, for greatness in Brisbane in 2032. So through 500 metres, and it is the Dunstan Arm Club. So King-Smith and Clatworthy in control. And really nice to see the Wairau Rowing Club of Ashley James Fitzgerald and Finn Allison here in lane 7, currently sitting in second place. We haven't seen a lot of the crews in the outside lanes winning, as expected. The winning crews have been in the middle lanes. sometimes with these inexperienced rowers too. Yes, they've had experience at a schoolboy level or a schoolgirl level, come up into the senior ranks, and there's this and that sort of having to almost restart again in terms of a pecking order. And you do question the importance of experience at the senior level and getting your pace judgment right. But this is where it all starts. This is where they once again almost have to go back to school and learn to take things to that next level. Dunstan Arm Rowing Club, boy, what an absolute emerging power. Mind you, you go down to that part of the world, you go down to Lake Dunstan and stuff, it's just such a conducive environment, isn't it? No real surprise that they are really starting to make their mark at a club level here in New Zealand. It's against some of the more traditional clubs. The Wairau rowing crew still currently sitting in second place there in lane 7. Lane 8, the Dunstan Arm number 2 crew of Matthew King, Hamish Yeatman, currently sit in third. Got to say, I love the bucket hats. It should almost be mandatory in the sport of rowing, shouldn't they? The old bucket hats, the old Fred Dagg look. For younger generation, not who are aware of Fred Dagg is, I do suggest you get on YouTube, have a wee look, quintessential New Zealand. But the Dunstan number 2 crew now starting to just increase their stroke rate, just starting to get a little bit more urgency, starting to put the pressure and the heat on the Wairau crew. So how does Wairau respond here? Currently sitting in second. They'll have a wee look across their far side too in lane 2, because good performance now starting to come from Canterbury across there in 2. So good race developing for second and third. Is that gap just starting to close down a little bit? It is. So the Dunstan number 1 crew of Marley King Smith, Henry Clatworthy, are they just starting to struggle a little bit? They'll comfortably clear. Now, we just start to see the bow balls of both the Wairau crew, the second of the Dunstan teams, just starting to close up on the stern of that leading boat. Dunstan, first and second at the moment. So we have a change in that second place position. Dunstan number 2 crew beginning to just squeeze and tighten the screws on Wairau. Can Wairau respond? At what point do they say perhaps third is good enough? So go through that 1500 metre mark. Now we get into the business end. Now we find out who's done that endurance work, who has that ability during the week to recover. Everyone's got basic speed. The only way you maintain speed for the longest period of time as possible is by building a good base and then adding a strength component in it. Basic physiological principles designed by the great running coach, the great New Zealander Arthur Lydiard, and those principles really apply across all endurance sports. And people said that Arthur Lydiard gave the world 100 miles a week of running. He actually gave the world periodization, which is the basic principle of all elite sport these days, but now starting to really turn it up. Power away here. Great performance coming from the Dunstan Arm crew of Marley King Smith, Henry Clatworthy. A dominant display. The second of the Dunstan Arm crews of Matthew King, Hamish Yeatman, doing a good job in second place. And now, good battle here for third. It is lane 7, and I think across there, in lane 5, the Auckland crew of Jack McDonald and Ryan Gasser. Auckland now starting to turn it up. Fast finish from the Aucklanders. Can they steal themselves a silver medal? But it is going to be the Dunstan Arm crew, this young crew, who are going to win this men's senior double sculls in really comfortable fashion in the finish. A real demolition. And now here come the Auckland crew. Great finish from them. Boy, what a wonderfully measured race from the Auckland crew. But Dunstan Arm will take gold. It'll be Auckland maybe who take the silver. The second of the Dunstan crew's third, or it could be Dunstan second, Auckland third. Again, we'll have to wait for the photo on that one, but nobody can deny the winners. The Dunstan Arm number 1 crew of Marley King Smith, Henry Clatworthy are your national champions for 2024. And I can tell you that up next it is the women's senior double sculls. Looking forward to this one. One of the real blue ribbon events. Our Moho Wanganui Rowing Club in 1, Hamilton in 2, Dunstan in lanes 3 and 4, Waikato in 5, Avon in 6, Waikato in 7, the Clifton Rowing Club in 1. And there it is, the crew there in lane 5. Wonderful crew it is indeed, and it features Messina Sua and Robin van Dyke. And at lane 4, the Dunstan Arm crew of Millie Scott, Bridget Sutton, coached by Simon Smith. Lane 6, well represented too. Wonderful crew of Sky Lang, Annabelle Knowles. We'll start in lane 6, the North Shore Rowing crew. We brought you the final earlier of the men's club Coxless 4. We had a photo finish between Wellington and Auckland. I can tell you Wellington did win the gold medal by just 3/100ths of a second over Auckland. So Wellington taking out the men's Coxless 4. We had a photo finish, a replay earlier. I can tell you Wellington have beaten Auckland by 3/100ths of a second. So just showing the closeness of it all as we get set now for the women's senior double sculls. The A final. So Madeline Cox and Mila Graham from Aramoho Wanganui in 1. Amy Robson, Rowan Giles from Hamilton in 2. Olivia Key, Stina Stefan of Dunstan Arm in 3. Dunstan Arm second crew in 4. Elsie Talbot, Freddie Todd Hunter. Waikato in lane 5 of Emily Gordon, Shalise Titsbury. Lane 6, Avon, Tori Cox, Tyler Stewart. Lane 7, Simone Slipper, Anna Gallagher representing Waikato. And Jessie Pulford, Madison Neal in lane 8 from Clifton. So I do apologise if earlier we just got those names wrong as we do get underway in the senior women's double sculls A final. High stroke rate from all of these crews, sort of well up into the mid-30s. They'll look to try and lengthen it back out as they get through that 250 metre mark, but they want to try and get clear. They want to establish a good rhythm early. There'll be a lot of psychological games being played too as we just cut away from that. A number of crews getting set for their B finals, but we are bringing you live coverage here of the women's senior double sculls A final. And so here we go, folks, and this is this women's senior double sculls. It is lane 5 at the moment, the Waikato crew of Emily Gordon, Shalise Tutbury, who have the smallest of leads. Waikato 2 crew in lane 7. And the teal coloured boat looking very comfortable as well. Lane 3 is the Dunstan Arm crew of Olivia Key, Stina Stefan. And then the number 1 Dunstan crew in lane 4 of Elsie Talbot, Freddie Todd Hunter. So you can throw a blanket over the first 6 boats at the moment. Across on the far lane, it is Aramoa Wanganui. And then Hamilton crew of Amy Robson and Rowan Giles in lane 2, just struggling a little bit with the early pace. So it's lane 3 who lead. Olivia Key, Stina Stefan, Simon Smith coaches both the Dunstan Arm crews. The number 1 crew, they're in lane 4. They'll be a little bit more measured, but really big challenge coming from the Waikato crew I mean, this is their backyard. They do have the advantage of being pretty familiar here with Lake Karapiro, the water conditions. And don't underestimate, too, conditions from lake to lake. The temperature of the water has an impact on the speed of the boats. And just sometimes that feel, some water can just feel heavier, particularly cold water. And so it's all these little subtleties that do play a big role in it. And certainly with the psychology of the athletes. So Dunstan, the number 2 crew, leading. The Dunstan number 1 crew in second. Waikato in third place. But there is so much of this journey still to go. This is just tactical at the moment. It starts to become physical, and very shortly it will become a mental race. Waikato now just starting to increase their stroke rating, just starting to get that bow lifting a little bit higher up in the water, just starting to move up past the number 1 Dunstan crew and looking to try and just get within half a canvas of the Dunstan number 2 crew across there in lane 3, who currently lead this race. So they'll come up through the 1,000 metre mark. They approach no man's land. This next 500 metres absolutely crucial. Who's prepared to burn matches? Who's prepared to put themselves out there now? Psychologically take it. It is the Waikato crew who have the momentum, and maybe for the first time in this race they might just now have the lead. And then it'll be the number 1 Dunstan crew beginning to make their move. Dunstan number 2, who led through the first 1,000 metres, still low, a bow ball in front. Great race beginning to develop in this women's senior double sculls final. Settle back, folks, because here we go. We're into the business end now. Who wants it the most? This is just going to come down to being a straight street fight between 6 extraordinary athletes. It's the Dunstan crews, though, that are starting to pull away. Dunstan 2 wanting to take it to Dunstan 1. The battle within the battle, the rivalry. 4 athletes, the same club, looking for national honours, looking for supremacy. Waikato not out of it at the moment. They continue to fight. They sit there in third, the yellow boat. A good crowd sits, waits and hopes. We saw the Dunstan Rowing Club win the men's senior double sculls in the race previous to this, the A final. Will they go back to back? Will they continue their dominance in the small boats? Olivia Key, Stina Stefan are the Dunstan number 2 crew in lane 3. Their teammates, their friends. Elsie Talbot, Freddie Todd Hunter in lane 4. 1,500 metres. Here we go, folks. 2,000 metres, 1,500 metres of hope, 500 metres of truth. We're at that threshold. Settle back. Here we go. This is where the hurt goes on. This is where you've got to have a head like granite. They're in a dark place. Who can stay there the longest? Officially in the hurt box, and someone's going to throw the key away and just stay there, and someone's going to ask for some help. It is a brutal sport at the highest level. But there's something incredibly endearing about it. You've got to be a special breed to compete at this level. The 2 Dunstan crews toe-to-toe. Here comes the number 1 crew now, starting to move up alongside the number 2 crew. Who's got the power? Who's got the belief? Who's got the ability to suffer over this last 250 metres? The Dunstan Arms number 1 crew of Elsie Talbot, Freddie Todd Hunter. They've left their run to absolute perfection. 250 metres left to go. They've got their bow nice and high. You can see the increase. They've just taken it up another gear now. They start to look like they're just going to take control of this. Really good performance from the second crew here of Dunstan Arms, but it is going to be 1-2 for this remarkable club out of the South Island, the emerging power in New Zealand club rowing. Really, really good performance here, putting on a display for everybody to see. The great tradition in women's double sculls continues as we see Emily Gordon, In fact, we see Elsie Talbot, Freddie Todd Hunter leading this race over Olivia Key, Stina Stefan. And I tell you what, their coach Simon Smith will be delighted from this performance from this club. That is a very good display of double sculls rowing from these three remarkable crews. It'll be Waikato of Emily Gordon, Charlize Tutbury, who will pick up the bronze medal, but nobody is going to deny Dunstan Arm national champions. Congratulations to Elsie Talbot, Freddie Todd Hunter. Silver will go the way of Dunstan Arm's number 2 crew of Olivia Key, Stina Stefan. It is gold and silver to the club from the deep south. Waikato will pick up the bronze. Well, folks, it doesn't get much better than that, but I tell you what, you want blue ribbon of blue ribbon events, courtesy of Aon. We're about to bring you the Women's Club Coxed 8, the A final. The big boats, the big crews, the noise, the coxswains, getting the balance of the boat right, getting the power on early, getting the belief, getting that cohesion. It is so much greater than the sum of its parts, and we're about to bring it to you here on day one of the finals at the 2024 New Zealand Rowing Championships, powered by Milford. And here is the lineup for this final. Waikato will start in lanes 1 and 2. Dunstan Arms, the big unknown quantity in 3. The Mitre Nelson in 4. The Brilliance of Avon in 5. The Auckland Rowing Club in 6. The Tradition of Hawke's Bay in 7. And the Depth with Dunstan Arms' second crew in lane 8. Here is the Auckland crew of Auckland in lane 6. Tiaria Jackson, Ruby Huckenbrock, Alexandra Fowler Wally, Harriet Burrell, Taylor Malcolmson, Rebecca McLaren, Holly McDonald, Annie Williamson, and their cox, Oliver Horton. They're coached by Peter Mills. So Dunstan Arm and those lovely bright yellow, blue and green colours with the bucket hats. I love the bucket hats. Got to get me a bucket hat. Nelson composite crew there, made up of Nelson and Whiteowl. Great to have the composite crews here. And you can see the change in colour of club colours. Also lane 8 there, the Dunstan composite crew, which also includes Canterbury, so 2 rowers from there. But we get out quickly. Really good start there in lane 2 from the Waikato number 2 crew. Got away very quickly, good jump. And then also here in lane 4, as expected, the Nelson composite crew. But all eyes will be on Avon in lane 5, Auckland in lane 6. Composite crews even more difficult, bringing crews or rowers from different clubs together and trying to get them to sit comfortably and get an 8 powered up and maximise the talent across all 8. Took New Zealand rowing a long time, didn't it, to master the 8s from 1972 to 2021 in Tokyo. Of course, world champions and men's side back in 81 and 82, and of course the women's 8 at the Olympic Games, just narrowly missing out on gold. Wonderful performance that day, picking up silver. But it is the Nelson composite team of Holly John, Millie Treader out of the Nelson Club, Jessica Bennett out of the Wairau Club, Hazel Glover out of the Wairau Club, Lexi Timpson out of the Wairau Club, Emma Flanagan out of the Wairau Club, Naomi Robertson out of the Nelson Club, Madeline Collis out of the Nelson Club, and Maddie Taylor the coxswain. Tim Babbage and Kay Sergner are the 2 coaches. And lane 5 now, it is Avon, who just start to get the big red sled up and running. Outside of them is the Auckland Club. So Avon, Sam Rankin, Grace Langridge, Julia Middleditch, Matilditch, I should say, Emma Gardner, Claire Martin, Katie Gardner, Saskia Klinkenberg, Emily Ryle. Isabella Hope Murray is the cox, coached by Tim Hopkins. Leon Barracliff. And so the Avon Red Sled starts to get into their work. Through 500 metres they go. And now they'll be just looking to try and get through to that 1,000 metres. Then it's a case of playing the head game. And as the more experienced rowers, they'll start to get an idea of maybe who's on, who's off, who's maybe not quite pulling their weight, not intentionally, maybe just through having a bit of a bad day. The coxswains will get a pretty good idea of what part of the boat is operating effectively, what part is perhaps maybe just not quite powered up. Good performance though from this composite team. As we mentioned, hard to get the balance of an 8 right, and this composite team here doing a pretty good job. Interesting to see how the two boats have set themselves up how they've set themselves up in terms of the order and in which order they have their oars entering. So certainly the composite crew have just gone alternative left, right, left, right, left, right, or right, left, right, left, right, left. That is not the case here with the Avon crew. Got to say, they're down there in lane 6 looking pretty relaxed as the Auckland crew at the moment. I'm not saying they are relaxed, they just look like they've got good form at the moment. Another look from our drone here, and it is the Avon Rowing Club Good Now Challenge starting to come there from the Waikato number 2 crew. In fact, it's the Dunstan Arm crew, the number 1 crew across there in lane 3. My apologies, that crew is made up of Emma Bryant, Olivia Bissett, Heather Breen, Rebecca Kingan, Olivia Paibenga, Talia Nelson, Paige Fury, Ruby Smith, Bella Breen, their cox. Now, we know how smart Dunstan have been so far. They are quite measured in the way they do approach these different events. They clearly understand the physiology of their athletes individually and collectively. But we have seen earlier today the depth, particularly in the women's program for the Avon Rowing Club. Dominated a number of the Coxless 4 events. So now 500 metres left to go. This is where they now start to burn all the matches in the box. They just start to let it all out. Been maybe a little bit conservative during the week, but you've got to leave nothing to chance here. This is a really impressive display from this composite team though. Boy, what a wonderful job that Babbage and Kate Serginor have done in terms of coaching this crew, trying to put basically a hybrid team together. Not easy. And they are really challenging Avon. Avon's still looking comfortable. Plenty of experience in this crew as well. Now Dunstan looking to see if they can maybe just close the gap on this composite crew out of Nelson and Whiteout. They're across there in lane 3, but it's all lane 5 at the moment in Avon. So just 200 metres left of this journey for this very impressive crew from this very impressive rowing club. Now can Dunstan, can they find a second gear? Can they lift? Can they move from 3rd to 2nd? Small but very animated crowd stand and wait and acknowledge this very good women's 8 out of the Avon Rowing Club. There's 100 metres to go. The might of Avon stamp their class and supremacy over the premier event, the blue ribbon event, the women's 8, and have done it in emphatic fashion from start to finish. A really good display of 8s. It's Avon who'll take out the national title. It is the Nelson composite team, which makes up the Wairau and Nelson clubs, who will pick up the silver. And then it will be the Dunsinane Rowing Club who will pick up the bronze. And then Auckland will round out our top 4. And the next race up will be the men's intermediate Coxed 8 final. So not the Premier 8s, but certainly emerging talent. Again, athletes, still part of their progression, still part of their pathway, looking to gain valuable experience. Avon Rowing Club will start in 2, Petone in 3, great to have them here. North Shore in 4. Avon will start in lane 5. We will just confirm that starting order for you. Okay, now we'll just confirm that start for you. To apologise. There we go. So Waikato Rowing Club in 2, Wellington Rowing Club in 3. In fact, sorry, my apologies. Waikato in 2, Wellington in 3, Waikato in 4. Auckland will start in 5. The Avon Rowing Club will start in lane 6. Just apologise for that. Just breaking a couple of just technical difficulties. Got to say, world-class production crew here. It's been absolutely superb coverage. Really captured the sport. And the great thing is, it's a whole lot of rowers that are putting this guys formally in the sport. And boy, haven't they been good. So lane 4, and there they are, the Waikato crew. And that is Cameron Williams, Nathan Moore, Kenai Tony, Arden Mauranga, Sam Overdevest, Cooper Watt, Connor Giles, James Davies, Hunter Gorry is the Cox. And we do get away in the men's intermediate Cox 8 final, brought to you by Grassroots. We do acknowledge their sponsorship and support of this year's National Championships. And out there, across there in lane 2, it is the Waikato number 1 crew have got out quickly. And also the Auckland crew here in lane 5. The Auckland crew made up of Marco Glass, George Marshall, Henry Johnson, Nawai Amomo, Miller Gardner, Vin Marsden, Lachlan Dwyer, Alexandra Kostjan, and their Cox is Ryan Slater. And don't underestimate the importance of a good Cox. And talking to rowing people, talking about the difference between a good Cox and a bad Cox, and exactly what is required from the coxswain, the level of communication, what is said when you come in, what you're observing, what you're noticing. And of course, a good coxswain will be able to get a really good feel of how the boat is moving, where perhaps the power's on, where perhaps the power is off. There's all of these little subtleties, and it is a skill set in its own right. It's not just a free ride taking photos. They're certainly not just passengers. You go back to the greats of the likes of Andy Hay, back there in 81 or 82, 83. And it is the Waikato crew who will take us through the first 500, along with the Auckland crew. So Waikato and Auckland really have cleaned the rest of this field out through the first 500 metres. Nothing in it, bow to bow. This will come down to good technique, good form over that last 500 metres. Making sure that they steer this boat in a straight line. That is the responsibility of the Cox. Really is quite something to watch the eights come down the river here at Karapiro in front of the commentary position and just hear the noise coming off the water, hear the coxswains, just hear the boats, hear the power that goes on. It really is spectacular. So still Waikato, still Auckland. And isn't that just a wonderful image too? And that just gives you an idea of just how straight these boats do travel. Just taking that long line, you don't want to sort of drift off at any point. It might not sound like a lot, but you can end up losing a race by 3/100ths of a second. You know, what is that? Is that the difference between taking a straight line and maybe going just slightly off and losing a metre here, a metre there? So it is all about pinpoint. It's all about precision. You know, there's a lot of things you can't control. You can't necessarily control the physiology of individual athletes or the height or individual physiques or psyche, but warm-ups, warm-downs, training principles, nutrition, all of those things you can control. And if you can include them in your definition of talent, you can certainly make a lot of gains on maybe crews that are perhaps physiologically more talented but perhaps not quite as disciplined. So now it looks very much like the Auckland crew just starting to, might just be the angle we're looking at the moment. The Auckland crew, Waikato crew, certainly first and second, possibly first equal. Auckland may have just half a canvas lead. We'll pull back up here now in front. This will give us a bit of indication, but certainly the battle of the Bombays, isn't it? Waikato versus Auckland. No love lost there from a sporting sense. And so it is this Auckland crew who now have decided to just take it up another gear and have half a boat length lead over Waikato. But one thing with the Waikato crews, they're always fast finishing. They always have that another gear to go to. Just outside the commentary box, you can really just hear the noise coming off the boats now. The coxswain's starting to just bark out those orders. So through 1,500 metres. So here we go. Now we find out who's pushed the snooze button, who hasn't. 10 minutes a day, 70 minutes a week. It's a session, folks. When you're dealing with 0.01% in performance, it can be the difference. A message to everybody out there. Certainly not suggesting that any of these crews are pushing the snooze button. It's more a metaphor, but sometimes it's just that attention to detail that can be the difference. And Auckland now starting to go away from the Waikato crew. They'll come down now with just 250 metres left to row. They'll be counting that down in terms of the number of strokes. They'll be playing the head game, but Auckland in complete control. Very good performance from them. Very controlled, very measured through the first 1,000 metres. Really good, strong third 500, and that's been the difference. They hold the form, they keep the power on. Great job being done by the Cox. That is a superb performance from Ryan Slater, the Cox. They'll be counting down in their head 10 strokes, 9, 8. Might be a little bit more than that, but that's how you play the game. And so it will be Auckland who will come down and take out this grassroots men's intermediate coxed 8 final in emphatic fashion over a very good Waikato crew. And it's daylight back to third, but well done to the Auckland Rowing Club. National title for them. Waikato the silver. And now it's a bit of a wait to see who picks up the bronze medal here. The second of the Waikato crews possibly in lane 4. Cameron Williams, Nathan Moore, Kenai Tony, Arden Moranga, Sam Overvest, Cooper Watt, Connor Giles, James Davies and Hunter Gorey the Cox picking up the bronze medal. And then coming down here it is the Avon crew in lane 6. And then the Wellington number 1 crew will round out our finalist in the men's intermediate coxed 8. Here we go, folks. I keep saying it. I use the word blue ribbon a lot, but that is the wonderful sport of rowing. The men's premier coxless pair is about to go. And what a field it is. Representation from right across the country. Avon Rowing Club will start in 2, Petone in 3, the North Shore Rowing Club in 4, the Avon Rowing Club in 5, the Waikato Rowing Club in 6. And there is Lane 5, the crew out of Auckland. It is a composite crew, includes one rower out of Avon as well. So it's Ben Taylor and it is Daniel Williamson. So great that these two can come together. Surf lifesaving is another sport where they allow for the composite teams. Lane 6 there, the Waikato crew of Campbell Crouch and Logan Ulrich. So, North Shore Rowing Club there of Oliver McLean and Matt McDonald, coached by Kate Adams. The Blenheim composite team across there in 3. That's a mixture of Blenheim and Petone. That's got Philip Wilson out of the Petone club and Tom Murray out of the Blenheim club. So a small field, but a quality field. An eclectic mix of talent, experience and youthful exuberism combined. And we do get underway in this men's premier coxless pairs, brought to you by Aon, and of course proud supporters too of the Aon Māori Regatta. Special thanks to them, and we do encourage you that if they become part of a purchasing decision in the future, please go with the brands that support your sport. So good start here from the Avon 3 club, Cody Johnson and Oliver Welch. Their coaches are Logan Keys and David Lindstrom. They'll be pretty happy with this start. Of course, across here in lane 6 as well, got the Waikato crew of Campbell Crouch and Logan Ulrich. Big men, particularly the crew out of here of the Waikato, but it's often about good technique as well. It's not just about pure power. Trying to get that balance right between speed, technique, and then of course weight as well, within the framework in which the crews are given. Great cohesion, isn't it? It's an art in itself, just having that cohesion. Just watch the absolute preciseness and the entry of the blades and the unison in which these rowers operate within. Starting to make their move now, and lane 3 is the Blenheim composite team of Philip Watson out of the Petone club and Tom Murray out of the Blenheim club. These rowers would have been across a number of different boats as well throughout the week, so fatigue levels will be something they'll be having to monitor, and that's where the sports science does come in, and the massage, the ice baths, the nutritional side of it, staying hydrated. A lot of these rowers might go and do some bike riding and just flush the legs a little bit, just go for a nice easy spin. Wonderful crossover between rowing and cycling. Hamish Carter, Olympic gold medalist in triathlon, rode extensively throughout his time at Auckland Grammar School and put that down to his aerobic ability. Hamish Bond, clearly the best example of that crossover, having represented New Zealand at the Commonwealth Games, having won bronze in the time trial. I think he still holds the New Zealand record for the men's individual pursuit as well on the track. And now, of course, applying his trade as part of Team New Zealand. But you are watching the Aon Men's Premier Coxless Pairs. And at the moment, it's fairly even across there in lane 2. It is the Avon Club of Cody Johnson and Oliver Welch. On the inside, lane 2, or lane 3 in fact, so second crew, top of the screen. It is the composite team of the Blenheim Batoni clubs. We've got Philip Wilson of the Batoni Club, Tom Murray of Blenheim, North Shore here, who probably currently sit in second place, Oliver McLean and Matt McDonald. The Auckland composite crew of Ben Taylor and Daniel Wilson. Daniel comes out of the Avon crew, are in lane 5. The Waikato crew of Campbell Crouch and Logan Ulrich have the smallest lead at the moment over North Shore. They're here in lane 6, bottom of the picture. And now, look at this, a titanic battle. Boy, this is going to get ugly, isn't it? This is going to absolutely hurt. You've got to be a special breed to do this sport. It is a tough game. You know, you've got razor blades attacking the lungs, you've got bonfires in the legs. You're questioning, why do I do this? Why shouldn't I take up something like golf or lawn bowls? It's in their DNA. That ability to wake up every day and challenge yourself at the highest levels, what actually drives these athletes to be the best you can be in one of the hardest sports on the planet. North Shore starting to go away here. Good performance coming from Oliver McLean and Matt McDonald. Kate Adams will be delighted. But they're about to approach the 1500 metre mark, and then it is well and truly game on. So many crews will set themselves up for the last 500 for the kick home. So it's not over until it's over, folks. Now, big push coming here in lane 5. We talk about it. Great example here from the Auckland composite team of Taylor and Williamson, really beginning to now increase their stroke rating, putting the power down. Again, moving up possibly into second, third place. Good race for second and third. It's all North Shore, though, at the moment. So they'll have round about 400 metres of this journey left to travel. It'll feel like a lifetime. But they up their rating and they continue to just put the power on. They continue to just surge away from the remainder of these crews. What a good race, though, for second, third and fourth across the far side. And a bit of difficulties. The Avon 3 club, Avon number 3 crew of Cody Johnson, Oliver Welch, just struggling a little bit with the pace. But it is all the North Shore of Oliver McLean, Matt McDonald. Coach Kate Adams will be thrilled with this performance. 250 metres to go. Look at that. You can throw a blanket over second, third and fourth. Will we need to go to the photo? It is the Blenheim composite team. It is the Auckland composite team. It is the Waikato crew. Waikato here, bottom of the screen. Here come the Auckland composite team of Ben Taylor out of the Auckland club. Out of the Avon club, Daniel Williamson out of the Auckland club, but nobody is going to deny this impressive performance from the North Shore crew. McLean and McDonald, really, really good performance from them from start to finish, beautifully measured, well controlled, never look like they're in any real difficulty, still maintaining great form as they come down to win this national title. Second place by the looks of it will go to this composite team made up of the Auckland club and the Avon club. Well done to Ben Taylor, Daniel Williamson. They will pick up silver, and, well, we might have to go to the photo for third, but it'll be a very close finish between the Waikato crew of Campbell Crouch, Logan Ulrich, and then the Blenheim composite team of Philip Wilson and Tom Murray. But a dominant display by the North Shore crew. Really, really good display of men's premier coxless pair rowing. And just confirming those results, so it is the North Shore Rowing Club who pick up gold, 632.52, comfortably ahead of the Avon Rowing Club, who just got up over the Waikato Rowing Club in the smallest of margins. So congratulations to those crews in the men's Premier coxless pairs. Now it is the turn of the Aon Women's Premier coxless pairs. Again, I want to acknowledge Aon for their support and sponsorship of this event. Just the 4 crews. So lane 3, the Waikato Rowing Club, Hauraki Plains Rowing Club in 4, Wairau Rowing Club in 5, Ramoho Wanganui Rowing Club will start in lane 6. That is a composite team in lane 6. It also includes the Canterbury Rowing Club, Phoebe Spores. She'll be paired up with Jackie Gowler. And we're going to have a look at this Otago University composite team of Kirsten Goodger and Juliet Allam Leque, my apologies. Kate Adams, their coach. So great to see Otago University being represented. And there is lane 4, Hauraki Plains composite team. Ella Kozel and Stella Clayton Green. So Ella out of the Waikato Club, Stella out of the Hauraki Plains Club. Disadvantage, of course, in the composites that you don't necessarily get the time to work together to form that partnership, to gain that understanding, to get that cohesion. Great start from all 4 crews. Really good start across there in lane 3 from the Waikato crew of Katie Haynes and Alana Sherman. Just look at the bow ball there, just getting nice and high out of the water as the power does go on. Now lane 6, as expected, Phoebe Spores, Jackie Gowler. The composite team made up of Wanganui and Canterbury start to get into their work. A little bit slow, but now starting to look to try and take control early through this first 250 metres. So Jackie Gowler there in the red and yellow. Again, rowing at Diocesan School. Won the doubles at the Māori Cup. Selected for the New Zealand team back in 2014. Won her first red coat at the New Zealand Rowing Championships, winning the Women's Premier 8. Sister, of course, is Kerry Williams, who competed in the silver medal Women's 8 that won in Tokyo. And they are still in complete control of this race, the Aramoho Wanganui composite team. So alongside of her is Phoebe Spores. Yeah, really nice look there. And Phoebe Spores, of course, she started rowing at Christchurch Girls High School and back in 2007, just at the age of 13. She was selected for the Elite Women's Coxless 4 in 2022. She competed at the Rowing World Cup. So really it's now a race for probably second, third and fourth across there in lane 3. It is the Waikato crew of Kate Haynes and Alana Sherman. Lane 4, that combination team of Holdaki and Waikato, of Ella Kozel and Stella Clayton Green, and Stella Clayton Green there in the Waikato strip. So looking pretty comfortably through that first 1,000 metres. Good form, great cohesion between the two rowers. They'll be looking across at that Waikato crew of Kate Haynes and Alana Sherman, and good to see Kate Haynes back. Unable to race due to injury in 2019, and she wasn't able to race internationally for 3 years, but continued to train hard at Lake Karapiro and made the Elite World Cup team in 2022. She won her first red coat at the 2023 New Zealand Rowing Championships. So she is part of that Waikato crew alongside of her Alana Sherman. But it's still this brilliant team of Phoebe Spores and Jackie Gowler who just continue to dominate. But there is a look there at Kate Haynes in the stroke seat there. Coming up to that 1,500 metre mark now, that threshold of fatigue really. It is a tough last 500 metres, however you want to play it. Really nice shots coming off the lake here at Lake Karapiro. Really good performance, dominant display. And what is going through the mind of these two wonderful athletes? Really focused, just tunnel vision, all about thinking about form at this point. Concentrating on form, concentrating on soft hands, good technique. Just getting that distance per stroke, making sure that they just stay in time, talking to each other, reassuring each other. But really just starting to run away with this final, this Aon Women's Premier Coxless Pairs. Great achievement considering that they are a composite team and therefore have had to come together. Hope you are enjoying coverage of the 2024 New Zealand Rowing Championships, powered by Milford. This race to you bought by Aon. Of course, later to come in March, we'll bring you the 77th edition of the Aon Māori Regatta. This year to be staged in Twizel. A lot of these athletes have all experienced Māori Cup. It seems to be very much the launching platform for a lot of our international crews. And now coming down across the far side, it is that Waikato crew of Kate Haynes and Alana Sherman. And of course Alana Sherman, well, she was a very good distance runner back in her day. She joined the North Shore Rowing Club at the end of 2021. But these days with the Waikato Rowing Club. And so comfortable victory in the finish for that very good composite team of Phoebe Spores and Jackie Gowler. Comfortable winners in the finish. And really what was And a very good exhibition of cockless pair rowing. Mercury's starting to increase too, so pretty warm here. I'm surprised I haven't seen a few more of the rowers just sort of throw themselves in the drink. Maybe the heart rates are so high they're worried that they won't actually be able to get back up. Perhaps a little bit later I think we might see a few of them maybe just going for a little bit of a cool off. Got a really interesting race that we are going to bring you shortly. It's called the Mixed Sibling Doubles. So this is brothers and sisters. And so it'll be interesting to see the battle of the families. It'll be the Smiths, the Williamsons, the Robinsons, the Morrises, the Davies, the Fraser Knowles, and the Blind family. I wonder whether Mum and Dad are here watching all of this as well. So, Aramoho Wanganui Rowing Club picking up the women's premier coxless pairs. 7:20.04. Waikato Rowing Club 7:23.02. Hauraki Plains Rowing Club 7:27.99. The Wairau Rowing Club in a time of 7:29.84. So this is just a 500 metre race, new initiative, so very much a battle of the families. We're going to have brothers and sisters basically competing here. We've got the Smith family, the Williamson family, the Robinsons, the Morrises, the Davies, the Fraser Knowles and the Blinds. Hamilton Rowing Club, Waikato in 2, Mercer in 3, Hamilton Girls High School in 4, Hamilton Girls High School in 5, Cambridge in 6, the Waikato Rowing Club in 1. Boy, it's a tough event, isn't it, to be able to find brothers and sisters that both share the love of rowing. I wonder whether they blame each other if things perhaps don't go their way. I know that would be the case with my two. It's only 500 metres, so start will be important. History being made here. And they do get away. And down here at the bottom of your screen, Morgan Blind and Caleb Blind under the Cambridge and Waikato rowing clubs. And they've gone out to a nice lead already. Across the far side there in lane 2, the Williamson family of Annie Williamson and Daniel Williamson. So a nice race here. It is lane 2, the Williamson family up against the Blind family in lane 7. Just be talking to each other here, hopefully not blaming each other. Really good fast performance coming from Annie Williamson and Daniel Williamson. They're just starting to find their mojo now, starting to just pick it up. There might be a bell ball in front, they are, so we have had a lead change. Really hard to set these boats up too, because not just siblings, but you might be quite a big difference in age, might be quite a big difference in weight. So all of those things play a huge impact in terms of boat speed. But across the far side, the Williamson clan, Annie and Daniel, looking to try and create a little bit of history here and win this national title for the siblings. I wonder where Mum and Dad, do they favour one? Do they favour the other? Are the parents getting on off the course? I hope so. A little bit of fun here, just something slightly different. And why not change it up? Now we've got crews coming into each other lanes here. It almost looks like we're in slightly different lanes. So somebody's gone off course. Oh, good race, still coming back. So the Blind family looking to just try and bring it back. I've got a feeling that was still a Williamson family. Annie Williamson, Daniel Williamson who picked up that one. Third place will go the way of the Fraser Knoll clan, is it? Nikki Knowles and Peter Fraser, coached by Peter too. So idyllic conditions here at Lake Karapiro, absolutely magnificent in the Bay of Plenty Waikato region. So we will take a break and we'll come back with more racing shortly. In fact, we will bring you the Women's Masters double sculls, just the 3 crews in that. They'll race over 500 metres as well. We'll have 2 crews out of Cambridge, 1 out of Hamilton, so we'll bring you that. Then we will have a bit of a break for around about half an hour, and then we'll come back and we'll get into some para single sculls. Always great to see with the Paralympic Games, of course, later this year. We'll have the men's novice Cots quadruple sculls brought to you by Kai In. That will be set to go about 1:50. The men's under 22 double sculls final at 2 p.m. And then we will bring you the women's under 22 double sculls at 2:10. The men's club single sculls A final. Yep, Masters double to come next, 500 metres. We'll bring you that one. Then we'll have a wee break. Chance to go and grab yourself some nourishment. You're hopefully being motivated and inspired. You're going to go down to your local gym, get on the old erg. They tell me 2,000 metres is the toughest event to do on the erg. 2,000 metres. Measure yourself over 2,000 metres. Put yourself in the hurt box. I know Rob Waddell, the great Olympic champion, first athlete to break 15 minutes for 5K. Give that a nudge. Try and just do 1 kilometre in 3 minutes, and that'll sort of put it in context of how extraordinary these athletes are. So here we go. It is the Women's Masters double sculls. We will have Cambridge in lane 2. We will have Cambridge in lane 4. We'll have Hamilton rowing in lane 5. So lane 2, the Cambridge crew, which is the second of the crews, will be Belle Woods, Ashley Quirk. The Cambridge number 1 crew will be Joe Mackey, Bellwood. And then Hamilton crew will be Mahiri Raidmaker and Amy Robson. So great to have the Masters involved, keeping them going. Some people are just suckers for punishment, aren't they? Most rowers get out and think, you know, I just want to put the feet up for the rest of my life, enjoy my, just chill, man. I've hurt that much in my career. And then there are those that just want to continue to go on. They love the sport that much, or just simply want to be able to keep the weight off, or eat a little bit more, or whatever the motivation is, or just to continue to win more national titles, red coats, etc. So different people, different motivations, but it's great to have our Masters on the line here at part of these national championships. So just waiting for the crews to assemble. This is set to go in around about 4 minutes time, so just waiting for the crews to line themselves up. So certainly on schedule at the moment. So just poised. I'd imagine the Masters probably not quite as nervous, but still incredibly competitive. One thing I've noticed in the role as a commentator across a number of sports is just how good New Zealand is at Masters level across so many sports, and just how many absolute icons we still have performing that internationally do remarkable things, and some of the times that they do put out there that, you know, still stand up against sometimes the senior or the premier ranks of much younger athletes. Now, my understanding is Olympic trials next week for our rowers, and then we move into the North Island Secondary School Championships, and then of course the 77th edition of the Aon Māori Regatta to be staged in Twizel this year. So around 66 clubs, 60 more than 60 clubs registered across the country here being represented. What I do love about this sport too is the love of the tradition and nostalgia that they do keep with their club colours, whether it be the old diagonal diagonal colour across the singlet, or it is the old traditional checkers. Just want to acknowledge the Grassroots Trust, High Performance Sport New Zealand, Felipe. So we've had our three crews set to go. So we've got the Cambridge number 2 crew of Bella Woods and Ashley Quirk, and we've got Mahiri Raidmaker and Amy Robson out of Hamilton down here in 5. We're just waiting on that second of the Cambridge crews, Joe Mackey and Bella Woods. Nope, we got underway. So it's just going to be a 2-horse race here, and we do get underway. Really good start down here and from the Hamilton crew of Mahiri Raidmaker and Amy Robson. Really nice aggressive start. Good even race too, this one. But already half a canvas in front, the Hamilton crew over the Cambridge crew. So they know each other well. They train on Lake Karapiro. Probably live within a very short distance of each other. And don't underestimate just how competitive these 4 ladies are too. Plenty of experience. The scary thing at the Masters level is it doesn't make it any easy because of your Masters. It doesn't mean that you don't put the same effort in as, say, the elite athletes. You still suffer, you still hurt. You still have to deal with the lactic acid. And I tell you what, there is nothing in this race, folks. Only 500 metres, so we're about to come to the 250 to go. Now, who's going to have the back-end speed? Who's going to have the back-end strength? It is the team out of Hamilton, Raidmaker and Robson, who lead. Now they look to try and lengthen it. Look for another gear change. Look to try and take it up. Both crews good form. Little fight back now coming here from the Cambridge crew of Bella Woods and Ashley Quirk. So Quirk and Woods haven't given up. In fact, if anything, they've got their bow nice and high. It's still toe-to-toe. It's still not even a bow ball in it now. But we have seen a shift in the lead here. Cambridge getting up over Hamilton. And it will be the Cambridge Masters crew by the looks of it. What a really well-executed race. We might still have to go to the photo here, folks. It's not going to be much in it. We will have to wait. Who's going to get it? And it will be the Cambridge crew. The Cambridge crew will take it over Hamilton. So congratulations to Bella Woods, Ashley Quirk, getting up over Mahiri Raidmaker and Amy Robson, and a very good display of Masters rowing. Well done to them, national champions for 2024. On a beautiful day here of the first day of finals at the 2024 New Zealand Rowing Championships, powered by Milford. So folks, hope you are enjoying the coverage wherever you are watching this. Don't go away. We're going to take a wee break. We're going to acknowledge our wonderful corporate partners, and we're going to be back around about 1:30, 25 minutes to 2, with our next A final of the day, which will be the Open Para Single Sculls final.
At Milford, we understand it takes dedication, teamwork, and commitment to the long term to achieve outstanding results. We are proud to say our Milford KiwiSaver Plan conservative, balanced, and active growth funds have all been the #1 performers in their respective KiwiSaver fund categories over the last 10 years, according to Morningstar's latest independent survey. And now, we are proud to be investing in the rowing champions of tomorrow in their pursuits of outstanding results. Find out more at milfordasset.com. Milford, invested in you.
time 7:27.99. Well done. Ella Cossell and Stella Clayton Green. The winners of the silver medal for the Women's Prem Pair, Waikato Rowing Club. Congratulations to Kate Haynes and Alana Sherman. Their time was 7:23.02. Silver medal winners, Waikato Rowing Club. And now, the 2024 New Zealand Rowing Championships Women's Premier Coxless Pair Champions, another composite crew, Aramaho Wanganui Canterbury. Which means Phoebe Spores and Jackie Gowler. Their time 7:20.04. We have winners' t-shirts for Phoebe and Jackie. And we also, in a moment, have a trophy. Well done, Hauraki Plains Waikato Rowing Club. And we now present the winners' trophy to Phoebe Spores and Jackie Gowler. Thank you once again to Aon, our sponsor, Nikki Austin, our presenter, and our winning crews.
Well, welcome back to day one of finals, the 2024 New Zealand Rowing Championships powered by Milford. Absolutely idyllic conditions at the spiritual home of New Zealand rowing. Still to come this afternoon, some wonderful events to look forward to. Up next, it'll be the A final of the Open Para Single Sculls. Looking forward to this one, big year for our para athletes with the Paralympic Games to take place in September. It's already been an exciting morning of racing. Not just the best rowers in New Zealand, but some of the very best rowers in the world, including Olympic gold medalists and Olympic champions. 10 minutes to 2, second race of the afternoon will be the Kai In Men's Novice Coxed Quadruple Sculls A Final. Then we will bring you the Men's Under-22 Double Sculls Final, the Women's Under-22 Double Sculls Final, and then the Men's Club Single Sculls A Final. Looking forward to that one as well. Our production team is world class, the drones are up, and we bring you just what is an absolutely stunning part of the world. If you are watching this event anywhere around the world, we do welcome you in. Big year for New Zealand rowing with the Olympic Games in Paris, of course. A little bit of a rebuilding time, I think, for New Zealand rowing, if we're to be honest. But certainly some wonderful talent coming through. As we look down Broadway there, the distance of 2,000 metres. No real advantage in any of the lanes that we've seen or heard. Wind is pretty much non-existent, but it is very warm. Of course, any time you get to the final days of rowing regatta, you know that fatigue levels are starting to kick in a little bit. The older athletes, well, they tend to recover sometimes a little bit quicker because of the layers of training that they do have. Younger athletes, mind you, sometimes recover quicker just because they are young, but one of the key components when you get to finals time is just how well the athletes have managed to deal with the workload. They'll have well and truly established warm-up and warm-down protocols. 1,000 metre mark. For some athletes, it's a point in the race which I guess is a big mental barrier. For others, well, it might be where the mind games begin. So Open Para Single Sculls athletes will race over 1,000 metres. Traditional format for the able-bodied athletes is 2,000 metres. Doesn't make it any easier, it just means they go harder, a lot quicker. Got to say, sitting here in the commentary box, very tempting to just want to sort of go down the embankment and go for a little bit of a swim. It just looks so refreshing as we do have a look at the start list for that Open Singles Para athletes. Ashburton Rowing Club in 1 and 3, Rotorua in 4, Waikato Rowing Club in 5. Those athletes that will be competing will be Isabel Wall, Anthony Spiekerman and Ron Satherley. So they'll be looking to put up some pretty prominent times, some fast times. These conditions will allow them, I guess, to benchmark against some of the world's bests. Another big day of racing to look forward to tomorrow too, on the final day. They'll have the Olympic trials next week, and then we move into secondary schools with the North Island Secondary School Championships to be staged here. And then, of course, the 77th, the running of the great race, the Māori Cup, as part of the Aon Māori Regatta, of course, for the girls, the Levin Jubilee Cup. the Dawn Cup for the women's 4, and of course the Springbok Shield for the boys 4. So interesting the way these athletes, based on their level of impairment, need to set their boats up, and sometimes based on that level of impairment that they need to find power and strength through maybe other parts of the body, through sometimes more from the shoulders rather than, again, from the legs, depending on the disability. Got to say, very warm conditions, but the water is warm too, so boats will travel fast through the warmer water. Mercury is rising, so not too far away from the start of our first final on the third session of the first day of finals at these national championships. So Isabel Wall, coached by Justin Wall, will be in lane 3. Anthony Spiekerman, coached by Alistair Riddle, will start in lane 4, representing Rotorua. And out of the Waikato, it'll be Ron Satherley. And again, there is a really good indication too of just the setup. Seeing there that the outrigger type setup on the boat there of Anthony Spiekerman, that'll be based on his level of impairment. So for his ability to balance these boats, they are very tippy. And again, based on the degree of impairment, some athletes that are perhaps missing their lower limbs will need to rely a little bit more on the upper body strength, but they are truly remarkable in terms of the way they can adapt and maximise their power output based on that degree of impairment. So just the 1,000 metres, I shouldn't say just, because it is the maximum distance, of course, for canoe racing or for kayak paddling, but half the distance of a standard rowing event. So just 3 coiled springs waiting to explode out of the start here. We've got a bit of a false start there, or possibly a handicap type system set up. So it will be a handicap setup. So getting away quickly, it is Anthony Spiekerman. Second of our para-athletes underway, Ron Satherley out of the Waikato. Now third and final athlete, Isabel Wall out of Ashburton, gets underway. So really an opportunity for these athletes to race against the clock, find out how they progress, where those times sit maybe against the best times in the parasport community, and hoping to try and grab selection for those Paralympics to be staged in Paris post the Summer Games. Again, like any of the able-bodied rowers, this is all about good technique and good form, and clearly that is based on the level of impairment too. But the same principles, good soft hands. It's more about maintaining the form towards the end of the race as what you had at the start of the race. Not seeing too much of a change in body shape or distance per stroke, or how far possibly you're coming forward versus how far you're going back. So these are all just little measures for all of these athletes. That's a wonderful thing, isn't it? The whole parasport movement does really give athletes with impairment that opportunity to aspire to the highest level. So nice rowing here coming from Isabel Wall across the air on the far side. Just looking to try and lengthen out. Really good technique and good form. Not quite the high ratings that you'll see across other disciplines or amongst the able-bodied rowers. But again, it will be based on their level of impairment and what they can reasonably achieve physiologically. So as that race continues, you can see in the background there that we're getting set for the men's novice quadruple sculls B final. You can watch that on Channel 2. So if you want to watch the B finals, you can watch that on Channel 2. As we now see Isabel Wall just taking the lead here over this 1,000-metre race. Again, maintaining really good form as Spiekerman. And just like you see with the able-bodied athletes, don't underestimate the level of fatigue and hurt that these athletes go through as well. It doesn't change. It still hurts. It's still hard. You've still got to have a head like granite to do it. And I find it amazing that athletes with a high level of impairment choose rowing, when I think there are probably other sports that might not be quite as brutal, but I think that's the appeal too. If you want to do it, challenge yourself at the highest level, both physically and mentally. It doesn't come any tougher than the sport of rowing, does it? So Isabel Wall looking really good, nice and comfortable, just lengthening it out. Just counting down the strokes required. They're that experienced at this level that I have a pretty good idea of how many strokes per 10 metres, per 20 metres that they need to get in. They'll do the maths when they see the markers, counting through their head just to deal with the fatigue, to deal with the hurt. So now coming up to 100 metres to go. And it will be Isabel Wall. And then followed on the outside, in the middle, Anthony Spiekerman. Ron Satherley starting to apply the pressure in lane 5. But taking this Open Para Single Sculls final at these national championships, congratulations goes to Isabel Wall out of Ashburton, just south of Canterbury there. Really good gutsy performance from her, and we do wish her all the very best in her future endeavours. And write down the name, folks. And now let's see who's going to pick up second place here, because it looked like a really good tussle between these two, Spiekerman and Satherley. And it is a great tussle, great race. That's really good, because Anthony Spiekerman hanging tough, come down, and we'll pick up second place. And Ron Satherley, well, we're going to have a guest coming up into the commentary box in a moment. We are live at the 2024 New Zealand Rowing Championships, the Club Nationals. Looking forward to this one. It is the men's novice Cox quadruple sculls courtesy of Kai In. And I tell you what, it is a full field too. We've got Whangarei in 1, Hamilton in 2, Oamaru in 3, Bay of Plenty Coast in 4, Aramahu Wanganui in 5. We've got Clifton in 6, Hawke's Bay in 7, and the Star Boat Club, a composite team, in lane 8. Absolutely idyllic conditions. No real advantage on any lanes. Talking to the rowers that have come off the water, it is fairly even across all 8 lanes. Key thing here, get off to a good start, stick to the game plan, and then be prepared to suffer. And we do get underway in this final courtesy of Kai In. Joining us in commentary, Campbell Crouch, who's been in action today. Campbell, good afternoon, welcome.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Very excited to be up in the commentary box.
Well, you saw you race a little bit earlier.
Yeah. Raced the men's Prem pair. Pearl of a race. Beautiful conditions out there. It's a slight headwind, so you don't quite get like super fast times, but it's flat, tight racing on finals day.
Let's talk about the novice Cox quadruple, because every time you hear novice, you talk about maybe just a little bit of inexperience, or certainly athletes that are relatively new to the sport and still just sort of finding their way. So when you look at this quadruple sculls, what's going to be the key here? Or what are the crews looking to try and do early on in this race?
Yeah, look, they want to get out clean, and then they just want to settle. They want to find a good rhythm. They don't have heaps of experience, but they've put in the work. They've put in the work the whole season. And so they just want to keep it relaxed, keep it ticking, and not go for glory in the first 500. What
does experience give you that these athletes don't quite have yet? You talk about experience, the importance of it. What is that experience? Define experience.
Yeah. Well, thinking back to my novice days, I thought I knew it all. You think you know it all. And experience sort of just gives you, when maybe you're down by half a length, you know that you can trust your strengths, and you can trust certain aspects of your game. So you just sort of buy in more, and you sort of lean in more to what you know that you're good at. And it's just slightly a little more knowledge that you might need in tricky situations.
So lane 5, Aramoho Wanganui lead this race at the moment. Good challenge coming from Bay of Plenty Coast there in lane 4. Across the far side in lane 1, Whangarei, Sam Medino, Tamati Cordwell, Ty Pullen, Devon Armstrong. Their Cox, Brooke Makasi, also doing a nice job, just hanging tough there in 3rd place. And so as we get through that 500 metre mark, well and truly into their work, and I'd imagine at this point, Campbell, they're just starting to lengthen it out a little bit, just bring that stroke rate down, get into a good rhythm, listen to the instructions of their Cox. Yeah,
exactly. A lot of people say the race starts again at the 1K, and Aramoho look very comfortable coming into the 1K. Just keep ticking it along. They've settled into a good rhythm, and now it's just about chasing for the others.
Yeah, and so another really good performance, starting to make a little bit of a challenge too there. We've got the Bay of Plenty Coast crew in lane 4. They will be racing to a game plan. All of these crews will be racing to a coach's game plan. Some will be about taking out that first 1,000 metres and looking to try and hang on. Others will be looking to be a little bit more measured, maybe looking to negative split the second 1,000.
Yeah, exactly. And it's all about your game plan. Racing provides an opportunity to very slightly, you're dealt a hand in the middle of the race, and you have to decide, what do you do in the 3,500? Do you stick to your plan that your coach gave you, or do you change it slightly and try and move? And hopefully lane 4 should bring it up a bit in the 3,500, try to bring it back to Aramoho.
And that therefore comes down to the importance of having a good Cox and an experienced Cox.
Exactly. Coxswains do a lot. They can completely transform a boat throughout the season, and it's about them showing up every day, putting in their best effort, and they can really make a difference.
So good race here, starting to develop. So Aramoho Wanganui of Jordan Hallett, Ryan Brewer, Achilles Paikia, Christian Kiriona, and Lauren Davies, the Cox, still in control.
Yeah, looking good.
Yeah, I often talk of my experience in endurance sport that you can start to sort of sense fatigue. Don't look at facial expressions, because we'll all sometimes, some athletes will just have that natural ugly face on as they're sort of trying to get the oxygen in, but look at the form and look at individuals and collectively the form, the way they start the race to how their form looks as they sort of get through the 1500 metres, get through the 1750. You look across here, what do you make of what you're seeing?
Yeah, look, Aramaho out front, out early, but coming to the third 500, they're holding long, they're holding their blade work good, and they're not slipping. They're not slipping on the details much. The race for second, third, really tightening up here. Could be a 4-boat race for third. That crew in third, just sort of letting the blade slip a little bit.
Okay, just for non-rowing aficionados, what do you mean by letting the blade slip a little bit? Try and point that out. Just maybe describe something that you've seen here from one of the crews.
Yeah. So you want the blade at the catch, so at the front, when your knees are compressed, it's just to come down immediately. Because if you don't, say, catch the boat, which they call it, which means bring the blade into the water, that the front of your boat is going to slip into the water, and there's going to be a bunch of weight that you're going to have to pick up and pull towards you
to get it nice and high. So you want to keep that bow nice and high.
Yep, exactly. Because if you let it slip back towards the water, you're just gonna make it harder for yourself. And it's very hard to keep on it the whole entire race because you get real tired. So first 500 you'll see crews looking beautifully, and then by the third 500 they're just sort of letting it slip a little bit, their blade work, and they're just sort of making it a little hard for themselves.
And then, of course, that'll be corrected with time and layers of training as well. And as fatigue hits in, we start to see athletes starting to make more mistakes, whether it be individually or collectively. But nobody can deny at the moment that this Bay of Plenty coast crew, we've just lost our pictures, and Aramaho, Wanganui, we'll just cut out of that, and that gives you a really good idea of what the crowd are looking at. So starting to approach that 1750 metre mark, so 250 metres left to go. And this is the point where you've got to have head like granite. This is the point where you've got to be prepared to suffer, hold your form, maintain your concentration.
Exactly. Coming to the last couple hundred, they got to dig deep here. Looks like a bit of a crosswind, makes for difficult rowing. Aramaho just pulled away towards the end there, coming to the last 100 or so. Yeah,
Aramaho, Wanganui in complete control. Really good performance coming from them. Jordan Hallett, Kynan Brewer, Achilles Paikea, Christian Kiriona. Congratulations to them. Great job being done by Lauren Davies, their Cox. Really good performance. And then it'll be Bay of Plenty who will pick up the silver medal. Good race for third, but you expect it to go the way here of Clifton. It's a good performance coming from the Clifton Cub to pick up a bronze medal, but nobody's going to deny our winners. So Aramaho, Wanganui doing an absolute demolition in this final of the men's novice quadruple sculls here on day one of finals at the 2024 New Zealand Rowing Championships, powered by Milford. And alongside of me in commentary is Campbell Crouch. Campbell, am I to believe that you spent a bit of time in the United States?
Yep. Just spent 4 years there.
At what
on
university?
And off sort of with COVID. Sort of spent like 9 months, then had to come back for COVID for a bit, and then I went back over. Great time. Had a good time over there, but I've all finished.
So what university were you at?
I went to University of California, Berkeley.
Right, yep. Same as Sean Marks. So
Sean Marks?
Sean Marks played in the NBA these days, the GM of the...
Really?
Yeah, of the Brooklyn... what do they call themselves these
Nets.
days? The Brooklyn Nets, yeah.
Yep.
So he went through the University of California, Berkeley as well. So, yeah.
Nice.
I also think a number of New Zealand water polo players, I think, have picked up scholarships as there, particularly on the women's side.
Yeah, exactly. They've got a very strong women's and men's water polo teams over there.
Yeah.
And they love to get New Zealanders and a lot of Europeans in to make up their water polo teams. But I'm training here full-time in Cambridge now. So
and what are the aspirations?
Honestly, just see how far I can take rowing. Missed out on the opportunity to go to World Champs last year, so I trained at the hub over the summer, and then I just completed trials a couple of weeks ago, and have earned a spot in the elite team over this European summer. So just sort of taking it race at a time.
Tell us about your race earlier today. I think you said you took it out hard, you followed the race plan, but maybe just popped a little bit towards the end.
Yeah, so the last week, Logan and I sort of got training in this boat. It wasn't really clicking. We were sort of way out the back. We had a heat the other day, a prelim. We didn't quite find it. We sort of fell apart at the 1K. So then we thought, okay, we'll switch the rigging. I was in stroke, Logan and bow. We knew that we had to have a good race. We sort of were planning, just give it everything. And if we pop in the last 250, we pop. So we went out hard, got an early lead. And then, you've got Matt McDonald and Ollie McLean, class act, just mowed us down through 3500. And then it was all on for second, third, coming into the last 400. And yeah, luckily we got third. But yeah, really close racing.
And so this is the men's under 22 double sculls. Waikato Rowing Club in 1, Dunstan Arm Rowing Club, boy, what a wonderful regatta they've had. Lane 2, Wellington in 3, Wairal in 4, Hamilton in 5, Kua Boating Club in 6, the Star Boating Club in 7, the Waikato Rowing Club here in 8. Right, let's talk a little bit about the setup here of the double sculls as we see this race get underway. Really good start out there in lane 2 by the Dunstan Rowing Club. Down here, I think in lane 7 or 8, is it? Lane 7 possibly. Looks like the Star Boating Club as well. Keita, this setup, this particular boat?
The double? Yeah, no, double, very fast boat. You think only 2 of them, but you get a good double going. It's one of the fastest boats on the water. It's super fun to watch. I really enjoy watching it. Waikato in this closest lane pulled away to an early lead. I spent a lot of time rowing with bow seat Josh and training with Oscar. They're class act, and I hope they're sort of got the rate ticking up, just pushing away here. Yeah, they look good.
So Joshua Vandanovich and Oscar Rushton, the 2 athletes out of the Waikato crew. A crops there in lane 2 though, the Dunstan crew of Jack Pearson, Angus Kenny, coached by Simon Smith, doing a really good job. Lane 1 as well, the Waikato crew of Evan Williams, Finn Hamill, coached by the great Richard Tonk. So we know they know how to suffer and they know how to hurt, but a really good race starting to develop here between these very, very good crews. We haven't seen a lot of close finishes. We saw a race earlier between Auckland and Wellington that I think was separated by 3/100ths of a second on the line. But so far, it's been fairly easy to pick the winners with 250 metres left to go. That might not be the case this time round.
Yeah, the field's starting to spread out a bit. Second 500, you've got sort of lanes 2 and 3 close, and then lane 7 sort of on the opposite sides of the lake, which isn't too bad. You look across being in this Waikato boat and you can see them there. They're right there, so they'll be putting some big ones down, trying to just distance themselves a little bit in the second 500.
Yeah, so it is Waikato across there in lane 1, Dunstan in lane 2, and then down here the Waikato number 1 crew in lane 8.
Yeah, Josh sculling well. He's had to make a transition to sculling about 2 months ago, but he's looking good.
I talk a little bit based on my own sort of experience in endurance sport. When the herd is really, really on, what are the mind games that you play? How do you break it down? Do you count through in strokes of 10? Do you look for landmarks? What do you do to say, okay, this suffering at some point it's going to end, and I've just got to play the head game, play the mental game? I mean, clearly coxswains will have a role in that as well, but in these smaller boats, the coxless boats, how do you break it down?
Yeah, great question. Everybody does it different. Coming into sort of last 500, I sort of start counting down from 10. I get about 3 strokes in, and then I realize, okay, 10's too high. Then I go to 5s, count down from 5s. You just got to try and distract your brain a little bit. Third 500, I focus on breathing because that really helps you relax, keeps your shoulders relaxed, and it means that you're sort of not as diggy into the water. But yeah, sort of the second half of the race is really got to sort of just trick your mind a little bit. Try and just stay as calm as possible because that's sort of where the crunch time is.
And in regards to keeping the thought process around good technique?
So sort of coming into last 200, sort of 400, 200, it's sort of a mix because you're trying to bring the boat up as fast, to go as fast as you can to sprint, but then you also, if you just completely abandon technique, your boat will fall apart and you'll just end up going slower. So it's really about finding a good balance.
Yeah, you'll hear in canoe sprint paddling also engulf the importance of soft hands. Is that something that you apply in rowing? Thinking about sort of soft hands, not sort of, I guess, not being too tense.
Yeah. So it's not necessarily you wouldn't think about your hands, but you would think about soft catch. But your boat, for example, these doubles moving very quick, like you have to be very quick on it. So you can't be too soft because you'll miss the catch, but you can't be too harsh or you'll just shut it down.
Okay, so coming down to that 1750 metre mark, and you are watching the men's under 22 double sculls. It is the Waikato One crew of Joshua Vandanovich and Oscar Rushton, coached by Richard Tonks, who are in control across the far side. It is the second of the Waikato crews, Evan Williams, Finn Hamill.
They're looking beautiful. Coming down the last couple hundred. Evan and Finn pushing him a little bit, but Oscar and Josh keeping it calm. 250 left. They'll be putting in some big strokes now. You know, they put in the work all summer. I've heard they row on Sundays. They do 30k on Sundays.
Are you suggesting you don't?
The
selectors are listening, of course, eh? You know that.
These boys, you know, they put in the yards, they put in the Ks. No, they're looking good. They deserve every piece of this.
Yeah, every accolade they do get. It's been a very comprehensive, complete performance from start to finish. Really well measured performance from this Waikato crew.
Yep.
It'll be the Waikato club that'll pick up gold and silver, and then it'll be a good little race for third, but just showing the depth and the quality and the fact that nothing like a bit of inter-team rivalry too, to continue to drive, to continue to motivate. One of the great quotes I once read, to stay number one, train as if you're number two.
Yep.
Still aspiring. So Waikato crew take the gold, and aren't they delighted, absolutely thrilled.
Yeah, Finn and Evan really finished well there.
I'll tell you what, it will be then the Dunstan arm rowing pair of Jack Pearson and Agnes Kenny who will come down and pick up the bronze medal. Good performance from them. That's one. Dunstan, I understand, are a club that have really begun to emerge, a relatively new club, but really starting to do some great things. And you've only got to travel down to that part of the world. It's a pretty conducive environment.
Yeah, it is. Beautiful water. I got the opportunity to travel down there, I think, 2 years ago. No, it's a beautiful piece of water. They do traditionally, I think it's like an 18k race. So you start at one end, finish at the other.
That sounds like fun.
It's really long, I'll tell you that much. But it's fun though, heaps of turns, so you're in bow, you're in stroke, you're doing a lot. But no, it's fun. I know they have a great community down there, good environment for the boys to succeed. You know, good racing from everyone all around today.
Oh, beautiful conditions. One thing I've sort of referred to throughout the day is that every lake, every, I guess, regatta, the water will be slightly different. Most people sitting at home going, oh, hang on a minute, water's water, but clearly cold water versus warm water, the environment. Once this race gets underway, we might just have a little bit of discussion around that, how just the little subtleties of different lakes, different water conditions, and what that impacts on you as a rower and the boat speed, because there is a lot to do with the hydrodynamics of it. As we do get set for this women's under 22 double sculls, and we will bring you Dunstan Arm will start in lane 2, Starboat Club in lane 3, the Hauraki Plains in 4, Amaho Wanganui in 5, Avon in 6, and Waikato in lane 7. So a nice eclectic mix of clubs from right around the country on the start line here. Good to see the Hauraki Plains Rowing Club represented. Boy, you look at Hauraki, you look at Cambridge, you look at the Hamilton crews, and there is some real depth in the Waikato Bay of Plenty region when it comes to this sport. And of course this is the venue for most of them. So, just like a coiled spring here, just waiting to explode, waiting to pop. Nerves
will be building.
Just trying to balance the boat, making sure that they get those first 2 or 3 strokes in. Set everything up early. Stick to the game plan. Control the emotions, control the adrenaline. Because that's the other thing, adrenaline will pick you up, it can also bring you down.
You spend too much in the first 500 and you'll pay for it.
Yeah, just hard. I mean, it's easy to bring your heart rate up. It's not harder to bring it down, isn't it?
It is. It is.
I think the nice thing about the team boats is, though, that you've always got someone else you can lean on, and they can lean on you, and you can sort of reassure each other. And I think it's easy to let yourself down individually, but it's always hard to let a teammate down.
Yeah, exactly. They sort of keep you grounded, sort of distract you also if you guys have a bad row. you come in and, you know, at the end of the day, those are your friends. Those are the ones you hang out with a lot of the time. So they sort of make the bad times a bit better.
So just waiting for a start. About a minute, set to go at 2.
Here we go.
And we do get underway. Good, nice, even start. Good start here down at the bottom from the Waikato, Waikato crew of Isabel Watson and Emma Averill in the yellow boat. And across there also in lane 2, the Starboating Club of Ava Johnson. Kate Barham getting away very quickly as well.
Yeah, lane 2, looking nice. And lane 7, just sort of a quick start, middle 3 lanes, half length back. They'll be looking to pick that up in the second 250 of this first 500.
Yeah, Dunstan rowing crew. I've got to get me one of them bucket hats. I love the bucket hats the Dunstan crew have got. Man, they are old school, aren't they?
They're iconic.
Elsie Talbot and Freddie Todd Hunter, coached by Simon Smith. So there'll be a lot of nerves too, a lot of pressure on the coaches.
Yeah, this starboat in those far lanes, ticking along nicely. They're sort of up on the water, getting the blades in good, catching the stern.
Yeah, talk about the setup of the boat here a little bit, because one thing I've noticed is some crews, you know, you're going to tend to have different physiques. You're going to have some physiques that are maybe stronger looking or slightly taller, some rowers slightly shorter, and therefore in terms of stroke rate and stuff, how do you get that balance right? Because I'd imagine shorter athletes, naturally you'd probably tend to have a higher stroke rate initially.
Yeah.
Taller athletes, well, you tend to get a bit more distance per stroke, so therefore perhaps not quite a higher rating.
Yeah, so you sort of think it's pretty basic to understand, but then you look at great crews, like the elites. You've got one really tall guy being Matt McDonald, Ollie McLean, bit shorter, and they work beautifully. So it's sort of like a fine balance that you have to find, and it sort of finds itself naturally. Like you just spend a lot of time together, and you just sort of figure it out. Like you sort of experiment one way, you experiment in the other, and you just sort of figure it out.
So Isabel Eliadis Watson and Emma Averill from Waikato.
Yeah, they've really picked it up here, pushing out
through
2 lengths.
Through that first 500, and now starting to make their way through to that 1,000-metre marker.
Yeah.
But good challenge again coming from the Dunstan Arm crew of
Dunstan
Talbot
once
and
again.
Todd Hunter. Lane 6, the big red sled of Avon, Tyler Stewart, Tori Cox.
Yeah, Dunstan on that far side, making a bit of a move there, trying to get ahead of Avon.
Yeah, how much psychology here? Like sometimes this is, you know, I always say if you're a dominant crew that perhaps is used to winning, the best thing you can do if you're up against a crew like that is to try and put a little bit of doubt in their head. Sometimes just try and get in front, maybe ask a few questions, see how they deal with a little bit of adversity, particularly in novice crews, particularly with younger athletes.
Yeah, I think sort of smaller boats like doubles, pairs, singles, that's where the mind games really come in, because you can change your boat speed so dramatically, so quickly. So that's sort of where the mind games come in. Whereas in an 8, you know, like it takes a lot of effort to change your boat speed. So this women's under 22 doubles, they probably wanted to push out in second 500, make them question the third, and you'd be Dunstan pushing away a second 500. You'd want to push away the third. Because if this Avon crew comes back in the third, then it's all on for the sprint, and you sort of just want them to just sit there.
Hope you are enjoying coverage here of the 2024 New Zealand Rowing Championships, powered by Milford. You are watching the women's under-22 double sculls final alongside of me, one of New Zealand's finest, and Campbell Crouch, bringing you all the expert comments. Hope you are enjoying the coverage. And so don't get fooled here, folks. We've got a boat that is well and truly clear at the moment. It's the Waikato crew. They are out of shot. They are out of mind. And you are watching the race for second and third between the Dunstan Arm crew and that of the Avon crew in the big red sled.
Really good race here for second between Dunstan and Avon. Waikato here, just pushing away, getting on top of it. Nice long blades. Good catch from Izzy. Emma looking comfortable. They're nice and loose at the finish too.
Do you get a sense in the smaller boats when maybe your teammate is perhaps not quite on their game, or does the teammate know if you're perhaps not quite on your game for some reason? You've got your nervous system up, or your lactic acid kicks in a little bit sooner?
Yeah, it's hard because you don't want to, like, that's your crewmate. You don't want to be like, oh, it's not my fault. It's my crewmate's fault. But yeah, if the boat isn't going as well, it's either one of you slightly off your game or you're just not timing up. Like, so much of rowing is just timing. You'd be surprised. You'd think, oh, the harder I pull, the faster I go. But everything just comes down to timing and how together you are.
That synchronicity.
Yeah, exactly. See this Waikato crew out the front. They're looking nice. Come around the finish. Blades through, all in time. And they're just keeping it relaxed coming into this last 500. Bit of wash in the water. Dunstan's come back. Pushed up on Avon.
Yeah, running a very good race indeed across there on the far side.
Yeah.
And they've just got to stick to their game plan, and that's the key thing, isn't it? And I often say this in endurance sport: you can't tune up to a race and race differently to the way you train. So if you're going to go out fast, you've got to train to learn to go out fast. If you're going to be aggressive early on, then you've got to set your training up around that.
Yeah.
You can't train one way and then race another way and expect to be successful.
Yeah, exactly. But one thing that I've noticed in rowing, like, you're sort of dealt the hand you get. So, like, you might not try go out really hard, but then just relative to all the other boats, you might not be where you expect. And it's sort of, how do you deal with that? You know, like, how do you not look across all the time? And how do you sort of talk yourself through the race and your crewmates as well? Because you have to work together the whole way down. And if you lose each other, then you just start going backwards.
250 metres left to go of this women's under-22 double sculls, and it is Isabel Watson, Emma Averill of the Waikato who are in complete control. Just an absolute demolition on the rest of this field. A wonderful display, a wonderful exhibition of double sculls rowing from these two classy athletes, and that form still looks good.
Yep. No, they push the rate up here. Couple points. They really want it. They're out in front, but they're going for that time.
Across the far side there in lane 1 with the bucket hats, or in fact lane 2, it is Dunstan Arm of Elsie Talbot, Freddie Todd Hunter, a young crew looking to gain valuable experience, looking to build the layers, looking to benchmark against some of the very best. And it will be very much a silver day for them, but it'll be gold for Waikato. So the locals get it done, and get it done comfortably.
Yeah.
Very good performance indeed.
Dunstan really gone for it in that last 100. Pushed up on Avon. Avon coming home now. It'll be third for Avon.
And so Avon will round out our top 3. And look at that. Look at the hurt.
Yeah.
Brutal.
Legs in the water, that's how you know it's all-time hurt.
Yeah, I often say to my kids, if you guys don't behave, I'm going to make you row.
Yeah.
I'm going to punish you, and I'm going to make you row.
2K
you can't have been a very good boy, were you?
No.
You get into rowing, your parents go, right, I'm going to teach you a lesson.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, you're going to be too tired, too sore, it's going to hurt too much for you. Ever disobey me again, off you go.
Exactly.
So Campbell Crouch alongside me. Hope you are enjoying coverage. Still some wonderful races to come. Just want to acknowledge Kai In for their sponsorship earlier. We're going to bring you the Men's Club Single Sculls A final. That should be an absolute cracker shortly. As we look at our winners, our New Zealand champions, the Waikato crew of Isabel Watson and Emma Averill.
It's interesting, last couple of races especially, like, all throughout the week, you know, you sort yourselves out. They order themselves into lanes ranked, but it just sort of goes to show, like, those last 2 races, lane 7, have pushed away and won clearly, whereas you wouldn't have thought that coming into the day.
No, it's interesting because I was sort of looking at this earlier, and we didn't necessarily have a full weather map or anything. Just looking at, I felt there was a little bit of a breeze just coming slightly diagonally across the course, which meant that if you were probably in the outside lanes, you might benefit from a little bit more than perhaps being on the right of screen, if I can say that. So I felt that it was coming, if you're looking at your screen, coming from sort of left to right a little bit.
Yeah. I think Karapiro does a really good job of ensuring, like, the evenness throughout all the lanes, because I know other world rowing lakes, you know, you get on one lane and it's completely different to a different lane. So Karapiro keeps it really even in that regard.
Okay, we've got a little bit of delay, so we are going to bring you the first part of this men's B final. So we'll have Ashburton in 1, Hamilton in 2, Mercer in 3, Dunstan in 4, Kure Boating Club in 5, Kyoto University School of Medicine in 6, Ashburton Rowing Club in 7, and Omaru Rowing Club in lane 8. Now, we might cut away and bring you the A final. If you want to watch the remainder of the B final, you just need to go to Channel 2. So, single sculls, you've got no one to rely on, lonely place. The only person you can let down is yourself.
Yeah, exactly. Look, I wouldn't think of it like that. Singles are very hard.
Oh, they're brutal. That's
Very
what I'm
hard.
saying.
There's a reason
tough,
I don't
man.
do them, you know?
Yeah. Now, you're suggesting that you're not that hard?
No, I am suggesting exactly that. Singles, so hard. Never want to do it.
Yeah. It's James Patterson from the Ashburton Club, top of picture, lane 1, who's got off to the best start. Lane 4 as well, going incredibly well. That is Dunstan arm rower Connor Davison. And then down here in lane 7 and 8, we've got Tim Connolly-White out of Ashburton, and we've got Cody Marshall from the Omaru Club in lane 8.
All racing, close race here. You saw 4 boats, bow ball to bow ball, all across the course come through the first 250.
Yeah, I have a saying, you've just got to be careful too that you don't confuse ability with ambition too early.
Yeah, exactly. No, it's hard in a single, because once you pop, you know?
Yeah, I used to have a saying that, particularly in road cycling and stuff, you'd sort of hear Billy Joel and the Piano Man playing in one ear, and then before you know it, the piano's on your back, and then before you know it, the whole damn orchestra's on you, and you're sort of dancing with Mickey and Donald in Disneyland.
Yeah,
exactly. Not a nice feeling, is it?
No, it's not.
No.
They say time's the #1 most constant thing in the universe, but once you get a bit of lactate, that completely changes.
Yeah.
And a race can become very, very long.
Yeah, you feel like you're paddling through quicksand.
Yeah.
Across the top there, so it is still Patterson who leads. Now, down here, lane 7, good performance from Tim Connolly-White, coached by Justin Wall. Ivan Doherty from Omaru in lane 8 as well, having a good performance.
Yeah, Ashburton looking nice and long here.
Yeah, looking very comfortable.
Yeah.
And you certainly can see the contrast in style, can't you, in terms of technique between Tim Connolly in 7 and Cody Marshall there in lane 8. But now if you want to watch the rest of that B final, just go to our second channel, because now we're going to bring you live coverage of the Men's Club Single Sculls A final. And this will include representation from... We'll just wait for that graphic to come up and give you that starting order. But we've got Campbell Crouch, one of New Zealand's finest, alongside of us in commentary, bringing you the expert comments. Hope you are enjoying the coverage.
Yeah, no, thanks for having me. I always wanted to get on commentating.
Oh, no, you're doing a great job.
I think good commentators really make it so much more interesting to watch.
I'll tell you what I think, how it works. It's always subjective. Doesn't matter who you are. Some people are going to like you. Some people are not going to like you. So don't go looking at social media after that. The purists, the purists will come after me.
Yeah, trending on X.
But then I'm like, well, I need my experts. If you give me that's their role. You know, my job's just to bring you with a little bit of just direct it a little bit. As we'll just go through the starting list here. So we've got Avon Rowing Club in 1. Kure Boating Club in 2 and 3, Clifton in 4, Waikato in 5, Tauranga in 6, Aramaho Wanganui in 7, St George's Rowing Club in 8. So we will have Charles Beale in 1, Theodore, now I'm going to give this a decent crack, Gianna Gogiorigis in lane 2, Sam Barnett in 3, Liam Cox in 4, Jack Henry in 5, James Holland in 6, Jake Newton in 7, and Liam Cassidy in lane 8. Run through that starting list. Is there anyone that stands out for you?
You've got a good mix of clubs from all around New Zealand here. St George's is a new club to me. I know they've only formed in the last couple of years. Aramaho, lot of legacy. Tauranga, Waikato, Clifton, good to see a couple of Kure boats in there. And Avon, they're sort of in and amongst every final today. Led by Logan Keys. He's done a great job down there. Got a good mix of coaches. Alex Kennedy. It's good to see everybody out here today.
Yeah, no, works with Alex Kennedy on the Māori Cup last year, actually.
Oh, he's a great commentator.
Yeah, no, he's excellent.
Love listening
Really
to
good.
him. Man, how about that final last year?
500ths of a second. St. Bede's versus Hamilton Boys High School,
Yep.
one of the 76th edition, one of the great races.
Yep.
As we do get underway, good clean start, great start out here in lane 8 from Liam Cassidy out of the St. George's Rowing Club, just exploded out.
Yeah, wow.
High turnover, high rating early on, really good performance also coming here in lane 3, Sam Barnett, coached by the man we talked about, Alex Kennedy, out of the Kua Boating Club, so maybe it is lane 7. You talked about those outside lanes earlier. It's lane 8 at the moment, but lane 7 also away to a good start across the far side. The Avon rower of Charles Beale getting into his work early. But man, I tell you what, you want to send a message. You want to take it to everyone. Liam Cassidy is doing that at the moment. Is this the plan from his coach, John Cook? Because this has probably been the most aggressive start we've seen here on day 1 of the final. So settle back, folk. Liam Cassidy, can he hold on through 250 metres? He's got 1,750 metres to travel. You would have heard me say it. 2,000 metres, 1,750 metres of hope, 250 metres of truth.
Yeah. Liam Cassidy really taking it to the race. I know in single, everyone always says you got to be in it to win it. And Liam Cassidy certainly put himself in the position here today. A length open up on the field. He's settling down now, coming through about 350. He'll be trying to get the breath under control.
You talked about earlier having to sometimes change your tactics based on what other crews are doing, or the fact that everyone's just gone off the line a lot quicker than you had anticipated or planned for. How hard is it to be patient in a situation like this where you've, say, got Liam Cassidy who's gone out really, really quick? You thinking, well, I can't go to that level. It's just not in me at the moment. It's not part of the plan. How difficult is it to be patient and back yourself knowing that you've still got such a long way to travel?
Yeah, so New Zealand on the world stage is really good at that. So they sort of, for example, they'll just sit like a length or two back. Hamish and Eric, traditionally not the fastest starters. Pairs, everyone races out, and you just see them creep, and all you got to do is just sort of stick with the leader or stick with whoever you're trying to beat. And then third 500, New Zealand traditionally just puts a pedal on, because that's sort of where everybody sort of slows down a little bit coming into third 500. So you just sort of be consistent, keep your speed up, and yeah, Liam Cassidy though, staying out in front here.
Yeah, just starting to come back a little bit though, isn't he? Just starting to come back a little bit. You can just see his rating has dropped off considerably now, and I'm just starting to wonder, even this early in the race, maybe those fatigue levels just starting to kick in. Good challenge coming across there in lane 4. So lane 4 at the moment is Liam Cox out of the Clifton Club.
Yeah, Liam Cassidy looking long. I'm not sure. I think that's part of his race plan. Go out hard, settle into a long, strong rhythm. Those far 2 lanes, hunting him down now though. Lane 3 and 4.
Yeah, lanes 3, 4 and 5 starting to make their move. Particularly big challenge, as we said, lane 4. So Clifton's Liam Cox, coached by Jason Williams and Greg Cox, starting to get into his plan and might now for the first time just have that bow ball in front. Half a canvas perhaps. Second place, lane 5, the Waikato rower of Jack Henry, coached by Martin Simoncelli.
Yeah, Martin Simoncelli. Great dude, great coach, and he's got Jack Henry looking good. Nice and long, light through that finish. And they've sort of chased down Liam now. It's really about whether Liam can stick with these two. These two are pushing each other. They'll be looking across, see where Liam is, and sort of it's crunch time now in the 3500 in these singles.
I quite admire the approach here of Liam Cassidy. Maybe you don't come as necessarily with a big reputation or with that level of favouritism, and you think, look, I'm going to use this as an opportunity to try a few things, see how I go.
Yeah. Maybe
put a bit of doubt in. Okay, it might end up backfiring, but I think sometimes in the long term, you look back and go, actually, I took a lot out of that, and that's actually now set me up.
Yeah, no, exactly. I think coming into finals day, you're either completely in control, or you're thinking, heck, I'll just try something different here. Try something different, you know, go out hard, or maybe I'll be more conservative at the start.
So it is still lane 4. And Liam Cox just looking to try and just keep things steady at the moment. Knows that he's about to approach that 1,000 metre mark. And are we 3,000? Are we approaching the 1,500 metres, are we?
Yeah.
So approaching that 1,500 metre mark, and we know that is then where the exponential curve of fatigue starts to kick in.
Yeah.
That's where you have to have a head like granite. That's where you have to dig deep. Go to that dark place, lock yourself in the hurt box. Who can stay there the longest? Who's prepared to suffer the most? Who can play the little game in their head? Because at some point, if they go next to each other, one of these athletes will say, you know what, second's good enough today.
Yeah, exactly.
Who
Liam
waves
Cox
the white
really
flag
pushed
first?
away now.
Yeah.
Liam Cox putting in some big ones. Rates come up, couple points, sort of 600 to go. He's pushed on Waikato now.
Yeah, good race though, beginning to develop. You do just sense though, you do just feel that Jack Henry might still just have a little bit left in the tank, but he's going to need to start to burn a few matches now if he is to catch, if he is to make that difference, and if he can just increase that rating, if he can just inch forward. What psychological damage does that do to Liam Cox? Does he still believe? Good race, great race. Men's Club Single Sculls A final.
Yep, exactly. Jack Henry sort of just holding on to the stern. Liam Cox trying to break it. Jack Henry's just not going away though.
No, and that's what I like about him. Just play the game, play the mind game. A little bit of a lift here coming from the man from the Waikato, just beginning to try and take it up another gear. The Mulu man now trying to put the power down. Has he just got that bow ball up there in front of the stern, or is it still staying fairly even? 250 metres to go. Settle back, folks. I can tell you, I cannot explain to you just how much hurt is going on. Bonfires in the legs, razor blades attacking the lungs. Here we go.
Ooh. Liam Cox really going for it now. Jack Henry's got to move now. 200 to go.
Great race. It is Henry versus Cox. Waikato up against the crew from Clifton.
Jack going now. Can he pull him down? He's leaving it late. 150.
He's got second wind, has he? The man from Clifton, he's pretty much controlled this race. Does he have enough in the tank to hold on? It looks
Jack
like
Henry
he does, but
now.
you start to see the bell begin to lift from the man from the Waikato. Here we go. Settle back, folks. It's going to be one of the good finishes, but I've got a feeling that Clifton's Liam Cox might just do enough to hang on. Now starts to just power it up himself. Everything that he's got, he's burned every single match in the box. He's hanging on now. He'll come down. He'll take this. A very, very good national title for this young man. Liam Cox of Clifton will win this men's single sculls final in a very good finish over Jack Henry of Waikato. And they're across there in lane 3. It'll be Sam Barnett of the Cure Boating Club. Really good display of sculling.
Yep, great racing from all three there. Jack Henry just keeping the pressure on, keeping Liam Cox honest, and Liam Cox had to earn it there in the last 500.
And he did, and great testament to his mental fortitude and his ability to go, you know what, yes, I'm hurting, but I know this guy's hurting too, and I know that he's in the same world of hurt as me.
Exactly.
And that's what you got to believe sometime, don't you?
Yep, exactly. Singles all about that. You know, you don't have anyone behind you in your ear. You don't have a coxswain yelling at you. You just got to find something within, especially in that last 500. Liam Cox did that.
Well, Campbell, they're telling me that we're going to change out. And mate,
just as I'm getting warmed
up. I know,
up.
just as you've warmed up. I'm enjoying the partnership. I mean, there's plenty of opportunity tomorrow. You just got to put your hand up. I did the whole morning on my own.
Really? See,
I need that second voice. Look, suddenly our audience has gone through the roof.
Exactly. I actually heard I'm trending right now on Twitter.
No, you are top 10, mate.
Yeah.
I am, but not for the right reasons.
Oh.
They're going, who's this dude? Who's this dude?
Yeah, no, thank you so much for having me.
No, we'll just stay there at the moment until I see my next co-commentator. So I'm not. I think it's a bit harsh actually.
No, I knew this was a finite thing, commentating.
I know you got the gift, my good man.
Gift of the gab.
Yeah. Anyway, we are going to.
Hey, my partner.
Okay, so we now bring you the Women's Club Coxless Quadruple Sculls A final. Looking forward to this one. Tauranga will start in 1, Mercer in 2, Waikato in 3, Dunstan Arm in lane 4, the Might of Auckland in 5, the second of the Dunstan Cruise in lane 6, Avon, the Might of Canterbury in lane 7, Ashburton in lane 8. Joining me is Logan Ulrich. And Logan, we've seen you in action today. Lovely to have you in the commentary position, my good man.
It's great to be here. Thanks for having me.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about the Coxless Quadruple Sculls. They don't have the guidance of a coxswain. They're out there on their own. What is the key here to getting these boats up and moving in regards to cohesion?
Well, I would say they're lucky enough not to have a cox dragging them down at the start. Look, you do miss that nice insight from the coxswain seat, who can look around, tell you where you are, where position is you are in relation to other crews. So, unfortunately, they're going to do that all themselves, and they've got to have good mental fortitude to keep in their own boat and race their own race.
So it is the Waikato crew in lane 3, got away to a good start. Isabel Murray, Lucy Eastwood, Madeline Ashby and Charlize Tutbury. And so good start from them, but again, it's about maintaining what your plan is. You might have to adjust it accordingly, but you will have a strategy. We talked earlier about the ability. You can't train one way and then expect to turn up and race another way. In lanes, so we've got across the far side there in lane 1, we've got Tauranga, we've got Mercer there in lane 2, Waikato currently leading this race in lane 3. Now, on the outside in lane 4 is Dunstan Arm, Auckland. And I always struggle with Auckland because they're in the colours of Canterbury. In lane 5, Dunstan Arm in lane 6. Lane 7 it is Avon in the red sled, and lane 8 is Ashburton. And we're now starting to see the Avon crew starting to make their move, just starting to increase their rating.
Yeah, well, we have great racing here. 8-lane racing is always a great thrill. You know, we're used to racing internationally in 6 lanes, so I love being able to race 8 lanes, and what a lineup to have. I mean, it's pretty impressive to see Ashburton, you know, small club, up in, about 4th place now, but really giving it a good crack. And I will have to shout out my flatmate sister, Isabel Wool, in there, and she's doing a great job so far. Well,
what's impressed me too, particularly out of the Avon club, you've just talked about Ashburton and the clubs, is the number of women that are involved and the depth that we've got on the program, and what the legacy of our great women athletes have done in terms of inspiring the next generation, and clearly what's happening down there in terms of Māori Cup and coming through the schools program.
Yeah, look at this. This is like a true testament to like the depth and, you know, the inspiration that the top end female athletes have brought in, and then the great racing that it's showing here. Like this is, you know, the Club Coxless Quad, and it's a hell of a race already.
Yeah, I mean, you go back through the likes of the Stephanie Fosters, you go back through the likes of Philippa Baker, and then of course the Eva Swindell girls, and and then you can look at the current crop of athletes here.
Brooke and Lucy,
and
you know,
Emma
true
Twigg,
inspirations
of course,
to these all.
So now they are about to come through that 1,000 metre mark, and then it's that third 500, that ever important third 500 where teams can make that move. It's a lonely 500 metres. It is no man's land. That's where you do require that mental fortitude. Really good race for 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. It's the Avon crew who trail Waikato at the moment, currently sitting in 3rd place, looking very much like it might just be the Auckland crew who currently sit in 3rd, narrowly over the Dunstan Arm in lane 4. And the other of the Dunstan crews in lane 6. I tell you what, it's pleasing to see the depth coming out of Dunstan.
Yeah, definitely. And look, this is, like you said, you know, third 500. This is where you find out what you're made of. And, you know, it's very important for Waikato and Avon to really, like, test each other and, you know, see who's going to have it for the last 500. You know, it's going to be a big story this week, you know, between Avon and Waikato. And, you know, every race is important between these two clubs for overall points.
Yeah, and it's good, isn't it? I mean, I keep saying, like in tennis, you don't have Andre Agassi without Pete Sampras, and you've got to have rivalries, whether it be with clubs, whether it be within crews, whether it be amongst individuals. But it just pushes each other, doesn't it? And it drives you. And just a reminder when you're feeling a little unmotivated, what's my competition doing right now?
Sure does. But yeah, well, this is a race for 3rd at the moment as well. You've got almost 4 crews in a line, and man, when they cross that 500 metre line, it's going to be all go, and who's going to have the sprint. I love sprinting and rowing. I think it's the most exciting part, and I want to see who has it here.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, it might just start to get a little bit interesting because you do just feel now that Avon are just starting to increase it. Good move also now coming from the Dunstan Arm crew across there in lane 4. The Waikato crew, can they hold it? Can they maintain their form? Commanding lead here at the moment. So they'll be just sort of talking to each other, thinking about technique, just thinking about making sure they get that blade entry correct, not wanting to make too many mistakes. Lose your concentration, you lose time, so it is still game on. But very much you do sense the races now for 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th.
Sure thing, yeah. Waikato are really moving well, keeping their form, and they look solid. Avon slipping back a little bit, making this race for 2nd and 3rd extremely tight. This is hot racing.
Yeah, this is tough. This is brutal. Now it is who is prepared to suffer the most. We keep saying it, but it's a true word. Through 1,500 metres, approaching the 250 metre mark, that threshold of exponential curve of fatigue, it's a tough part of it. This is where you just basically empty the tank. You give it everything you've got. You count down in your head and you just suffer and hope that it comes to an end very quickly. But I think the angle of the camera here, showing maybe slightly distorted because I think that Waikato crew is comfortably clear. Really good race though between Dunstan here and Avon. Auckland now just starting to struggle there in the black and the red. But it is the Waikato crew continuing to put on a wonderful display, a wonderful exhibition of coxless quadruple sculling.
Yeah, here come Dunstan Arm 1 for 2nd place. They're winding it up nicely. Just pop their bow in front of Avon, but it's still everything to play for. Avon's coming back too.
Yeah, good performance here now. Just having a look at the crews here. Fatigue levels, can you see any change here technically? Are we starting to see a crew perhaps falling apart from the subtleties that you understand of the sport?
Look, if anyone, maybe Auckland's struggling a little bit, but Avon and Dunstan have that spirit and then they're moving again. They know each other. They may not be looking out, but they know their level and they want to go. Dunstan making a move now.
Okay, so Dunstan now beginning to just pick it up again, and here we go. So Avon in 2nd. It's the Waikato crew who will come down and take this race. Good race for 2nd and 3rd, though. So congratulations to the Waikato crew. They take out the gold medal, the silver. Which way will it go? Looking very much like Dunstan, the fast-finishing Dunstan. That is a great back 250 metres for them. Really good performance. They will take the silver medal, and it will be the Avon crew, I think, who might have picked up the bronze. Just the camera angle not quite telling the story. We'll have to wait for that, but nobody can deny the Waikato crew of that national title of Isabel Murray, Lucy Eswood, Madeline Ashby and Shalise Tutbury.
Yeah, what good racing. That's awesome 8-lane racing, and it was tight all the way through. You can't ask for much more.
The men's Premier double underway. So we apologise just due to a scheduling issue. We've just had to come to that slightly late. I can tell you Auckland Grammar Composite is in lane 1. That's made up of Auckland Grammar and Waikato. So Jonty Wright, Jack Reddy. We've got the Hawke's Bay Composite team made up of Hawke's Bay and Cambridge. That's Matthew Dunham and Tom McIntosh. The Avon crew of Ben Mason, Flynn Watson. We've got the Waikato Composite team, which includes John Parry out of Tauranga and Robbie Manson out of Waikato, and we've got the Batoni Composite team of Jamie Hindle Daniels out of Wellington, Philip Wilson out of Batoni in lane 6. So we go back, and there he is, the fastest ever man over 2,000 metres in individual sculls. It is Robbie Manson, who at the moment takes control there in lane 4, is it? Or is it Ben Manson?
Yeah, so look at the sculling. Look at the way that boat's floating along the water. Robbie's wanting to go now because he knows Matthew Dunham and T-Mac have a sprint. Matthew Dunham always winds up in the last K, but they're going to put as much distance as they can in right now. They got a point to prove this year, just been selected for the World Cups in the double, and they're going to be going for everything they have.
Yeah, it's a very good looking crew, isn't it? Really just absolutely dictating terms, in complete control. And I think already the other crews have maybe just waved the white flag and said, look, let's just benchmark, let's just see how close we can get. We've put up a fight, but...
Oh yeah, it never feels like you're waving the white flag, but they've got to have a big answer if they want to get any closer here.
Yeah, certainly maybe subconsciously. I don't mean that in any sort of derogatory way or demeaning way. I mean, I just sometimes, you know, when you get a crew of this calibre and this quality, I think sometimes subconsciously you might deep down know you're probably racing for second, but you certainly want to go out there, take it out hard. And so good performance here from this crew of Jordan Parry and Robbie Manson.
Yeah, we've got Ben Mason and Flynn Watson in 3rd place currently. You know, they want to get close to T-Mac and Matt Dunham here, you know, close the gap up as much as they can. Every second counts in this elite racing, and they know that fourth place isn't far behind them, so got to keep the sprint going and get winding up in this last 250 metres.
Yeah, and while there are Olympic trials next week, and no selectors are here, they will be running their eye over these performances as well, and looking at individuals, looking at crews collectively as well. So through 250 metres, good performance here. So been a tough morning already. Robbie Manson having taken part in the singles, along with Ben Manson, a number of others having lined up earlier today. So they've had a short turnaround in terms of flushing the lactic acid, recovering, and being able to find the mental fortitude once again to dig deep.
Sure have, yeah. Robbie and Jordan here winding towards their line. Like I said before, they're going to try and get every inch out of this race as they can, building towards the World Cups this year. They want as much distance as they can on the second place, and they want to go as fast as they can. So look at them winding, giving it all, putting it a good show for this National Championships.
And they will come down and they will take this men's Premier Double Sculls title. And they've done it comfortably. The Waikato Tauranga composite team across there in second place. It will be Ben Mason, Flynn Watson, is it?
No, that's
in fact,
Tom McIntosh and Matt Dunham.
Sorry, yeah, Matt Dunham and Tom McIntosh. My apologies. Sometimes just difficult to pick up the lanes with the gaps. And then coming there in third place, it will be that crew of Ben Mason and Flynn Watson. So they round out our top three here on day one of the finals of the 2024 New Zealand Rowing Championships. Logan Ulrich alongside of me. Logan, you're originally out of Australia, my good man. Brisbane Grammar.
Yes, born in Auckland, and then was in Australia for a good 12 years of my life. School there and all.
And played a little bit of rugby.
You have to, and unfortunately I couldn't really show any true Kiwi form in my rugby, but that's why I had to go back to rowing.
And originally selected for the Australian teams, but you decided that you wanted to wear the black singlet and the silver fern. So you're clearly a very intelligent young man.
Oh, that was always the dream, to wear the fern. Unfortunately, not unfortunately, but it involved me, you know, racing for Australia juniors in my younger years, and you know, I was able to make the move back home in 2020. So grateful to be here.
Okay, it is now turn for the Women's Premier Double Sculls. And I just want to acknowledge 776 BC for their support. We have the Wairau composite team in lane 3. In fact, let's just, have we got that? My apologies, just checking that we do have, in fact, the right race here in front of us. Yep, and so the Canterbury composite team in 4, the Waikato team in 5, Otago Uni composite in lane 6. So there we go, Emma Twigg, Lucy Spores. Boy, what a combination. Well, you've got the now and you've got the future joining forces here in this Canterbury composite. So Canterbury and Hawke's Bay represented, Twigg representing the Hawke's Bay, and Spores representing Canterbury. How difficult to bring a composite team together and get this boat finally tuned and up to full speed?
Yeah, so we have all these boats. You know, even the Waikato crew haven't been racing together much this season at all. So all these, I'd say, are, you know, new combinations. I mean, Lucy and Emma have raced the double before, but, you know, first time again this season. So, you know, they're going to be learning things from each other the whole way up the warm-up, and you know, going to try to put together what they can in the race.
And it's all part of a bigger picture, isn't it? Targeting the Olympic Games in Paris later in the year. This is all part of the plan along the way.
Yeah, certainly. There's always, like you said before, selectors watching and checking out performances. Unfortunately, we've had to have a few crews pull out for various reasons from this race. So you've only seen 3 doubles here, but it's not going to change the competitiveness and the hot racing.
So Katie Lush, Samantha Voss, coached by the great Richard Tonks, the Waikato crew in lane 5. Otago University composites, so we're combining with Ashburton. We've got Veronica Wall out of Ashburton and Juliet out of Otago University. In fact, have they scratched, have they? They have scratched.
Scratch, yes.
Okay, so my apologies, no lane 6. So boats in lanes 3, 4 and 5.
Yeah, so you see they're just, well, Katie Lush giving a smile at the start, you know, keeping it nice, relaxed. You know, you don't want to get too stressed. You want to keep the breathing nice and low and out of the shoulders, because, you know, you want that first stroke to be flat and low in the legs and not too tense, and because that can cause you to, you know, grab at it and not get off the start the way you should.
Okay, let's just have a look here again as we go back and have a look at Emma Twigg and Lucy Spores. How tippy are these boats? How difficult is it to balance?
Well, if you're wanting to know how difficult it is to balance, you shouldn't be looking at these two women because they make it look very easy. So,
but if you're a non-rower, so you're just a member of the public, and you decide to go and sit on one of these skiffs, are you likely to fall out?
my first time I fell out. Second and third time I fell out too. So yeah, certainly tricky to balance. You got to be good with the handles and making sure that you're not putting them in the wrong places, I guess.
And plenty of core strength, and if you don't have it, you'll get it pretty quickly.
Yeah, look, you trial by fire, and you learn as quick as the amount of times you fall in.
Okay, so here we go. As expected, we do see Emma Twigg, Lucy Sports, just taking half a boat length lead early on over the Waikato crew of Katie Lush, Samantha Voss, and across there in lane 3. It is the third of our competitors, and that is Isla Blake and Kirsten Goodger.
Yeah, so we see here Lucy and Emma trying to move out as soon as possible. You know, about 300 metres in, they want to have open water by the 500. I bet that's what they're thinking, and they want to be making a statement in this early part of the race and get a good lead so they can get into their rhythm and feel comfortable out in front.
So what will be the objective here for, say, Emma Twigg with this race? Is this about still developing here as a single sculler? Is this just an opportunity to gain some valuable racing thing, just have some VO2 work, just a part of the whole fitness? What would be the objectives here? Clearly she wants to win the race, but there will be other things, I'd imagine, with the Olympics later in the year, maybe bigger forces at play.
Yeah, so obviously I don't know Emma's what she's thinking every day, but I think in the end, every time you get out on a race course, you learn a new thing about yourself and about your racing. And, this is a fun regatta for us elite athletes that we get to come out and compete and, really show what New Zealand rowing's capable of. So this is another opportunity to, inspire the next generation and go out there, have some fun racing because, it's a racing sport and it's a lot of fun to do it.
Yeah, and nothing simulates a race like a race. You can do all the stuff you want in training, but still get in a race situation. It's amazing just how much higher you can lift, and every time you get on that start line, you learn something. And maybe for younger athletes too, it just helps you in time alleviate the nerves if you can do it on a more consistent basis and calm you down a little bit. So you talked about getting clear water. They certainly have got that now. So as expected, these two of Twig and Spores starting to make their move now.
Yeah, Sam Voss and Katie Lush are doing well to hold onto their stern. But yeah, like I said, Emma and Lucy are going to try and break away, especially in this crucial coming into the third to 500. Isla and Kirsten Goodger slightly out the back at the moment, both new to the sculling squad, and they're going to be trying to do their best performance today with trials in mind next week.
Yeah, it's fascinating. It's a bit like the old bungee cord, isn't it? You can stretch it. Eventually it does break, doesn't it? And that's what you're just trying to do here at the moment. Just put the other crews in such a difficult place and so much hurt that they really have no choice but to just maybe back it off a little bit and then start to row their own race. But now we do start to see Twig and Spores just take it up another notch through the 1,000-metre mark, looking pretty comfortable. Form looks good.
Yeah, this is a great shot of their own here. You're really looking to try to be flat off the front, get a nice hang and long connection. If you look at the stern of their boat, it's keeping out of the water. They're catching the run, as we call it, which means they're timing the front end, picking up the stern so it doesn't get bogged down, and they can keep a nice flat plane, keep the boat running along nicely. I mean, it's cool to see the race pace in the bottom right of the screen. It might not be completely accurate, it's flicking around a little bit, but it's a good indicator of what sort of pace that these women can do, because it is bloody impressive.
Oh yeah, remarkable athletes. I say that when you get to the pointy end in this sport in this country, you've got to be an extraordinary physical specimen in regards to your physiology, both mentally and physically, to live being the very best in the world. So yeah, watching 4, 6 remarkable athletes who might not perhaps get the recognition in this country that perhaps some of our sort of more mainstream sports like netball get, but do not underestimate the quality of what you are witnessing and watching.
Yeah, exactly. It's hard to really understand how fast these rowers are going when there's no other, club level or below athletes racing against them. This is the top of the top in our country, and, when there's not the relative comparison to other rowers, it's hard to really get a gauge of their speed. but they are flying.
So Logan Ulrich alongside me, bringing you the expert comments. Hope you are enjoying the coverage here of these 2024 New Zealand Rowing Championships, powered by Milford. You are watching one of the last 4 finals of the day, and this is the women's premier double sculls, and it features Olympic champion Emma Twigg.
And Olympic silver medalist Lucy Spores.
Yeah, absolutely, and the 8, of course, yeah.
Yeah, going very well here. So they did what you said before, breaking the elastic band, the imaginary band that sometimes holds boats together and gives that extra bit of motivation and fire. But yeah, Sam and Katie did very well to hold on to that as long as possible. And now, Emma Twigg and Lucy are showing their form and expertise right now, really trying to wind it up. And like with Robbie and Jordan, as much as these girls won't be rowing the pair together, they're still going to try and go as fast as they can, and you can see them moving now.
Yeah, that is just a beautiful shot, isn't it? Look at that. Absolute precision, performance, no compromise. Right there.
Yeah, coming to the last 250, they've probably already done one step up and trying to go on faster. And at this point, you really just want to just give it everything, because you know you're going to get to the finish line now. You know you're in first, but you want to put everything out so you can get the best time possible. You almost want to be slowing down across the finish line because you know you've given everything over that whole 2K.
So coming down to take out this women's premier double sculls, it is the Canterbury composite team of Emma Twigg out of the Hawke's Bay and Lucy Spores out of Canterbury. Really good display, great exhibition. What a privilege for the public here to be able to witness and watch one of New Zealand's sporting greats and an Olympic silver medalist in Spores and another genuine star of the future who will hopefully in time continue the remarkable succession that we have had in women's rowing on the international stage. But this Canterbury composite crew take gold. It will be the Waikato crew of Katie Lush and Samantha Voss who will pick up the silver. Good performance from them, certainly through the first 1,000 metres as well. Didn't quite have it over the back end, but it's only a matter of time and putting years and layers on top of each other. And again, they will take their performance to another level in the future.
Yeah, it was a good time of around 7 minutes flat. It's not the fastest conditions out there, but they're, a very solid time, and I'm sure they'll be happy with that.
Yeah, you're saying it's not the fastest conditions. What little bit of a headwind out there is there?
Yeah, it's like puff of a headwind, and generally, like this course can only really be fast when, there's a raging tailwind or someone's letting the dam open.
And so we move on, and it will be now the men's intermediate double sculls A final, and this will have a full field and an eclectic mix of clubs from around the country. We've got Logan Ulrich alongside of me, bringing you the expert comments. A world-class rower in his own right, a member of the high performance program here. And how was your race today?
Yeah, so I just raced with your last commentator.
Yeah,
Campbell
and you
Crouch.
guys popped. He tells me you popped with 250 to go.
Hey, we did what we needed to do to have our best race, which was to go early, to go hard.
No,
and
I'm only sort of taking the mickey a little
well,
bit. He said that you guys sort of went out really hard and probably just didn't quite hold it over the back end a little bit, but you stuck to the plan and nothing ventured, nothing gained.
Exactly. There's no point trying to go the other way around and finish without your best race. So.
Hey, well, no, I admire you. You are a tough group of athletes. So the men's intermediate double sculls A final, Cambridge in 3, Waikato in 2, Waikato 1 in lane 3, St George's in lane 4, and then we will have lane 5 North Shore, lane 6 Cambridge, lane 7 Clifton, and lane 8 Bay of Plenty. As we do have a look here at lane 4, the St George's Club, Harrison Reeve, Nathan Strachan, their coach is Alan Vester. I'd imagine you know a number of these athletes taking part in this.
Yeah, well, this is great to see that, the next generation of, rowers that are going to come through in this country. It's always, like I said before, awesome to see 8-lane racing, and it makes for tight and exciting stuff.
Yeah, famous colours of the North Shore Rowing Club, Cameron Elliott and Thomas Klingon. Their coaches are Lewis Morrill and Liam Avery. And they do get underway. Good start from them too. Really just trying to get that rating up nice and high, setting that routine, setting that rhythm early on, sticking to that game plan, trying to make sure their nervous systems are up. They're technically good, they're technically sound. And they'll be just trying to feel each other out a little bit here at the moment, just trying to get a bit of a read on the other crews in terms of maybe who's slightly underpowered, who's looking good. Don't underestimate the psychology of it all.
Yeah, well, it's Cambridge 3 here that have jumped out up in lane 1. They really want to take the race, themselves and get out. But, their fast start might cost them later down the track. We'll see, because the middle lanes of St George's and North Shore are coming through now.
Yeah, good start also there from the Waikato crew of Sam over to Vest and Ryland Tony. They're in lane 2, so it's lanes 1 and 2 at the moment. And now the big push coming here in lane 4. So the St George crew of Harrison Reeve, Nathan Strachan, starting to make their move, starting to just apply a little bit more pressure. We're through 250, so well and truly underweight. Now looking to try and just lengthen out a little bit here, steady the ship. Would you describe are you through this, say, first 500 in more of a high aerobic state, or are you at lactate threshold here?
Yeah, look, I'm no sports physiologist, but you certainly come off those max power strokes and building into more of your mid-race rhythm, which tends to tick over into your aerobic zone. So yeah, you want to be what we call at the red line, which is right at the edge of going from aerobic to anaerobic.
Yeah, so that high aerobic threshold, and that's where you just want to be staying, so you could probably still hold a conversation if you wanted to, but not really.
Not for long.
Yeah, not for long. But you could answer a question, but not really for long. Yeah,
exactly.
And then, of course, you go to that next level where you just go, I just need quiet. It always amazes me, because I know from my own sporting background, when I was really tired and really hurt and really sore, I just wanted quiet, and I couldn't imagine a coxswain screaming at me with 250 metres to go when I'm in that much difficulty.
Yeah, like I say, sometimes it's kind of like white noise, and it can drown out the thoughts of the pain if you have a good coxswain, in your ear.
Okay, so St George of Harrison Reeve, Nathan Strachan still leading this race, but it is starting to come back. Again, good performance there from the Waikato crew in lane 2. Over to Vest and Ryland Tony. So nothing in at the moment. You can throw a blanket over them. And the next marker point on this course will be the 1,000 metre mark, and then it is that all-important third 500 where it's about maintaining form, or for some boats, that's when they'll execute that strategy, that ability to maybe just pick up their rating a little bit, try and negative split the second half of this race.
Yeah, sitting looking at the number 1, the boat in front right now, St George. They've really got a nice connected style. Look, it's obviously intermediate double sculls, so different to what we've just seen with the Premier women's sculls, but they're still picking up the boat, nice time together, and moving together. When you've got 2 people in a boat, it's really important to be with them.
I mean, you can talk about Premier, you can talk about intermediate, but it's all about a progression, isn't it? It's about progressing. It's all about just not missing those middle stages of your development. There'll always be those odd kids that automatically just whatever physiologically are freaks or whatever that will just make that step. But for a lot of crews, it's about just building those layers, about learning, about developing, taking those steps at the right time in your career.
Definitely, yeah. I've been rowing for 10 years now, and each year, as much as I wanted to get quick as soon as possible, each year it's just all about getting slightly better and like you said, going through your progression and taking your learnings from each season and doing your best.
And learning how to deal with the bad days, because there are a lot of bad days when you train as hard as you guys are.
Yeah, you don't take too much focus on them, and you're never as good as you are when you win, and you're never as bad as you are when you lose. So.
No, absolutely. So it's still the St George's club of Harrison Reeve, Nathan Strachan, who continue to lead. Lane 2, the Waikato crew of Oda Vest and Ryland Tony. And then, boy, you can throw a blanket over third place, because it is the Cambridge crew of Campenholt and Calcinai, who currently sit in third. The second of the Waikato crews also there of Alex Pollock, Caleb Blind in lane 3. But St George starting to now to have half a boat length lead, but good push and an increase in rating now coming from the Waikato number 1 crew. So Pollock and Blind beginning to make their move.
Yeah, that's really impressive move here. Like you said, it's the third 500, the tough part. Sometimes you look at the crew next to you and they're out in front, and you just have to believe to yourself, that they put too much effort in to get out of that point. And if you believe that all wholeheartedly, then you know that you can come back on them, even if they might not be as tired as you think they are. But look, this is going to be a tight finish. I think St George's is slowing just a touch, but they got to maybe have a sprint to bring it back on.
Campenhout and Kelsenite across there in one, just starting to struggle a little bit now, but the St George's crew now getting reeled in by this very impressive Waikato #1 crew. And maybe for the first time we've got a lead change. It is the Waikato crew who have the smallest of margins through the 1500 metre mark. So settle in, folks. Here we go. 500 metres of truth. They're about to go well and truly into the hurt box. It is the crew out of the Waikato have timed their run to perfection, sticking to their game plan. They've shown incredible discipline in terms of being patient. Now, what do the St George's crew have? Do they have anything left in the tank? Do they have the ability to increase that rating to bring it home?
Yeah, look, they're still, maybe the St George's crew's heads are down a little bit, but they're still rowing well together, and they can find that little bit of inspiration to get back on Waikato. Waikato moving well, though. Hands are flowing, and they're bringing the rating up now.
Yeah, you've got to see that Waikato. You can just look at the body there. It's just staying nice and tall in that boat, aren't they? They look just that little bit more relaxed. And now just starting to power it up, and what ended up being half a canvas is now starting to extend almost to a boat length lead, maybe half a boat length. Now a little bit of a surge comes back for the St George boys, so they look to try and take it up another gear too. So they've increased their rating. 250 metres left to go in this race.
Yeah, this is great. If they St George can find another gear, they might be pushing right back on Waikato, because they went early. They had a race plan. They went around the 700 metres to go, but that might cost them.
Oh, that bow ball just lifting high. Just try and keep an eye on the bow here of the St George boat, and just starting to lift now. So they are starting to come back. Good race. Really good effort coming here now. The Waikato crew, they know they're in a race because here comes St George. They're fighting back. It is still the crew out of the Waikato. Settle back, folks. 100 metres left to go. Waikato St George in this men's intermediate double sculls A final. Another fight back from the Waikato crew. Wow, look at the hurt they're in. Two teams of street fighters going at it. Who's going to pick it up? Who's going to win it? They'll go to the line. I'm not sure that necessarily. Oh, well, I think it's still the Waikato crew, and they will come down and will be Waikato, possibly. I think we might have to go to the photo on that one. Wow, finish, that will be, what, less than a second, less than half a second in that one. I just thought there for a moment it was Waikato, and a little bit of a surge from St George at the end, and that is another beauty. That is another classic. Might see if we can pick up a replay if we do have one.
Yeah, that was great racing.
No replay, so we'll have to wait for the official results on that one.
It saw Cambridge #3 crew on lane 1 come through for 3rd place. They had a hot start, but they managed to find their speed again back in the finish and claim that bronze medal.
Yeah, great race that, boy. I tell you what, that was just at one point you thought, oh no, Waikato have got this, St George are gone. Then St George come back. You think, okay, they've got the ascendancy, only for Waikato to come back. That is tough. That is tenacious. Now, one of the great sporting events. It doesn't matter at what level. It's the 8s, whether it be at a junior schoolboy level, whether it be Māori Cup level. We're going to now bring you the men's senior cock state. So this is not the premier cock state. This is the senior cock state. This is that sort of next tier down. And these, again, are the big men. It is a difficult boat to get up. It's a difficult boat to set up. It's hard to find 8 athletes to get that cohesion. That's why I think it took New Zealand rowing a long time between Olympics to finally get it right in 2021. But we've got representatives from the Kua Boat Club in 1, West End Rowing in 2, Auckland Grammar in 3, Avon Rowing Club in 4, second of the Avon Rowing Club in 5, North Shore in 6, West End in 7, and North Shore in 8. Of course, the West End Rowing Club heavily involved with my former school, Mount Albert Grammar, first ever winners of the Māori Cup back in 1947, of course. The famous base of the Māori Cup, which is designed as a pyramid, was built in the woodwork shop there in 1951. And we'll go to lane 5 and we'll have a look at the Avon crew. And it's a good crew too, with Sam Wilson, Ted Main, Henry Kirk, Cody Johnson, Josh Syme, Matthew Glenn, Sam Woodgate, Fergus Johnston and Ashley Take-On. He's the Cox. So Logan Ulrich alongside of me.
Yeah, nothing like sitting at the start line of an 8s race. I've been lucky enough to be a part of many, and one thing that I always think is, you got to have trust in the 8 other people in your boat, because not one person's going to make it go fast from here to the finish line, and you got to have that trust to go together.
Well, that Avon composite team we just saw there, which is lane 4, which was Luke Hickling, Oscar Clatworthy, Jed McIntosh, Matthew King, Charles Beale, Fred Vavasour, Charlie Poulter, Scott Shackleton, Isabella, Hope Murray, the Cox. I'd just be envious of the fact that the club boys out of the Dunstan have those bucket hats.
Yeah, I think that, the cool thing about the 8 race is that, it's such a club pride race. And you say about how, it's not easy to get a whole 8 together, and that's why it's so, much, people take a lot of stock in it. And then it's just racing for your club and taking a lot of pride in rowing for your club.
And there is the North Shore crew of Tarag Farak, Daniel Tomlinson, Elliot Rhodes, Simon Gertzema, Callum Booth, Alex Logan, Samuel Shotter, Max Brown, Harry Malloy, the Cox, and of course the coach Lewis Morrell. So North Shore Rowing Club, and I was saying this earlier, one thing I love, and I'm not sure what the deal is in Australia, I love the way that most of the clubs have just kept with their nostalgic colours, their nostalgic uniforms. They've got the sashes that come across. Sometimes you've got the sort of the checkers, and it sort of is a throwback to the origins of rowing, and I think it's a really cool tradition that they do keep. Really simple, and that's part of the legacy, and I think that legacy flows down from generation to generation.
Yeah, it's great, because then you can keep, the pride in the colours and the uniform, and you have your younger athletes that look up to wanting to wear those colours and represent it the best they can. It looks like they're getting ready for a start now.
Okay.
Maybe a minute or two over the start time, but everyone's sitting at 3/4 slide, about to square their blades. Hearts are beating fast, but like I said before, you've got to keep the breathing in check and ready to take the best first stroke possible. I'll be lucky enough to race with a few of these boys in the Premier Draft 8 tomorrow. It's an awesome initiative Rowing New Zealand's doing to get all different club athletes and elite athletes racing together.
So when you say draft, I just think of draft beer, and I'm sort of thinking that just sounds like carnage, but clearly you guys are elite athletes as we do get set for the men's senior Cox State final. So Kiowa Boat Club in 1, West End in 2, Auckland Grammar in 3, Avon Composite Team in 4, Avon in 5, North Shore in 6, West End in 7, North Shore Second Crew in 8. One of the most spectacular things you will see in all of sport is the start of an 8 in any form of rowing. They are poised, they are set. They are coiled springs waiting to explode, waiting to pop.
8 lane, 8 racing. It's very unique. Not many countries do this, and it's an impressive feat to watch.
And there we do. So they've got the big boats moving, the big red sled here of North Shore in lane 8, but absolutely exploding out, I think, across there in lane 4, is it? Lane 3 maybe. The other big red boat. And it is lane 3 who have got away. In fact, lane 5 might be. The other big red boat got underway as well very quickly across there on the far side. It is the Kiowa Boat Club.
Yeah, good start now from lane 1, but yes, lane 5.
Lane 5, my apologies. Got to get my eyes checked. The Avon crew, Sam Wilson, Ted Main, Henry Kirk, Cody Johnson, Josh Syme, Matthew Glenn, Sam Woodgate, Fergus Johnson and Ashley take on the Cox.
Yeah, Avon really showing their prowess in their 8s. Going very well, very solid. They want to show that their club has the depth, has the strength to win these big boats. And right now, they've really taken the race by the scruff of the neck and going to come to this 500 at least half a length up, maybe even 3/4.
Yeah, and then we look at the top 2, don't we? And it's the Kiowa Boat Club. We've got off to a very good start now, just starting to make their move. We see the Avon Composite Team 2 in lane 4. That's made up of the Dunstan Rowing Arm Club and Avon. And so it is all Avon at the moment. Auckland Grammar there in lane 3, of course, Auckland Grammar. We say Auckland Grammar, but that is a club predominantly made up historically of Auckland Grammar old boys. These days that is not necessarily the case.
Yeah, this is a great shot of them side on here, all moving well together, hands flowing at the same time, bodies rocking over. That's all you want from an 8.
Okay, Logan, I'll get you to talk about how you set an 8 up in terms of where the power is, what the role is of, say, the stroke, that of the bowman, and then how you set the middle of the boat up and who sits where and what the role of each of the 8 is.
Yeah, I guess so. I think a lot of coaches have different ideas on what they want. You know, you want your technical rowers maybe at the front and the back of the boat, and your usually bigger, larger rowers in the middle, trying to lock down that rhythm and the power. But I think it comes down to what seat people are comfortable in, what they think they can get their best out of themselves in different seats. I always found I was most comfortable around that 6, 5 or 4 seat, but you know, someone else feels a lot more comfortable up in the bow or in the stroke seat. So really it's good from a coach to like listen to their athletes, see what they feel as well. And look, I think they've selected their crew very well, because right now they've got just a bit of open water coming to the K. There's no better feeling than rowing at 8 and you're out in clear water.
Okay, let's go on board. We're not going to go on board, but let's just have a look at that Avon crew. So you've got your coxswain, of that Avon crew, Ashley Take-On. What will she be saying at this point in the race when you are, say, a boat length clear where you've got some clear water? What will she be asking of this crew? I know everyone's slightly different.
Yeah, look, they're going to want to put a statement. They're going to want to go as fast as they can. But sometimes thinking about going faster and harder isn't what you want to be doing. You know, they're in a great position, so all she has to do is just get them, keeping them going and let them enjoy it. Like, I bet you she's going, enjoy this feeling, boys, because it's not often you get out like this, and they're going to want to keep the out of their shoulders, keep relaxed, and keep moving away every second. Just want to inch it out, go faster and faster, and they're going to be cruising through the finish line if they do that.
And that Avon composite team there, made up of the Dunstan and Avon clubs of Hickling, Clatworthy, McIntosh, Matthew King, Charles Beale, Fred Vavasour, Charlie Poulter, Scott Shackleton and Isabel Hope Murray, the Cox. What's the funniest thing you've ever heard a coxswain say that you can say on TV?
Oh, screaming "I love you" in the last 500.
Screaming "I love you."
Yeah,
it
wasn't my Cox, but I've heard it. But you know, each their own, and it was probably a very motivational point. So,
yeah.
Look, this is a great race for second here. You know, you're not sure, they've been racing all season together. They've got a great combination going. And this Avon composite, you know, I'm not sure how many times they've raced together, but assuming a composite, maybe not too many times. So they're both going to be battling each other. You know, you'd expect maybe the crew that's been together to be able to wind it a little bit better, more chemistry, camaraderie. But we'll see. This is going to be a tight race for second. But Avon number 1, putting an absolute clinic right now. They're rowing long, strong. Look, Ashley must be telling them the right things, because they are moving out nicely. But yeah, look at a race for the second. It's going to be hard to get the 8s up to speed, get up any faster, because they're already rowing at a fast speed. So North Shore's going to have to make a step here, otherwise they're going to run out of water very quickly. 300 metres to go.
Okay, so does the Avon crew have comfortably gone clear? It's the Avon composite, also featuring the rowers out of the Dunstan Arm Rowing Club, and now it is North Shore beginning to make their move, looking to try and move up into second. 250 metres to go. It's all Avon at the moment. The form looks good enough. You suggest that they're not going to fall apart here. Maybe the only thing that can prevent them is perhaps if they do catch a crab, but you can't really see that at this level. Now starting to make their move is this composite team. They start to just increase their rating. North Shore fighting. Then across there in lane 2, it is the West End Rowing Club looking very strong as well, looking to try and move up onto the bow ball of the North Shore Rowing Club. So West End beginning to make their move. Really, really good time finish from them. But stand up, folks. It will be the Avon crew who will come down and win this men's senior Cox State in emphatic fashion. A very good display from them. Then it will be the composite crew, which also features the Dunstan Arm Rowing Club. They'll pick up the silver. North Shore the bronze, and it'll be West End across the far side who will finish in 4th place.
Well, what a tight finish there for 4th, 5th and 6th. Great racing. Obviously Avon showing a big display of depth and skill rowing the 8s, but awesome to see 8-lane racing like this, and well done to everyone.
And now we will bring you the final race very shortly of the day, the Women's Senior Cox State, courtesy of the Jones family. We do want to acknowledge them for their wonderful support and sponsorship. And this should be an absolute classic too, because again, another eclectic mix of clubs from around the country. Another one of the composite teams, the Avon team. They will be in lane 3. And so Dunstan Arm Rowing Club in 1, Waikato in 2, Avon in 3, Avon in 4, Waikato in 5, North Shore in 6, Auckland in 7, Waikato in 8. Just showing the depth that Waikato and Avon have when it comes to women's rowing. Can the likes of Auckland or North Shore upset either Waikato or Avon? We are about to find out, folks. 2,000 metres, 1,500 metres of hope, 500 metres of truth. Alongside of me, Logan Ulrich.
Yeah, there's no nerves quite like sitting at the start line of an 8 race too. I said it before in the race before, you got to trust everyone else, and you know, that almost heightens the nerves. Or if you really trust your crew, you could lower them down too. So, you know, everyone's thinking like, oh, how's this going to play out? Because if you get dropped off the start, it's very hard to come back. So, you know, I think in the 8 in particular, if you don't get that good start, you're
So you've got to get that speed up early. You've got to get that bow high, and then I think, I'm not sure what the term was that you used earlier, where you're almost become one with the flow, I guess, of the boat in regards to capitalising on the previous stroke when you do enter the water.
Yeah, like connecting strokes between...
Connecting strokes, there you go,
like,
that's the term I'm looking for.
It's that timing, yeah. So, you know, if you're moving, you got to move in time with each other, but you have to move in time with the boat too. And that's that picking up the boat on the run and just catching it all together. And that's such a skill. And these women in the 8 are going to be trying to find that through the middle of this race. But like I said, you got to get out first and then find that, because you can't be getting dropped right off the start.
So final race here on the first day of finals at the New Zealand Rowing Championships, powered by Milford. Of course, we started on Tuesday, but we are now into the finals. Plenty of action on the final day tomorrow. We do encourage people, if you do live in the Waikato Bay of Plenty region, do get yourself to Lake Karapiro, see some of our Olympians in action, some of our emerging stars. So which one of these rocket ships is going to launch first? I affectionately call this the pain train.
Yeah, it's anyone's pick who's going to be out first in the first 250. But, you know, you see when you come through the 500 metres, the crews with the best form usually come through there and take the race by the scruff of the neck. And, you know, it was quite a common thing that in international racing, you know, whoever was first to the 500 metres in the 8 usually won the race. So that's why it's always important to get that start. But, you know, upsets can happen, and especially when there's 8 boats out there, you know, someone could have the best day of their life, or vice versa. So here they go, and let's see a clean start from everyone and see who's going to take the lead.
Oh, good start here in Waikato. The third crew down there in lane 8 got away to a really good start, as did the North Shore crew there in lane 6. Fairly even though across there in lane 3. The Avon composite team got away to a good start. Really, probably the team that's struggling the most is the Auckland crew at the moment down there in lane 7, second to bottom on screen.
Yeah, we don't know what, you know, the first 100 metres is always who got the first strokes, but who's going to take the rhythm now and really start leading out. I think Waikato 3 really put their selves out there and going to have to hold on to the pace if they want to keep up with these middle crews. And North Shore, Avon going out, and Waikato are there in the middle, going out strong and passing 250 metres now. 250
metres, so 1,750 metres to go. The Avon crew leading this of Holly Lil, Claudia Kinder, Mania Butler, Hannah Matahari, Phoebe Collier, Alia O'Sullivan, Katie Bell, Gemma Burrows, Annabelle Wynne-Williams is the Cox, coached by Tim Hopkins and Leon Barrowcliffe. So far, they are flanked either side with second and third. So on their inside, it will be the composite team out of Avon. And then on their outside, it is the Waikato crew in the green boat. That Waikato crew of Emily Gordon, Ella Henry, Madeline Parker, Sophie Ignot Johnson, Erin Ticklepenny, Tessa White Parsons, Jenna Lee Margraf, and Brooke Pitchford, Bradley Kingma, the Cox.
Yeah, Avon passing through the 500 metres. We'll see, in front. We'll see if my, you know, saying of the 8 that goes through 500 metres in front wins it. But, you know, Waikato aren't going to want to let them have it like that. And, you know, even the Avon Composite crew is going to fight to get back in front too.
Yeah, almost out to, what, 3/4 of a boat length at the moment. Looking good.
Yeah, I think it's very important for Waikato to come up and try and not let them have any more lead. Their bow ball's sitting on probably 5 or 6 seat of the Avon crew, and we're just going to keep an eye on that, making sure they're not slipping back, because, you know, the Cox has got to tell them now that, you know, if Avon move out anymore, that's going to be really tricky to reel them in the second 1,000 metres.
Yeah, and Waikato, I guess here too, want to just put a little bit of doubt on the Avon crew. The Avon crew have clearly got a strategy to take it out, be really aggressive. Well, they think they're going well, but if this Waikato crew can hang tough and just pull them and stick with them, you maybe just put that little bit of doubt in them individually and collectively. Are we going as well as we thought? And just to those, sometimes just that little bit of doubt can be the difference.
Exactly, and you know, when you're in an 8, you don't always know what your crewmates are thinking. You might be feeling good, they might be feeling bad. So, you know, if you've got a boat coming up right on you next to you, and they're coming up and putting pressure on you, you might just start feeling a few cracks. But hey, that's the true testament of a good crew, is if they can hold on to that during that pressure, and they know their rhythm, they know their speed, and they can keep pushing. Which is Avon doing that right now, and they're going to pass through the 1,000 metre with maybe, I'd say, just over 3/4 of a length lead on the Waikato crew.
Yeah, and I tell you what, they do look comfortable as well. They look still fairly relaxed. Body position looks good. No one really looking to struggle too much, but Waikato hanging tough. Good race for third at the moment, because it is the composite team out of Avon and then the North Shore rowing crew. Now, North Shore just starting to pick up their rating a little bit through this third 500, so they're now trying to see if they can just close the gap down here on this Waikato crew. So their strategy is very much around the second 1,000 metres, the team out of North Shore.
Yeah, this is great to see. So many people in the same club colours. Like, these women have been rowing together all season, building that camaraderie, that awesome part of rowing where you're in that crew boat, you're doing everything together, and it's just such a thrill when it's going well, and a good challenge when it's not. So they're rowing well here, Waikato, and we can't see the Avon crew that are moving out ever so slightly, but the race for third, that's going to be a true battle.
So there we go, and of course the thing, you've got to steer these craft, make sure you do take the straightest line possible, and that is the job of the coxswain.
Oh, look, this coxswain's doing very well right now. Right down the middle lane, that's all you want.
Now, I want to change things up. I just want to ask you a question, because this is the last race of the day, and I was asked this by somebody. I know how much this hurts, and I know that a lot of athletes you see in track and field, when they finish, they throw up. Has anyone ever thrown up over you in a boat because they've hurt so much and they just can't keep it in?
Oh, I've been lucky enough not to be thrown up on.
Have you seen it happen, though?
Oh, plenty of times.
Yeah.
It is what it is. Yeah. And, you know, generally it's as if you've just eaten too much before a race, and, you know, you got to figure out your timings of your food and stuff. Yeah. But, look, I hope none of these ladies get thrown up on during the race.
You've got somebody in front of you, haven't you, that's at the finish line. It's like, yeah. Where do I go? And you're so damn...
Out to the side, that's for sure.
So damn sore. So here we go. It is still this very impressive Avon crew who continue to lead. Waikato and North Shore, that is the order at the moment. Across the other side, it's the Avon composite crew of Claire Martin, Katie Gardner, Beth Dunbar, Elizabeth Roxburgh Judd, Saskia Klinkenberg, Emily Ryle, Jessica Tavendale, Hannah Wiley, Lily Kane, the Cox, Tim Hopkins and Leon Barrowcliffe are the two coaches. But it is still Avon who now look to really just turn it up, coming down to that last 250 metres. Really good form being shown, and there it is, that threshold. But Waikato still hanging tough though, but that lead has gone from 3/4 of a boat length now out to probably a boat length and a half.
Yeah, the Avon crew moving well together still, showing how well they've been training all season, because they're not falling apart in the dying stages. Waikato now have to worry about maybe not even going for the lead now and holding on to second place, because that North Shore crew's coming up on them ever so slightly. But look at Avon moving together, hands flowing. They're putting on a real show here, and they're going to come through the finish line in first, barring a disaster.
Yeah, wonderful display, dominant performance, just showing the depth of this wonderful club out of the Canterbury region, Avon. And Waikato, well, they've done everything asked of them. They have stuck like glue. They have gone as hard as they could possibly go, and it's now North Shore who move into third, just starting to extend that lead over the Avon composite team. But as we come down to the finish here on the final race of day one of the finals of these New Zealand Rowing Championships, it is all Avon. It'll be Waikato who will pick up the silver, it'll be North Shore who pick up the bronze, and good performance from the Avon composite team to try and come together and get this 8 up and powered. But absolutely, when it's all said and done, well done to the crew of Holly Lil, Claudia Kinder, Manaya Butler, Hannah Mataheri, Phoebe Collier, Alia O'Sullivan, Katie Bell, Gemma Burrows, Annabelle Wynne-Williams, and well done to the coaching staff of Tim Hipkins and Leo Barrowcliffe. Well, folks, that pretty much is about to bring us to an end on day one. Of course, special thanks to Milford for their wonderful sponsorship and support of this live stream. Hope you have enjoyed the coverage. It's certainly been another wonderful day of rowing, continuing to show the depth that we do have the sport in this country.
Yeah, it was awesome to watch and be in the commentary box. It's certainly a different perspective than out on the water, and it's awesome to see, you know, the next generation of rowers coming through, giving it absolute all and making some epic racing, because that's all what the sport's about: racing, giving it your all, and going well.
So just confirming those results from earlier, the men's senior Cox Day was taken out by the Avon Rowing Club in a time of 5:45.71, comfortably ahead of the second of the Avon Rowing Crews, and the North Shore Rowing picking up the bronze in a time of 5 minutes and 54 seconds.
Yeah, those are some good times there. You know, for a club crew to be in the mid 540s, well, that's very impressive. And like I said before, doesn't look like the fastest conditions out there. We see it on the water now, a little ripple. Can't tell if it's a head or a tail. Either way, good times. And good times from the women's senior Coxade here too.
Yeah, 6:28.08 for the Avon Rowing Club, the Waikato Rowing Club, the silver, and 6:33.22. North Shore rounding out our top three. Really good performances coming too from some younger crews amongst the Auckland Rowing Crew and Dunstan Arms. It's been an absolute privilege and pleasure. We look forward to having your company here on day two. Special thanks to Logan Ulrich, who's joined us as part of our expert commentary team. Wherever you are around the country, I hope you're inspired by what you've seen. You want to take up the sport of rowing. It is incredibly healthy. It's been a wonderful display, and we look forward to having your company around about 20 minutes past 8 tomorrow morning here at the 2024 New Zealand Rowing Championships, live from Karapiro. Special thanks to Milford for their support.
We are all in the same boat. Our team invests in the same Milford funds as our clients, so we are all invested together. Whether it's KiwiSaver, investment funds, private wealth management, or advice, speak to a team with world-class expertise who are committed to the pursuit of outstanding results and are proud to have brought you today's live stream. Find out more at milfordasset.com. Milford, invested in you.